and every low. Chapter 1. Nick. The sun was blinding on Nick's face. His head ached, and his confusion was made no better by the soothing feminine voice speaking within his skull.
Unique visitor cataloged. Level unknown.
Visitor? Level? He glanced about, but nothing made sense. He was in a field of golden wheat, the stalks waving in a soft breeze flowing down from the mountains to the west. Their peaks were jagged and tilted, like shark teeth rising from the plains. Behind him was a small clearing, black soil surrounded by a circle of stones. The sky was a comforting blue, with nary a cloud. If only the sun wasn't so bright. No, that wasn't right. Nick squinted. In the sky, there was a second sun, except it was black instead of yellow. Dark blue veins stretched out from its circumference, seemingly frozen.
Initial assessment commencing. Archetype unknown. Special classification unknown. Statistical allocation determined by approximation of visitor's physical and mental self-definition.
Nick flinched again. It felt like a spike was driving into his forehead. Stats? He didn't care about that. He didn't even know where he was. The last thing he remembered, he was... Where? He glanced down at himself. His clothes were wrong. They were plain brown suspenders and a white shirt. The fabric surprisingly soft on his skin despite its thickness. A sort of farmer? That wasn't him. Not him at all. He was a researcher. Nick dropped to his knees and clutched his head, fighting off a wave of pain so intense he feared he would vomit. He forced himself to breathe in and out, his gaze focused on the wheat before him. He watched its subtle movements near the roots, watched a little black bug crawl along the dark soil before vanishing beneath. Again came the soothing voice. It was female-coded, pleasant and calm, and with every syllable, the ache in his forehead faded.
Assessment complete. Level 1. Agility 1. Physicality 1. Endurance 1. Archetype none. Special classification none.
Nick forced himself back to his feet. Ignore the hole in the sky. Ignore the dwindling pain. Focus on what can be dealt with in the here and now. Level 1? He tentatively asked aloud. He didn't know why, but instinct told him the voice would hear and respond.
Simplified estimations of overall caliber of being.
Fascinating, Nick said. Curiosity got the best of him, and he started walking through the wheat in search of where the field ended. So, do you have a name? Voice? So I can call you anything other than Voice?
I am Cataloger.
Nice to meet you, Cataloger. I'm Nick.
I am aware of that user attribute.
He laughed, and it felt good to move. With the lifting of the painful fog around his mind, he grew more aware of his surroundings. The mountains to the west were beautiful, if distant. Their snow-capped tips rose in stark contrast to the flatness of the field before them. To the south, perhaps a half-mile away, he saw a small stream whose water was siphoned off into little rivulets to water the field. To the east, Nick could see a village, so he set off in that direction. Perhaps, once among people, he might get an explanation for whatever was going on. User attribute, he repeated aloud. Part of him knew it should be strange talking to a voice in his head calling herself Cataloger, but at the same time it felt normal. It felt right. I'm guessing you're not much for small talk, are you?
I provide information and guidance for unique visitors.
And I am a unique visitor?
Yes.
Nick paused a moment. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Unknown.
Time to get used to that response, he suspected. He waded through the wheat, as if it were water that went up to his chest. Given how its golden glow continued onward for seemingly miles and miles to the west, it was like being lost in an ocean. Scattered throughout the field, he saw people in similar overalls hacking away with sickles that gleamed in the bright midday sun. Nick thought to call out to them, but decided against it. Let them work. He'd find someone in the village to talk to. Someone who could explain what was going on. Maybe he was a farmer here and had passed out from the heat? He certainly felt thirsty. Perhaps dehydration? Given how much his head hurt, that could explain his difficulty remembering things, like where he'd been, or what the name of the village ahead even was.
Location: Meadowtint. Description: a small farming village. Population: 117. Largely dedicated to wheat production and harvesting.
Meadowtint? Nick asked. It carried no familiarity on his tongue. If this was his home, there were no attached positive feelings or emotions. He pushed onward, glad to see the end of the field. The village seemed pleasant enough, about 30 homes arranged on either side of a main dirt road splitting through them. Their thatched rooftops were the color of the field, their walls wood and clay plaster. Beyond the village, from what little he could see, was a dirt road leading toward a distant little river. On the other side grew what appeared to be an oak forest whose contrast to the nearby field was stark. Several people milled about the well in the center of the village. Nearby, an older woman sat in a rocking chair beside the door to her home, protected from the sun by a rickety awning. Nick approached, strolling over as if they were acquaintances, which they might even be, if he was suffering from memory loss. "Hello there," he said. "I fear I might be a little lost and confused." The woman hunched over in her chair, slowly rocking back and forth with the press of her heels. He thought she was busy sewing or crocheting, but her gnarled hands were empty when she looked up. Her silver hair was covered in a bonnet. Her dress, a mixture of faded blues and pinks. Her eyes, though, were the color of night, as if the pupils had swallowed her irises.
"Lost?" she asked. "You've wandered off the beaten path, stranger. How does one lose themselves in Meadowtint? Here where the west ends."
"I somehow managed it," Nick said, doing his best to not recoil. The woman's tongue was a shade of black, as if she had spent the past minute licking tar. He smiled at her, trying to be disarming, while she stared at him until, suddenly, her eyes grew wide with terror.
"Von Almighty, protect me,"
she whispered harshly, shriveling into her chair. Her hands clenched into fists.
"Though I am weak, through him I am strong."
Her voice was getting louder. Nick glanced about and saw others in the village, simple farming men and women staring at him. Several still held their sickles from the fields.
"Though I am frail, he is my iron. Though I weep, he dries my tears."
Nick retreated from underneath her awning, his hands up to show he meant no harm. Villagers arrived from every direction, surrounding him with unnerving silence.
"I give my heart to the conqueror of time, and in his hands I am made safe."
The nearest man lifted his sickle. He wore the same clothes as Nick, only they were far more worn and faded. His skin was pale, too. Pale and almost gray. Not tanned like it should be for someone who spent their days in the fields. His eyes were the same as the old woman's. Black. "Demons in the village," he said, his tongue appearing as a void in his mouth. "Von be with us." What are you?" Nick asked, horrified by the pallid nature of the man's skin, the emptiness of his eyes, and the dark color of his tongue. Text appeared above his head, the black font faintly outlined in white to ensure clear legibility.
Cedric, Level 1 Human. Archetype, Villager.
Sickles, rakes, and knives rose skyward as the other villagers readied their weaponry. "Von be with us," they called in unison. Nick chose a direction and ran, attempting to burst through the growing crowd. Shouts accompanied his sprint. When the people did not move, he tucked his shoulder and rammed through, saw open road, and then screamed as a sickle raked across his back. His vision flashed red, and then strangely, a red bar appeared in the upper corner of his left eye. Nick might have given it more thought if not for the pain flooding his body. Thankfully, his momentum carried him, and once free from the crowd, he dashed along the center road, eastward, toward the river and the oak forest beyond. As he ran, he noticed the red bar stayed firmly in place in the corner of his vision, regardless of where he looked. It was like the little floaters one noticed if looking for them in one's vision, always there no matter where one turned. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. This is a dream, or a nightmare, or... Nick didn't see who fired the arrow, only felt it thud into his side. He gasped, and when his mouth opened, a faint spray of blood dribbled down his chin and onto his clothes. The red bar shrank, now half its original size. Health, he thought, as he ripped the arrow out. Only now did he see the archer lurking at the edge of the village, an older woman with a straw hat and a hunter's bow. That's my health, isn't it?
A graphical representation of your body's overall condition.
Nick hated the idea of this cataloger thing having access to his thoughts, but there was hardly time for that now. He had to run. He followed the road toward the river, and when he glanced behind him, he saw a huge group of people giving chase with crude weapons held at the ready. He'd no clue what he'd done to upset them, but he knew for certain he was no demon, whatever that meant. Now aware of that first bar, Nick noticed there was a second below it, similar in shape and simplicity, except slightly longer and filled halfway with solid green. "What is that?" he asked Cataloger, and was disturbed by how weak and out of breath he already sounded, given the distance remaining to the river.
A graphical representation of your physical endurance.
And what happens when it runs out?
You will need to rest, or to use a human colloquial term, catch one's breath.
Nick eyed that little green meter in horror. With his every step, it emptied at a shocking pace. It certainly felt like he was about to drop from exhaustion. His legs ached, and his lungs burned when he gasped for air. But that made no sense. If he pushed on, if he forced himself to move, he should be able to run for so much longer. The meter emptied, and it felt like Nick slammed into an invisible wall. He gasped in air, his chest tightening and his legs wobbling beneath him as he slowed to a walk. His every step felt like pushing through molasses. Pure stubbornness kept him stumbling across the grass toward the river. Another glance behind him, one he instantly regretted. Still, the villagers of Meadowtint gave chase, and they were so much closer than before. "To the river," he muttered, resuming his sprint. "Just cross the river." Any attempt at running ended immediately. The damn green bar. It drained in seconds. His chest constricted, and even his throat felt narrowed in a way that reminded him of how his brother had once described an asthma attack. Brother. Again, that searing pain in his mind, somehow worse than the ache of the arrow wound in his side and the cut on his back. Nick stumbled, dropped to one knee, and gasped. "Just a dream," he said. "This cannot be real."
The world of Yenseer is real by most definitions, with interactions, emotions, and events that are both consequential and long-lasting to the individuals who experience them.
More answers unasked for. Nick pushed onward, refusing to argue with a voice in his head. After what felt like forever, he reached the river. Nick could practically feel Cataloger's presence, hovering nearby, eager to tell him the river's name, but she blessedly remained silent. He pressed through the mud that formed the bank and then waded into the water. It only came up to his knees, which ruined his hopes of using its lazy current to swim away from his pursuers.
"Suffer not any demons to live,"
a deep-voiced man shouted. Nick glanced back. saw the man leading the others, taller than them, his pitchfork raised above his head like a battle banner. Nick waded onward as fast as he could while making sure he didn't push himself too hard. All so that damn green bar could steadily refill with his every exhausted gasp of air. Surprise, though, had him momentarily stumble in the mud-slick water. There, on the opposite riverbank, was the strangest woman he'd ever seen. Her skin was pale, her blonde hair even more so, and cut short, just below her jawline. Her eyes were such a vibrant blue they seemed to glow despite the distance. She wore armor made of silver chain, yet azure fabric flowed throughout it, hiding the creases, covering her chest and waist, and coming together to form a sort of skirt that ended just below her knees. Her boots were of slender plate. In one gloved hand, she held a sword. Her other was bare, and she pointed its palm toward him.
Frost. Level. Hidden. Human. Archetype. Hidden. Special classification. Hidden. Sorry about this, she said, but we all have to learn eventually.
Blue mist coalesced into a sphere that hovered just shy of her palm and then shot across the river. It slammed into the water between Nick's feet, but made no splash of impact. Instead, the water froze, ice stretching several feet in all directions, and then locking together into one thick sheet. Nick twisted, shifted, tried to move. Nothing. The ice had him trapped in place. "What is this?" he shouted, baffled. "What are you doing?" There was no hiding his panic. The villagers were right behind him. He heard the splashing of their steps. The woman grinned at him playfully, amused. It'd have been downright charming if you weren't afraid for his life.
Everyone dies the first time they come here, she said. Don't worry, Nick. You'll get used to it.
Nick's jaw dropped. Get used to... Pain spiked through him as he felt the sharp teeth of a pitchfork stab his back. He gasped, his arms flailing to push them away, but he still could not move. The ice had him imprisoned. Another hit, a slash with a sickle across his side. Blood splashed to the river. The villagers surrounded him, muttering, murmuring, always that word on their black tongues. That same expression in their dull, hollow eyes. Demon! Slay the demon! The red meter that was his life flashed just beyond the edge of the box. The pain was unreal. Nick awkwardly collapsed onto his side as the ice dissolved, releasing him. Above him, he saw only bodies, cruel in their aims, heartless in their words. The largest of them lifted his pitchfork and aimed it for Nick's throat. For once, Nick saw a bit of life and light enter the man's eyes when he spoke. "Vaughn be praised!" Down came the pitchfork.
Health. 0. Visit terminated.
Chapter 2. Nick. Nick lurched in bed and immediately vomited. "Easy there, deep breaths," his older brother Simon said as he grabbed him by the arm. Nick retched several more times, but nothing came out, just dry heaves that were painful to his abdomen. "There you go, you're fine, just take it slow, Nick." Nick leaned back, his head resting on a pillow. He was in a bed. No, not just a bed. A med ward. There were wires attached to his wrists, and a sensor on one finger. The world grew firmer around him, more real. The carefully chosen white of the station walls. His brother's blue eyes staring at him with obvious worry. The stars shining from the room's lone window, as well as a tiny portion of the barren planet Magus, around which Station 79 hovered in orbit. The smell of the vomit across his chest and lap. "Get this off me, will you?" Nick said, tugging at the blanket. "Of course." Simon pulled it away, bundling it so the vomit was trapped in the center. Nick noticed he wasn't wearing any sort of med gown. He must not have been here long. Nick pulled off his shirt, dropped it to the tile, and then shivered as he lay on the bed. No sign of a doctor, just his brother. "What's going on?" he asked. Simon opened a nearby shelf and pulled out another folded blanket and tossed it to Nick. He caught it and gratefully wrapped it about himself. "Honestly, Nick, I was hoping you could tell me," said Simon. Nick relaxed onto the pillow and closed his eyes. It felt like he had just emerged from a dream so deep it bordered on the absurd. His head felt light and his heart heavy in his chest. All his limbs ached, too. What happened? Today had been special. He knew that in his gut. His brother's clothes, they were nicer than normal. Formal attire, crisp blue fabric with gold trim. His brother was doing something special. Something with the artifact. Nick pushed back up to a sitting position. "What happened?" he asked. "The artifact, what happened when you activated it?" Simon's careful smile cracked. "What happened is that my little brother had a seizure the moment I put my hands on it. Don't worry about the artifact. Let's worry about you. Did you notice any particular irregularities? Hear unusual noises, maybe experience sensations you cannot explain?" Nick felt memories hovering just outside his reach, refusing to come easily. The research station over Magus had originally been sent to Magus because of long-distance scans suggesting the possibility of life. Instead, they had found a dead, barren planet. They continued their research, of course, collecting rocks and attempting to analyze the fate of the planet and discern why the scans had been so wrong. And that was when they found on the surface, seemingly waiting for them, the artifact. It was an octahedron, its surface as smooth as obsidian, its height thrice that of a man, and its weight, somehow a shocking 50 tons if placed under universal standard gravity. The researchers on the station had eagerly brought it aboard for study. This was potentially the most important discovery in all of humanity's long history. An actual piece of alien technology, the first ever found among the stars. Was it from a prior civilization? Or the remnant of a spacecraft that had crashed? Whatever it was, the proof of life beyond humanity in the stars was exhilarating and frightening in equal measure. The scientists aboard the station did all they could to open it, speak with it, interface with it in any way. For a month, they accomplished nothing. But then the artifact itself changed. Curved writing appeared upon the perfectly smooth surface, along with near invisible grooves clearly meant to fit a pair of human hands. Simon, Nick's older brother and the youngest station director of the Off-World Planetary Control Organization, had been given the honor of tearing it open. There had been a grand ceremony earlier that day, with everyone on the station gathered in the curving observation deck overlooking the artifact, as Simon spoke aloud the words that had been painstakingly translated. So far, as everyone expected, Simon would be chosen for whatever might happen. Simon, the charismatic director of Research Station 79, tall and handsome in his gold-trimmed blue OPC uniform, was the perfect person to make first contact with anything alien. Yet, when his older brother spoke the words, Nick had felt strange, like sharp needles were stabbing deep into his temples, followed by queasiness, a sense of vertigo, and then what? Demons in the village. "I did experience something unusual," he said. He swallowed. His tongue felt like sandpaper. "My head hurt, and then my stomach too. After that, I think I passed out and went somewhere. Yensir." "Went somewhere?" Simon asked. Nick shook his head. "I don't know how to explain it, but I awoke in an entirely new place, and I don't mean like in a dream. It felt real, vivid, and very bizarre." Simon grabbed a little rolling chair and slid it closer so he could sit. There was no hiding his excitement. "Nick, you have to understand. This was our first significant reaction from the artifact. For the briefest moment, its core lit up with faint, violet light.
At the exact same time, you collapsed hundreds of feet away in the observation deck. This isn't a coincidence. If you had some sort of dream or encounter immediately after the artifact's activation, it might be your mind's way of processing the information sent to you. More importantly, all my colleagues think the artifact influenced you, and they're demanding tests.
Simon twiddled his thumbs.
Lots of tests. I understand if you want to refuse, but it's important that you...
Refuse? Nick sat up straighter in his bed. Are you kidding? I want to help Simon. Everyone's considered me a freeloader for months now, so for me to have a chance to be useful, to actually accomplish something worth a damn?
Language,
Simon said and grinned. Fuck you, Nick said and grinned right back. I'm important now, aren't I?
To the detriment of all of us. Yes, Nick, I think you are. But I'm glad you're taking it well.
Nick sat back into his bed, already starting to feel better. It was frightening, of course, to be linked to the unknown artifact in ways he did not understand, but he would overcome that fear. When their father passed away 2 years ago, Nick had been shuffled from caretaker to caretaker on their home planet of Tanith, until Simon pulled enough strings to bring Nick aboard Station 79 upon Nick's 18th birthday. Nick was technically a lab assistant, but he heard the whispers. Everyone considered him an unwanted helper, brought aboard through nepotism so Simon could keep an eye on his younger brother. I'm going to do what I can, but first, you need to do something for me, he said.
What's that?
Nick pointed past him to the med ward closet. Grab me a shirt. It's cold in here. Simon's mood immediately lightened as he walked to the thin medroom closet and pulled out a clean shirt, tossing it to Nick. The shirt was basic white and short-sleeved, similar to a dozen in Nick's room. He slid it on, though it was a bit too big for him, then settled once more into the bed. All right, Simon said, and he brushed his thumb over his watch twice, activating a recording program.
So, after the physical discomfort, you said you experienced a vivid dream. Could you repeat everything that happened? Anything at all, no matter how strange or insignificant.
Nick closed his eyes and tried to think. It was all a bit hazy, as dreams often are when one wakes suddenly, but a few images stood out in stark contrast. The first was of an old woman, cowering in fear as she recited a strange mantra. The other was of being frozen in the middle of a river due to magic. Remember, I'm not making any of this up, Nick said. I exited a field of wheat into an extremely old-fashioned village, was chased by villagers wielding sickles and pitchforks, calling me a demon, and died because a woman flung a ball of ice at my feet to freeze me in a river. He shrugged. Told you it was bizarre?
Perhaps,
Simon muttered. He had no notes. Nick knew he would not write anything down. Not yet. His older brother would transcribe everything by hand later while listening over the entire conversation. It helped him memorize things, puzzle through them at a pace that elevated him to a savant among his much older peers. You say you died. How so? As in, I was stabbed to death and bled out, Nick said. And it wasn't like a normal dream either. I didn't wake up just beforehand. It hurt. Simon tapped at his lower lip.
Strangely enough, I'm not surprised. Near the end of your period of unconsciousness, your heart rate rocketed to the 180s. And at times you were thrashing around like a wild animal. I almost bound your hands and feet to protect you. Whatever you experienced, it was traumatic, and your body reacted accordingly.
But why am I encountering any of this at all? Nick asked. The people I saw were agrarian. They had no complex machinery, just pitchforks and sickles. I was wearing overalls, Simon. Overalls. It doesn't make any sense. Whoever made the artifact were more scientifically advanced than we can yet conceive. Nothing about what I saw implied those people were the ones who made it, and they looked human. He squirmed uncomfortably. Why would aliens look human? Simon rose from his chair and tapped the watch to click off his recording software.
Remember, we don't know what we are dealing with, he said. Perhaps you were shown what you could understand. Appearances might have been altered to be more acceptable. Perhaps you were introduced to a specific moment of the aliens' history, like a sliver of time before their spacefaring began. If the artifact is meant to initiate first contact between civilizations, they can't know what state of technological advancement the discoverers will be at unless the artifact was purposefully positioned on uninhabitable worlds that required beyond light-speed travel to—
Hey, Nick said, interrupting him. You're rambling conjecture again.
Simon paused, then resumed that cocky grin of his. Right, he said. Well, I've got enough to form some theories. Prepare for a barrage of tests, blood vials, urine samples, all kinds of fun.
Can't wait, Nick said, and stared at the ceiling. Simon left, and sure enough, the cavalcade began. Nick did as was asked of him, enduring the pricks of needles to draw seemingly dozens of vials of blood. Pupils were checked, pulse tracked. He recited the alphabet backward, twice, and proved his balance by hopping from foot to foot. By the end of it all, Nick demanded a return to his room. Dr. Haley, the woman in charge of the med ward, had initially refused until Nick brought Simon in to argue on his behalf. This resulted in a compromise, with Nick allowed to sleep in his own room instead of the med ward, but only if his sleep could be monitored. By the time the machinery switched rooms and Nick relaxed into his own bed, the ceiling lights had dimmed to signal the end of the daytime cycle. "You here to observe my beauty sleep?" Nick asked the scientist sharing the room with him, a heavy-jowled man with a clean-shaven head and glasses so thick they seemed like an aesthetic choice. His name was Pagel, and Nick had never liked being around the dreadfully dull and serious man.
"I'll be monitoring your vitals, yes?" Pagel said, sliding an oxygen sensor onto one of Nick's fingers. Much of the machinery was stacked on his bedside table. The photograph he kept there of his mother and father had been swept aside to make room, a fact that annoyed Nick greatly. "This time, we will be ready if you experience another episode, and be able to properly track any stress-induced tachycardia."
Nick closed his eyes as the room darkened further. His stomach clenched. Had he eaten anything since he awoke? He didn't think so, but he'd give for a granola bar right now. "So," he said, his eyes closed and his mind drifting, "you're going to be staring at me while I sleep?"
"Nothing so crass as that, and I will spend much of the time reviewing the results of your various tests, which are only now arriving on the shared server."
"Sounds great," Nick muttered. His eyelids were so heavy. It felt like it hit him all at once, a sudden exhaustion that made speaking difficult. "Have fun." Pagel responded, but Nick couldn't bother to spare the energy to make sense of his words. It felt so good to rest. His mind drifted further. Pagel's voice faded into nothing, just silence. Darkness mixed with a bit of color floating across his eyes. And then, a ring of stones. Chapter 3. Nick. Nick stepped out from the barren circle of stones into the waving field of wheat.
Returning visitor cataloged. Level 1. Agility 1. Physicality 1. Endurance 1. Archetype none. Special classification none. Welcome back.
"Happy to be back," Nick said, squinting against the light. He meant it too. To return so immediately only confirmed that his previous experience had been anything but a dream. He closed his eyes and slowly breathed in and out to gather himself. The dreamlike fog vanished from his memories of this place. He recognized Cataloger's voice, the field of wheat, the jagged mountains, the strange black sun. It was all coming back to him. Including, of course, his unceremonious death. "All right, let's take this slow," he said, opening his eyes. Judging by the yellow sun, it looked to be late in the day. No one was in the field, not that he saw, but he knelt down to hide within the flowing ocean of grain just in case. Hands to the dirt, he forced his mind to push through the fog to remember the previous day. The medbay, the artifact, his real life, separate, unique, different from... Cataloger, where am I? He asked.
You are outside the village of Meadowtint, which is situated in the western province known as Vester.
I was hoping for a bit more information than that.
It is spring in Vester, in the 637th year of Vaughn, seeing its second year of peace since Batal the Beast began his...
Nick shook his head and grinned, despite there being no one to see it. Zoom out a little, he said, interrupting her. Where is here, this whole world I'm in?
Vester is part of the world of Yensir, which is currently unified underneath the banner of the Alder Kingdom, ruled by God King Vaughn, conqueror of time and...
Cataloger, Nick said, interrupting a second time, and trying not to lose his patience. This would be information everyone on Station 79 would be dying for. Please, let's try again. Not Meadowtint or Vester or Yensir. He gestured as broadly as he could to the ground, the sky, the field of wheat, and the towering mountains to the west. All of this. The entire world, what is it? It's virtual, right? A recreation, perhaps? A very long pause. Cataloger?
I cannot answer that.
Can't or won't?
I cannot answer that.
Nick sighed, but abandoned the topic. At least that was information, in a way. If this was a virtual world, it might be designed to not let its inhabitants know it was virtual. Granted, the little red and green bars in his vision and the voice of Cataloger seemed to give that away. Still, best not to make any assumptions while still getting his footing. Gathering himself, he looked to the blue sky above. It's so similar to Tanith, he thought. A momentary spinning sensation overcame him. It had been so long since he stood in wide-open spaces instead of the cramped corridors of Station 79. Even the wind against his skin was a half-forgotten feeling. To ground himself, he thought of his home planet. Its lush fields, a mixture of flowers and blooming fungi. Tanith was one of the earliest terraformed planets, verdant and pure. For most of his life, it had been his home, and he used its memories to push away the disequilibrium. He had lived in a place like this before, walked open lands, and felt the heat of the sun upon him. He would do so again and relish it. After about a minute, he felt significantly better. That he'd not experienced similar on his first trip into Yensir intrigued him. Did he need to clearly remember his real life for the difference to affect him? Putting the thought aside for now, he peered at the nearby village of Meadowtint. A few villagers wandered the street, slowly, lazily, as if lost in a daze. No one in the field. Perhaps everyone had gone home? There was, however, that strange lady in her rocking chair. He shuddered as he remembered the way she'd cowered from him and prayed with her black tongue to Vaughn. The Conqueror of Time. An interesting title for her apparent god. Hopefully not someone Nick would run into anytime soon, especially if he was as friendly as these villagers. Think this through, Nick said aloud. Pretend you're Simon. You're smart, confident, and actually know what you're doing. So we'll do what he would do, right?
I do not know the Simon you are referencing. Therefore, I cannot judge if his actions would be beneficial or detrimental to your visit.
I, was talking to myself?
Understood.
Nick groaned. As useful as Cataloger was certainly going to be, she also needed some lessons on privacy and the concept of thinking aloud. First things first. Based on his previous experience, it was probably best to assume everyone he met was a potential threat. That meant he was likely going to face a lot of threats, so he needed a method to defend himself. Violence wasn't his favorite answer to conflict, but
He certainly wasn't keen to repeat the death he'd experienced last time. Dying from pitchfork wounds was both humiliating and horribly painful. And even if the pain was just psychosomatic, Simon had made it clear his physical body reacted negatively in the real world. Curious, Nick patted his overalls. Nothing useful in the empty pockets. None of the Meadow Tint villagers were likely to lend him a knife or a hatchet, so Nick instead scanned the ground, spotting the tip of a rock through the packed soil. He dug it up with his bare hands, revealing a stone roughly the size of his fist. "At least it's something," he said, turning his attention to the village. The next question was what to do. He could skirt its edges and make for the river, but the thing was, he didn't know where he was going. He barely even knew why he should be going anywhere. Granted, maybe someone with him did. "Hey, cataloger, is there a particular place I should be headed?"
Visitors are meant to explore the breadth of Yensir and experience all of its wondrous environs.
So, no?
Correct.
Nick was starting to think cataloger was going to be the least helpful helper he'd ever met. He pinched his bottom lip, debating what to do about the villagers who seemed convinced he needed murdering. "I just want to walk up, say hello, and ask some questions," he muttered. Is that so terrible? Apparently it was, since he resembled some sort of demon to them. Perhaps he did look like a monstrous creature. Frowning, he glanced about the field despite knowing it was hopeless. Still, maybe if it had recently rained.
Are you seeking something? I may help you find it.
"A puddle," Nick said, "or even a mirror if you've got one. I want to take a look at myself."
One moment.
A little sheet of statistics flashed before Nick's eyes, neatly arrayed and matching what cataloger had spoken to him upon returning to Yensir. In the top left corner beside his name, in a disturbingly accurate three-dimensional representation, was his own face. Nick stared at it, confirming nothing was out of the ordinary. Still had the same short brown hair, same long nose, same brown eyes his mother had referred to as her two favorite pieces of amber.
Your eyes contain insufficient red and too much gold to be considered amber by most metrics. I would consider them hazel.
Nick clenched his jaw. "Cataloger?"
Yes.
"Please stop reading my thoughts and respond only when I specifically address you. Can you do that?"
I seek only to be helpful.
There was something almost plaintive in her voice, a shift in expression he had never heard from her before. Had he hurt her feelings? Nick tossed his rock up and down, catching it as if he were a pitcher in a ball game. "Sorry, cataloger, it's just a little strange having someone hear my thoughts."
Do not feel concerns for modesty, shame, or embarrassment. I am incapable of judgment.
Right, because you seek only to help.
Correct.
Nick sighed. He had a helpful little voice in his head. So be it. As for the task at hand, he decided he needed supplies if he was to trek beyond the river in search of a civilization that would not try to murder him on sight. Of course, that raised an interesting question. Do I need to eat? Silence. Nick closed his eyes and felt a twinge of a headache as he approached the village. Cataloger, do I need to eat while I'm here?
All living things must consume sustenance in some manner.
Are you upset with me, cataloger? He whispered upon reaching the edge of the wheat field. Though the black sun remained exactly where it had been, the yellow sun descended, casting long shadows across the village, sharp triangles stretching from thatched rooftops.
My advice is not influenced by emotions.
That's not a no. Another long pause.
I seek only to help.
Nick figured that was as close as he was going to get to a yes. And he felt hungry, just as he'd felt while falling asleep in the med ward. So it seemed he had his heading. Find food, then leave Meadowtint with haste. He eyed the nearby home opposite the lady in the rocking chair. So far as he could tell, there was no sign of life within the decrepit building. As for the lady, she was so still, Nick assumed she was asleep, and her head tilted so most of her face was hidden underneath her bonnet. Nick waited a moment longer, searching for anyone who might be watching. Once convinced he was alone, he crept out from the field to the nearby window. No glass, no mesh, just open air blocked off by curtains fluttering in the evening breeze. A small patch of flowers grew underneath it. They looked like buttercups, their healthy yellow a stark contrast to the apparent lifelessness of the rest of Meadowtint. Nick paused by the windowsill to listen. No sounds within. No creaking floorboards, no rustle of feet. Feeling a bit more confident, he climbed through the window head first and collapsed onto the floor. The home was modest, to say the least. The floorboards were coated with a thin layer of dirt. Dust covered every inch of the walls and cupboards. To his left was a doorway blocked with a heavy curtain, and to his right, a sort of den leading to the front door. Nearby was a hearth, the fire currently out. For Nick's purposes, the most exciting prospect was the closed cupboard nailed to the wall above a well-worn dining table. He hurried to it, wincing at his every footstep. It felt like the floorboards carried a vendetta against him. They made so much noise. Nick opened drawer after drawer, searching for anything edible. What he found was a collection of wood plates and forks, all of them in deep disrepair. Some of the plates looked ready to crack in half, while others sported long streaks of black mold. Even if he did find food, the idea of eating any of it was losing its appeal. The creak of the floorboard was his only warning before the sickle slashed his arm. Blood sprayed in a wide arc as the iron cut from shoulder to biceps. Nick choked down his scream with clenched teeth as his health bar flashed into view, while also dropping by a quarter. He didn't want to alert the rest of the village with a cry of pain. Instead, he retreated while turning to face his assailant. One of the villagers, an older man, his face covered with a white beard that stood in sharp contrast to the blackness of his tongue and emptiness in his eyes. He'd come from the room blocked off with the curtain, moving more quietly than Nick thought possible.
Demon,
the man said, his voice raspy and pained. He lifted the sickle for another strike.
must you haunt us, demon?
Nick readied the rock, slightly bewildered. You attacked me! The old man charged at him. Nick had no combat training, so he leaned into what little he knew of defensive positioning. The sickle swung, but Nick was faster, easily dodging out of the way. But the villager was relentless, flailing with the sickle over and over again, so that Nick had to dodge again. In a panic, he swung the rock at his assailant, clubbing him across the jaw. A red bar appeared above him, similar to Nick's, and then it shrank a tiny bit. The old villager staggered, blood trickling down his chin. Nick gave him no reprieve. He caught the man's wrist the next time he swung the sickle, holding its iron edge up high. A tug, and the man stumbled closer, his balance uneven. Nick beat him across the head twice more with the stone. Blood gushed from his broken nose, and more trickled from his teeth and across his black tongue. Another pull, and the man fell to the ground. Nick dropped to his knees beside him, adrenaline taking over. He moved with a singular purpose. Teeth clenched, pain flaring from every movement of his injured arm. He smashed the rock into the man's face again and again and again. And then the bar was empty. No red left within it. No more movement. The old man lay still, breathless, limp, his face a mutilated mess. Nick collapsed onto his rear, the blood-soaked rock slipping from his fingers to roll across the dirt-covered floor. A white bar flashed across the center of his vision, a bold number 1 at the far right end. The bar filled halfway, then vanished. Not real, Nick whispered, as his hand started to shake. The body, void of life, seemed to mock the assertion. The detail, the vacant eyes, the broken bones, the smell of blood. It was so real, so vivid.
He began to heave, though there was nothing in his stomach to relieve the feeling.
Not real. Not real. Not real. Cataloger, what was that? He asked as he sat there and waited for his heartbeat to calm. Maybe talking would help. Get him distracted by anything other than the growing foul smell of blood and shit.
Clarify.
That white bar or line.
A visitor's initial level and statistics are only an approximation. A more accurate assessment may be obtained through comparison with existing known entities.
Nick thought through the comment twice, piecing out the meaning. So, by killing that man, I proved I'm stronger than him?
By comparison, yes. Further improvements may also be made through lived experience to exemplify natural progression.
And the white line?
Progress toward reassessment and improvement. Please note visitors will receive accelerated experience growth for increased enjoyment and understanding.
It made some sort of sense. If this virtual world was trying to replicate a real one, then someone would expect to see improvements after consistent practice. If Nick took to tilling these fields, he suspected his physicality score would improve. Sprinting around the village a lot might increase his, agility? And it seemed if he wanted to become a stronger human, then he needed to kill. The thought was a troubling one, and he didn't like the way it squirmed in his belly. Trying to put it out of his mind, he reached over the dead man's body for his sickle. The fingers were locked in a death grip, forcing Nick to grab it with both hands and pull it free. At least I have a real weapon now, Nick said as he clutched the sickle to his chest. Better than a rock, anyway.
Approximately 120% better.
Nick lifted an eyebrow. Though Cataloger was physically absent, it was hard not to imagine her hovering just to the side, able to see his every movement and expression. That's a weirdly specific percentage. You know this how? In answer, a little sheet popped into existence just above his sickle.
Item, sickle. Quality, Tier 1, poor. Classification, farming instrument. A single-handed agricultural tool known for its curved blade, typically used by farmers to harvest crops from fields.
Nick reprimanded himself for being so ignorant. This was a digital simulation after all. Of course there would be a statistical comparison in some manner between usable objects. Is that how you convert health to that red bar? He asked, glancing again at the body. It was unnerving being next to it, even if he kept telling himself it wasn't a real person but a simulation.
To reduce computational stress, the consequences of battle, such as the effects on muscle groups, blood flow, balance, and motion, are made with simplified methods of wounding and overall health based on one's physicality.
It was exactly what Nick expected, and yet still took twice as long to say. It also helped explain why the wound on his arm felt strangely nebulous. There was a lot of blood across his sleeve, and it certainly hurt, but even when he focused on the injury, he couldn't quite tell how deep it went, nor see much beyond the surface of cut skin. But why do you need to save computational stress? He asked. This whole world, it's incredible.
I cannot answer that.
Nick shrugged in the fading light. If you insist. But it also sounded like you admitted we are in a simulation, Cataloger. A long, now familiar pause.
I cannot discuss that.
Nick stood, sickle in hand, and looked once more to the corpse. The man was perfectly still, his eyes open, his black tongue hanging out the side of his mouth. Nick's stomach tightened, but he refused to look away. He's not real, is he?
Clarify.
Nick tucked the handle of the sickle into one of the deep pockets of his overalls, suddenly feeling much better. The old man wasn't real. None of this was real. It was a digital simulation, a fake world. This wasn't killing. It was the temporary removal of ones and zeros. The people didn't die, no differently than how he didn't die when he was assaulted in the river. Still, the way the man cried out, the way the blood flowed. Nick started for the front door and then changed his mind. He wanted out of Meadowtint entirely now, but now he knew that running through the heart of the town wasn't going to make that happen. He peeked out the window and noted the forest in the distance beyond the stream he'd been killed in upon his first visit. That was probably as good a place as any to find some food, be it through foraging or hunting. He doubted he'd be any good at any of that, but perhaps Cataloger would have some tips on catching and cooking prey, if any of the fauna here were edible.
Survival advice is limited as to not diminish the benefits of acquired skills in hunting and foraging.
Well, never mind that, Nick muttered. He cast one last look at the dead man, then shook his head. Just a simulation, he muttered, and crawled out the window. He landed atop the buttercups, smashing them underneath his feet. He forgot to look before doing so.
Demon!
Screamed the old woman from her rocking chair. She pointed at him from across the street, her bonnet falling from her head to land at her feet.
The demon has returned!
Happy to see you again, too, Nick said, waving at the old woman, as several villagers ran toward him, farming tools in hand. This wasn't real. This was a game, one he could become stronger in. Perhaps that was even the expectation of visitors who came into the artifact, like some sort of test? He didn't know, but what he did know was that it hurt so damn much when their weapons raked his flesh. Gripping his sickle in both hands, he braced his feet and held his ground. No running. Time to see how well he could fight. A villager in ragged clothes and with ashen hair was the first to reach him, the man wielding a similarly old sickle. He slashed wildly, using frantic movements, as if he were trying to strike a fly out of the air. Nick retreated several steps, waiting for an opening, and then seized it. He dashed in, striking with his own sickle, directly into the man's chest. The man screamed, and blood splashed across Nick's hand, wet and warm. A red bar appeared above, then immediately dissolved half of itself. As the villager staggered, Nick swung again, burying his weapon in the man's neck to release a bloody spray. The man dropped, his own sickle falling to the dirt. Again, Nick's white bar appeared, sliding from left to right, to fill up and touch the bold 1. A surge of exhilaration filled Nick, as that 1 became a 2, and the white bar emptied.
Reassessment. Level 2. +1. Statistical improvements. Agility 1. Physicality 2. +1. Endurance 2. +1. Archetype changed. New categorization. Vagrant.
Nick's health bar extended, and weirdly, the sickle felt a little less heavy in his grip. Holy shit, he whispered. His body buzzed with excitement. It reminded him of when he and Simon had celebrated his 18th birthday, with glasses of homegrown Station 79 beer made from fermented mushrooms. He'd been so giddy then that he challenged Simon to climb the entire rock wall in the station gymnasium without a harness. And despite his brother's slurred caution, Nick got halfway up before falling to the thick foam pad below, cackling all the while. He grinned at the next 2 villagers hurrying toward him, their mouths open and their black tongues hanging low. The woman had a knife and the man, a long shepherd's staff. Nick rushed them, abandoning any defense. He slashed at the man, except instead of hitting flesh, his weapon chunked into the staff. As Nick pulled his weapon back for another hit, the woman's knife cut across his left arm. He held back a scream as blood sprayed across them both. His health shrank accordingly, dipping downward. Nick shifted his attention to her, swinging an overhead chop directly at her forehead. Her eyes widened, and though she tried to dodge, it took her much too long, her movements deeply sluggish. The curved end of the sickle buried in her forehead, pushing down through bone. Her health bar never even appeared. The instant death denied her a scream. but no such thing stopped the man with the staff.
Clara!
He shrieked, the horror in his voice washing over Nick. Don't think on it, he told himself, as he ripped the sickle out of her body, feeling a little out of breath while doing so. His green stamina bar was shrinking. Come on, he said, swinging at the staff. It hit the wood twice more, and now that he was aware of it, Nick saw little chits of green stamina dissolve with his every attack. Not good. He had to finish this man off quickly. The entire village was coming. Already he saw the giant man with the pitchfork leading a squad of 5 toward him. All the while, the woman in the rocking chair howled out her warning.
Demon! Demon! The demon returns! Vaughn, save us!
Finally, the man abandoned his defensive posture, his rage overwhelming him, as he swung wide for Nick's waist. Nick did not try to block it, instead swiping for the man's neck in exchange of hits. The wood struck, and he gasped as his health dropped. But it was nothing compared to what he did in return. His sickle raked across the man's throat, gashing him. The man gasped with wide eyes at the hit, then pulled his staff back for another strike. Nick was faster, his sickle cutting twice more across the chest. The body dropped. Nick's white experience bar filled by another third. That's right, he said. His heart thumped, and his exhaustion was more pronounced. There were so many of them now, approaching with their crude weapons held high. Too many to fend off by himself. Death was inevitable at this point, but he was going to go down swinging. Send all of you! He charged right into the center of them, his sickle flailing wildly. He clipped 2 of them, thin grooves into pale skin. Not enough to kill. Not enough to thin the numbers. A knife plunged into his abdomen. A hatchet smashed into his collarbone and buried deep down in his chest, releasing a stream of red blood. Last was the pitchfork. Its teeth aimed straight for his eyes. He saw the metal, saw the grin on the face of the big man wielding it, and then saw only darkness.
Health, 0. Visit, terminated.
Chapter 4. Gareth. Sir Gareth gently pulled on the reins of his horse, Ladybell, to halt her trot. His golden chainmail rattled as he dismounted. Before him spread the tiny village of Meadowtint, and already he sensed a worsening of the blight since his last visit. Nearly every home was in a state of neglect. Curtains frayed, doors hung from uneven hinges. When the people approached, they had an emaciated look to their flesh and bones.
Gareth!
A young man shouted, the first to notice his arrival.
Gareth came to Meadowtint rarely, for it was several hours' ride from his home in Greenborough.
He was certain he'd met the boy before, but could not recall his name for a proper response.
Hello there,
Gareth said.
I pray matters have not worsened since I received Baron Huel's letter.
The boy's already pale skin whitened further. Gareth pretended not to notice the black on his tongue when he spoke.
They have, sir. The demon returned in the time it took you to arrive.
Gareth's hand fell to the sword belted to his waist.
Any casualties?
The boy winced.
Yes.
Gareth hid his worries. They needed confidence and sympathy. He put a hand on the adolescent's shoulder as more people of Meadowtint approached.
Do not fear, he said. Even in the outermost reaches of the world, Vaughn watches over us and grants us his blessing.
I'll stable Ladybell for you,
a young girl said, rushing up to him. Gareth smiled at her.
That's very kind of you, he said, offering her the reins. If you have any snacks for her, she would much appreciate them. Just don't spoil her.
The girl, a freckled little thing, maybe 10 years old, beamed at him.
Of course, sir,
she said. No black on her tongue. Full color in her irises. Gareth prayed the youth might be spared. Ladybell taken care of, Gareth scanned the crowd.
Where is Elder Malik? I am here, still kicking by the grace of Vaughn,
a bearded man said, pushing through the crowd. His yellow shirt and brown trousers hung from his bony limbs.
Come with me, Sir Gareth. I would show you the bodies.
They went first to a ramshackle home at the edge of town, just shy of the beautiful flowing field of wheat. Gareth stepped inside and winced as the floorboards groaned from the weight of his armor. Dust covered every surface. It felt like no one had been taking care of the interior for weeks, if not months. The body lay on the floor of the kitchen. It was an older man, his face mutilated beyond recognition. A dozen flies buzzed about, swarming his exposed skin and open mouth. Gareth's stomach sank at the sight. "How did he die?" he asked, careful to keep his voice calm.
"A monster beat him to death with a stone,"
Malik said. He pointed.
"Body's still there. We were afraid to touch it."
Gareth picked up the stone, the rusty color of the dried blood, a stark contrast to the graying floorboards. He tried to imagine the brutality or perhaps desperation that would cause a man to murder another with such a crude, simple tool.
"Poor Ivor had done nothing wrong,"
Malik said.
"Just living his life when that demon climbed in through the window and murdered him."
Gareth scanned the room, and he noted that nearly all the drawers and shelves were open and their insides disordered. He was looking for something, Gareth thought aloud. But what, I wonder? Malik scratched his leathery cheek. Unlike most everyone in Meadowtint, he still had sun-baked tan skin.
"Didn't think to check," he said. "The stories I heard as a child, they said demons are a resourceful lot and steal without hesitation. But what did he think poor Ivor would have worth taking?"
Gareth dropped the rock to the floorboards. "If I were to guess, a weapon," he said, and gestured to the body. "We'll dig a grave for him and pray for Vaughn's blessing." "Were there any other casualties?" The mixture of anger and sorrow in Malik's dull brown eyes told Gareth the answer before the man even spoke.
"2 more,
he said, and gestured for him to follow. He talked as they exited and curled around the side of the home.
"Happened late yesterday. One of our own, Julie's her name, spotted the demon as he was climbing at Ivor's window and called out a warning to the village. We readied our weapons and hurried to defend our homes, but some of the youngsters, they didn't listen. They didn't wait until we were all gathered."
Gareth slowed to a halt upon arriving at the scene. This was worse somehow, the blood upon the ground more vibrant and plentiful beneath the gaze of the 2 sons. A pair of bodies lay side by side, together in death.
"Clara and Gerard Carpenter,"
Malik said.
"Ivor's son and his wife. They had a kid of their own too, a kind lad named Matthew. I've taken him into my home for now."
Gareth knelt to examine the bodies. No blunt trauma here. Instead, their corpses sported clear signs of being slashed and stabbed. Clara's forehead was cracked open, a slit across her brow. Her eyes were open, and they stared lifelessly at the blue sky. A fly buzzed around her mouth, and then settled upon the black iris. Gareth shooed it away.
"The demon armed himself,"
he said, turning his attention to her husband, Gerard.
"A knife, perhaps?" "A sickle," Malik explained. "He wielded it when we killed him the 2nd time."
Gareth clenched his jaw shut to prevent saying things he might regret. He had never fought a demon before, but during his instruction into knighthood, he had learned about them from his master, Lord Frey. Demons were often weak and feeble when they were first born, but their supposed immortality meant that they had the ability to become unstoppable monsters. They needed to be murdered quickly and consistently, until their will was broken and their desire to walk the lands of Yensier extinguished like a candle in a storm. For this demon to die so easily on the first day and yet murder 3 villagers on the 2nd was a horrifying development with foreboding consequences. "It's been a long ride," he said, standing and stretching. The motion pushed the lowest ridge of his shield, strapped to his back, uncomfortably against his spine. "Might we rest a moment at your house?"
"Of course,"
Malik said, and guided him there. It was the largest home in the village and was well kept, unlike many of the others.
its curtains washed and its floor cleanly swept. A young kid sat at the kitchen table, a sheet of thick yellow paper in front of him. Matthew, Gareth assumed. The boy held a stick of charcoal, his fingers stained from using it to write.
Go on and play for a bit outside,
Malik said.
We adults need to talk.
Matthew politely nodded and hurried outside, though not before staring up at Gareth with big, teary eyes. Gareth's heart squeezed in his chest. He couldn't imagine the nightmares that boy would face knowing how his parents met their end. But there were still more pressing matters than a demon in their midst. I would hear of Meadowtint. Gareth's voice lowered. How fares the blight? Malik rested his elbows on the table, clasped his hands as if in prayer, and then pressed his forehead against his fists. He stared at the table, peering into nowhere.
I try,
he said softly.
I do, sir, I do. But it's like pissing into the wind. I'd say half the village has it bad, and the other half, they're just waiting their turn. I help feed the worst cases, but it all feels pointless. They seem so hollow, so lost and gone. The people I knew, my friends, my loved ones, they aren't in there anymore. They've been replaced by slow, sluggish, forgetful imposters. It makes it so hard to trust in Vaughn's light to save us.
Each word was a burning coal heaped atop Gareth's head.
When Gareth achieved knighthood, Lord Frey Estarda had assigned him to work alongside Baron Huel to govern and protect Greenborough and her surrounding villages.
These were his people to care for, yet he came to the far west reaches of Vester so rarely. Here they were, suffering, needing a glimmer of hope. And yet it took a demon's murders to bring Gareth riding. Do not despair, he said, putting his hand atop Malik's clenched fists. The god who conquered time can conquer all of Yensir's trials, if only we keep our faith in him. Malik lowered his fists. He was crying, albeit silently, maintaining control, with just the twin trails of tears down his cheeks to betray him.
You're a good man, Gareth.
Careful now, Elder. It's a sin against Vaughn to tell lies. Their laughter was broken by a sudden, piercing scream. A single word, but enough to startle Gareth to his feet and drop his hand for his sword. Demon! He sprinted out the door, his long white cloak billowing behind him. Villagers rushed to their homes for weapons, and he dashed past them, his legs churning. Every second mattered. The scream came from the western edge of the village, the demon having once again emerged from the field of wheat. As Gareth neared, he slowed, the sight shocking in its brutality. What appeared to be a young man with short brown hair stood before a rocking chair underneath an awning. He wore clothes similar to those of Meadowtint's villagers, only his shirt was startlingly white, or at least the parts of it that weren't stained with blood were. He carried a sickle, and its edge was wet from murdering the woman in the rocking chair. Fury burned hot in Gareth's chest. Julie. The demon had sought out and murdered Julie as retribution for spotting him after last night's murders. The vindictiveness of it added an edge to Gareth's voice as he addressed the demon. He hadn't just killed her, he'd hacked her head clean off her shoulders. Murderer of another realm, Gareth said, drawing his sword and pointing it. He kept his shield in reserve, feeling no need for it. I am Sir Gareth Anok, Knight of Greenborough. Hear my name, and look upon my face, for I will be the slayer of all your lives, from now until the dark sun sets. The demon turned, his head tilting to one side. He looked so normal, so like everyone else, but there was no denying the sense of wrongness that emanated from his presence. Just looking at him felt like jamming a tiny needle into the back of Gareth's neck. He was separate from Yensir. Different. Obscene. Nick, said the demon. Just Nick. And then he charged straight at Gareth, despite wielding only a rusty sickle, and lacking any armor compared to Gareth's finely constructed chainmail. The confidence was unnerving, but Gareth refused to let it shake him. He planted his feet and let the demon close the distance. Nick lifted his sickle just before his arrival. A clumsy swing. Brutish, simple. Gareth stepped into the attack, his sword sweeping upward. Upon striking the sickle, he easily smashed it harmlessly away. His shoulder, meanwhile, collided with the demon's chest, bashing him several feet backward. The demon let out a cough, the wind knocked out of him. Gareth gave him no reprieve. He pulled his sword back and extended a gloved hand with the palm facing outward. He didn't just need to kill the demon. He had to break his spirit. Words of prayer flashed through his mind, and he called upon the blessings of the God King. "Be still, and know your fate," he said, as golden light flashed from his fingers. The light washed over Nick, burning into his skin. His movements slowed. His eyes widened. His every step was lethargic, time itself betraying him so that it moved at a snail's pace. His sickle, swiping in mid-swing, was child's play to dodge. Gareth pressed his sword to the demon's neck. The magic would last only a few seconds, but it would be enough. "There is no hope here," he told Nick. "Only death." One press, and he rammed the sword straight through the demon's throat. His intention was to bury it all the way up to the hilt, but he never had the chance. As the sword ripped open his windpipe and snapped the bones of his neck, his entire body turned translucent and then burst apart like vapor. Nothing remained of him in the aftermath. It was that strange disappearance, first witnessed after his death in the nearby Rattling Creek, that confirmed his status as a demon to the villagers and caused Elder Malik to write a letter to Baron Huel pleading for aid. Gareth sheathed his weapon and looked to the rocking chair. No blood from the demon, not even a drop to wipe off his blade, but so much to clean from the murdered old woman. Murmurs behind him, the rest of the village arriving. They were staring, confused, frightened, and upset. Another dead loved one, and after Gareth's arrival, they might now doubt the safety he offered. He turned to them, and he let them stare into his blue eyes and see his resolve, his determination to save them from this nightmare. "Tonight, we dig graves for 4 souls," he said. He lifted his left hand and summoned the magic of his god. Light shone from it, mastery of time at his command, as it was for all lords and knights sworn in service to the older kingdom. Within that holy glow, he made his vow, one he would hold until the setting of the dark sun. "But I swear to you, tonight's is the last grave you will dig. Let the demon come. Let him fight. Let him die. People of Meadowtint, let him die, die, and die again until naught is left of his mind but dust and ruin, and you suffer his presence no longer."
Chapter 5. Nick. Nick jolted awake, his sweat-soaked clothes sticking to his body. The room was dark. He was not alone. "Easy now," Simon said, his older brother gently pressing his palm against Nick's chest. "Deep breaths, slow it down." Nick lowered to the bed, glad to find his brother waiting for him instead of Pagel. It had been 2 days since the incident with the artifact, and he'd already had a handful of visits into Yenseer. After the second time, he relented and told Simon more details about what he'd been experiencing, how tactile, how real this world felt. Especially the killing. He brushed a bit of hair from his forehead and was surprised by just how wet it was. His body had the feeling of having just recently broken a fever. "I'm fine," he said, and it was mostly true. There was no lingering pain from any of the wounds he'd received in the artificial world, but he did feel incredibly tired. His brother sat blocking his view of the clock, so he couldn't guess the time, but he suspected it was the middle of the night cycle. The last time he woke up, it had been midday, and he'd been so hungry that he only had the strength to stuff himself full of rations before falling right back to sleep.
How can you be fine? Simon asked. Your heart rate keeps skyrocketing and you're caked in sweat. Your whole body acts like it's in the middle of a race, yet so far as we can tell, you're only sleeping. Nick closed his eyes. I'm telling you, don't worry. It's only bad when I'm dying, but I'm getting used to it. What do you mean, getting used to it? Simon asked. The chair he sat in rattled. Hey, no falling asleep on me. You just woke up. Talk a bit and alleviate your big brother's nerves. Nick exaggerated his groaning as he sat back up and rubbed a bit of sleep from his eyes. All right, I'm here. I'm awake, he said. What do you want? Simon looked honestly taken aback. What do I want? Nick, you're making contact with an alien artifact. The best we can tell, you're interacting with the only remaining traces of a civilization that could be millennia old. This interaction is happening without any proper supervision, study, or understanding of how it is affecting your body. I am worried about you. The honesty forced Nick out of his own thoughts, and to acknowledge the status of his older brother. Deep circles rimmed his eyes. His hair, usually carefully trimmed short and kept stiff with a prohibitively expensive gel that came with every food shipment, was unkempt and sticking up on his left side. Likely caused by falling asleep in his chair, Nick assumed, his head resting on the pillow that had now dropped below his lower back. The top button of his uniform was undone, and his name tag was missing. The light of the beeping heart monitor shone green upon him, giving him a slightly sickly look. I can tell you're worried, Nick said, and grinned. You look awful. Simon punched him in the shoulder, all show and no force. I see whatever the artifact is doing to you hasn't changed what a brat you are. Nick clutched his shoulder anyway. You wound me, he said, and then shrugged. But there's not much to tell. I arrived there with some jagged mountains in the distance and a field of wheat around me. Up ahead is a village full of sickly people. When they see me, they try to kill me. Succeed every time, too, but I'm getting better, especially as my level increases. Simon looked torn between fascination and a desire to vomit. Levels? He said. Like, in a game? Nick shrugged. Make all the faces you want, but yeah, a little like that. Simon rubbed his bloodshot eyes. Forget it. I've been meaning to ask you something after going over notes of your first visit. You said you're in a field of wheat. You're certain it's wheat? Nick didn't immediately understand what his brother was getting at. Yeah, it's wheat. I know what wheat looks like. Simon stood from his chair and immediately began pacing. Are there other things equally familiar? Grass, flowers, trees, insects? The flies look like flies, Nick said. As does the grass. And I saw flowers that I'm pretty sure are buttercups. The people look like people too, of course. I should probably have realized this was odd, wasn't it? Odd? Simon shook his head. Try borderline impossible. For the artifact to host remarkably similar evolutionary outcomes as Eden, as well as all our subsequent terraformed worlds. That's not happenstance. That's not coincidence. The implications made Nick squirm in his bed. What do you think it means? Simon bit at his thumbnail as he looked away, a tick of concentration he'd tried hard to bury when taking on the role of station director. There's the possibility that what you see has been adapted to be familiar and accommodating, he said at last. A way to lessen the jarring culture shock, perhaps. And if the world is being made for you, tailored by information the artifact is extracting from your mind, then there has to be a reason. He crossed his arms, hands clenched into fists. It was how he forced himself not to bite his nails. Are you certain you cannot discuss matters with the people you find within this world? Introduce yourself, perhaps, and see if they will explain what is happening. Nick fought hard not to laugh at his older brother's sincere request. Yes, he said. I've tried. But have you recently? You were disoriented and confused during your first arrival. Perhaps now that you're better adjusted, you can properly make contact. You want me to try to be friends after killing several of them? Simon shrugged, Yes?
It seemed there'd be no shaking him off this idea, so Nick relented. Fine, I'll try, he said, laying his head down on his pillow and closing his eyes.
You can fall asleep that quickly?
The incredulousness in his brother's voice would have been insulting if it weren't so heavily tinged with jealousy. Yeah, Nick said, his tongue feeling heavy in his mouth. If I relax and let my mind go blank, I found it's gotten easier and easier. I can just close my eyes and... Nick trudged toward Meadow Tint, his sickle tucked into his ratty trouser leg. He lifted his hands above his head, the best sign of universal peace he could think of. Hey, he shouted, not wanting to sneak up on anyone. Hey, it's me, Nick Wright. I just want to talk. My brother thinks that'd be a good idea for us to talk, so can we? A door from one of the houses burst open, and two villagers wielding machetes approached, walking shoulder to shoulder. Their eyes were wide and fearful.
The demon,
one said. No, not a demon, just a friend, Nick said, smiling wide. We can be friends, right?
Health, 0. Visit, terminated.
Nick sat up in his bed, wiped a fresh layer of sweat off his forehead, and then grinned at his brother. How long was that? He asked. 5 minutes, Simon answered. Your heart rate only hit 160 that time. Nice. Died again, by the way. I feel very strongly that the people of Meadow Tint are not interested in being friends. Simon slumped in his chair and glanced aside, clearly deep in thought. His eyes flitted over the photo of their parents, now back in its proper position on the side table. The same photo was in Simon's room as well. It was of their mother and father, arm in arm, celebrating their mother's promotion to lead scientist. Both had been distinguished researchers, and it was a legacy that hung heavy over their sons. Look, when it comes to the artifact, I will always be completely open and honest with you, Simon said, still staring at the photo. We've been monitoring not just you, but the artifact as well. It's clearly activating when you're sleeping, in ways we don't yet understand. Our theory that it is connected to you seems to be sound. What we don't know is why. Lucky me, Nick muttered. Maybe not, Simon said. But I refuse to believe you were chosen just to play some strange game set in their far, far past. Nor do I think the inhabitants within, the flora and fauna, are being made to look familiar to you, not entirely. The theory most of us on the station are leaning toward is that you are in some sort of time capsule, a recreation of an era set upon Magus. But if that is true, and their world is shockingly similar to ours, their own bodies and forms equally similar. He scratched his neck. Then we can't rule out a connection between this artifact world and our original evolution back on Eden. We may not have found an alien race, Nick. We might have found our ancestors. He laughed, tired and bitter. Our spacefaring ancestors who, according to you, are sickly-looking farmers wielding knives and pitchforks, convinced you're a demon. Nick pulled his blankets a little tighter around him. Never meet your heroes and all that, he said. Maybe the same goes for our ancestors? Simon laughed, all exhaustion and surrender. Who knows, he said. But I trust you to get to the bottom of it, Nick. For whatever reason, perhaps because you are the youngest in the vicinity, perhaps pure dumb luck, but you're it. The only one the artifact is interfacing with. You're our excavator. Our plucky young archaeologist. You make it sound like I'm exploring a dead land, Nick said. But Yensier, it feels very much alive. At least when I'm in there. Dead worlds, Simon muttered, then shook his head. Forget it. Do what you can, Nick. But please try to be careful. You may not be noticing it at the time, but these trips are stressful on your body, especially your repeated deaths. Nick lay back down on his bed, his older brother adjusting the lower blanket so it properly covered his feet. No promises, he said, as the darkness took him. Chapter 6. Nick.
Returning visitor cataloged. Level 3. Agility 1. Physicality 3. Endurance 2. Archetype vagrant. Special classification none. Welcome back.
Meadowton's villagers were getting smarter. They stayed in clusters in their homes, and patrols looped the city limits, but the people spread out when working their field. That was his opening. 1 acre in particular seemed to do for harvesting, the stalks tall and thick, and Nick lurked within the depths of it, the golden wheat swaying in the wind, with a satisfying rustle. Nick brushed his fingers across the stalks, studying each individual strand and the way it felt upon his fingertips. It's so real, he thought. So perfect. How advanced were its creators? Whoever they were, they certainly weren't these vacant-eyed villagers. Nick lifted his sickle as a woman in a white blouse, half-stained black by her own sweat and filth, slowly made her way toward him. Her back was bent, her sickle swaying left to right. "Cataloger, who made this world?" he whispered as the woman neared. Might as well try for answers while he waited. Simon would be disappointed with him otherwise.
I cannot answer.
Who built the artifact hosting it?
I cannot answer.
What is this world's purpose?
To foster life.
As expected, he'd have to get his own answers elsewhere, and that meant escaping Meadowton. To do that, he needed to get past Sir Gareth, which meant getting stronger. Every trip to the village, he did just that. He sneaked through windows into homes, spilling blood, gaining progress toward reassessment. What did his deaths matter if those he killed stayed dead while he grew in experience with his every attempt? He'd increased his level again to 3, but he knew he needed to be much higher than that to defeat the mighty knight. One more thing, Cataloger. Why do I still have this sickle? He asked, realizing how odd it was that he'd kept it upon dying. Same for my clothes. How do I keep everything after they, well, kill me?
Your possessions remain yours upon termination of your visit.
Which meant they couldn't take any of his items off his body, which he also suspected meant he didn't leave a body behind at all when he died. He certainly never saw one across his repeated trips to Meadowton, as disturbing a thought as that was. If he didn't leave a body, it also meant, from the villagers' point of view, he was abnormal, if not supernatural. I guess that sort of explains that whole demon thing, he said, though not quite. They'd known something was different about him from the very first moment he spoke to the elderly woman in her chair. One look in his eyes, and she shrieked and labeled him a demon. Something more must be at play. Nick finally saw what he'd been waiting for, as Sir Gareth walked by on his patrol. He didn't bother with stealth this time. The villagers didn't frighten him anymore. In time, and with enough attempts, he could bring them low. Gareth was the real problem, and so Nick had decided during his last leveling to confront that problem immediately. "Let's go, Gareth!" Nick shouted, holding his sickle out wide as he approached the village. "You and me, 1-on-1. A duel to the death. We'll keep it nice and fair." The knight strode out to meet him. As always, he kept his shield on his back, and he pointed his enormous sword. His blue eyes narrowed. "Fair, says the monster that defies death itself," he said. "But I accept your challenge, Nick. No other innocents must die between the time of your arrival and the time I banish you to your temporary grave." "Not a grave," Nick said. "More like small but cozy bedroom." Gareth lunged, his sword aimed straight for Nick's chest, and only a panicked dive kept Nick from being speared. He landed on his shoulder, rolled, and then burst out of the roll with frantic energy. No thoughts to tactics or discipline, just a slash with his sickle at Gareth, who looked caught off guard when Nick avoided the thrust by coming closer instead of retreating. His sickle struck Gareth's breastplate and bounced off with a loud clang of metal. Nothing happened. The knight's health bar didn't even budge. What?
he frantically thought as he fled a swing that would have cleaved his head off his shoulders if he were the slightest bit slower. Why?
For simplification, armor values are flat reductions against potential damage.
Nick retreated several more steps, buying himself a breather while staring at Sir Gareth's shining gold chainmail. His stomach sank. How good is Gareth's armor? The brief summary flashed in the corner of his vision, this time modified with additional information.
Gareth, level 13, human. Archetype, knight. Special classification, deity blessed, Von. Armor, augmented chainmail. Quality tier, 7.
Tier 7, Nick muttered. I'll assume that means I need to hit him where he's not wearing armor. Who are you speaking with, demon? Gareth asked. He hopped forward a single step and then swung in a wide arc Nick had no hope of dodging. He flung his sickle in the way and braced himself. The metal collided. Nick's arms gave in against the overwhelming force, and then he went flying into a hard, bouncing roll across the dirt. When he came up to his knees, he saw an almost insultingly tiny amount of red float off his health bar from being thrown like a rag doll. Just talking to myself, Nick said, since no one else seems interested in a chat. We need not heed the words of heresy. Nick spat a bit of blood as he stood. Heresy? I barely know where I am, and you think I'm here to spout heresy? Gareth frowned, apparently uncertain how to respond. Nick tried to seize that confusion for his own gain, closing the distance between them while slashing for Gareth's armpit. The knight's hesitation was not enough to make up the enormous gap between their raw skill and speed. His sword batted away Nick's sickle, and then he extended his offhand.
Spell. Time slow.
Gold light shimmered about his fingers as he cast his spell, slowing all Nick's movements so that he felt maddeningly sluggish. According to the cataloger's rapid spew of information, time slow lasted a mere 3 seconds. It was amazing how long 3 seconds could feel as Gareth planted his back leg and swung, his sword smashing into Nick's ribs. Nick gasped, blood spewing from his lips, as the weapon ripped free, taking with it a staggering amount of health. He stumbled, his momentum ruined, and his vision turning dark as the effects of the spell faded. Gareth caught him by the throat and effortlessly lifted him into the air. The tip of his sword pressed into Nick's belly. The same fate as always, Gareth said, and thrust.
Health, 0. Visit, terminated.
Nick groaned and rubbed at his temples. His forehead ached, as if a spike had been thrust into the center of it. You're certainly improving, Simon said, seated in the chair beside the bed. He checked his watch. It only took you 4 minutes to die that time. The beep of the heart monitor seemed to laugh along with him. Asshole, Nick said, and closed his eyes. Another duel in the center of the village. Gareth showed even greater patience than before, which made Nick wonder if he was choosing the wrong tactic. The knight wanted these duels. He wanted Nick focused solely on him. Let's go, Nick said, shifting to the left to avoid being cleaved in half down the middle. Come on, faster! Hit me, Gareth! Hit me! The knight did his best to oblige, and regardless of whether or not it seemed cowardly, Nick weaved and retreated from each strike. Only rarely did he try to swing his sickle, for he was too busy studying Gareth's movements. With each successful dodge, he better understood the world he found himself in. Levels were important, but Gareth still had to hit him with his sword to actually leverage those levels. Nick could avoid, engage, and strike whenever necessary. The odds were horribly stacked against him, but the outcomes didn't seem to be a purely numerical decision. Skill mattered. The problem was, Nick was not exactly overflowing with skill in swordplay either, whereas his opponent had what seemed like a lifetime of training. Is your goal to tire me out? Gareth asked after yet another failed swing. The thought had occurred to me, Nick said and grinned. Gareth chopped, a half-hearted attempt to gain a bit of space, and then yanked his sword to his side. Enough of this! The knight extended his hand. His fingers shifted, moving into shapes. But now Nick knew them for what they were, magic, and he had a theory about how to stop the casting of the spell. He lunged in, his sickle swiping for the moving digits. Gareth screamed as the curved blade sliced alongside his hand, cutting his thumb and forefinger deep without severing them. The red bar of his life shaved off a sliver at the end. To Nick's glee, the spell halted. No freezing time. No slowing his movements to an agonizing degree. "Sorry, no magic," Nick said. "We'll have to see how good you are without it." Gareth pulled his shield off his back. A shadow fell across his handsome face. "That magic also ensured you suffered a quick death," he said. "But that is not your way, is it, demon? Everyone must suffer, even yourself." Nick swung his sickle twice, and each time the shield batted it away with insulting ease. The third he pretended, but Gareth never fell for the feint. He only smirked, his knees bending, his elbows flexing. "Foolish creature," he said. "Do you think I need my magic, my armor?" He lunged forward with terrifying speed. Nick had no idea how to react, no real training to rely upon. He backpedaled while flailing with his sickle, dimly aware of how similar he was to the villagers he'd so recently slaughtered. Gareth's sword pierced right through his stomach and sank halfway up the hilt. "When will it be enough?" Gareth asked, as Nick collapsed to his knees. He couldn't breathe. The pain flooding through him was far beyond what he'd ever suffered before. His health? He had a single point left. Since the hit wasn't fatal, he wasn't freed from it, wasn't spared the sensation of the steel sliding within the folds of his stomach. "So many dead," the knight continued, ripping the blade free in a shower of blood. "So many innocent lives lost. And for what, Demon Nick? Your pleasure?" He pressed the tip of the sword underneath Nick's chin. "Don't come back," he said. "I am no torturer, but against your cruelty, I will ensure your next death is lengthy and full of pain." The blade thrust.
Health, 0. Visit, terminated.
"All right, new plan," Nick said as he stepped out of the ring of stones. The black sun remained firmly set in the sky as always, but the yellow sun was just starting its descent. Late afternoon then. He could work with that. Nick snuck through the wheat, keeping his back bent so his mode of travel was a sort of crouch walk. It made his muscles ache, but he endured until reaching the end of the field. Meadow tint spread out before him, a shell of itself compared to when he first arrived. He didn't know how many he'd killed across his many visits. Slowly whittling down the population. 15, 20? They were blending together in his mind. A blur of bloodshed and agonizing pain before he jolted awake once more in his bed aboard the research station. "There's no answers for you here," Nick told himself as he watched a patrol of 2 men and a woman curl around the outside of the village. It's time to run. Going through the village was out of the question, so he skirted Meadow Tint's exterior as closely as he could without leaving the field. If he was quick, he'd need only worry about the rare patrol that wandered the outer perimeter. Nick remained patient, watching and waiting, until he saw that exact patrol. 2 men, one of them holding a torch. He grimaced. Were they trying to burn him alive now? Nick certainly had no desire to experience that particular death. He watched them slowly curl around from the south, plodding along. They did not speak with each other, but just walked, their black eyes the only alert part of them. It gave him shivers studying them so closely. Something was clearly wrong with this village. Some disease or sickness. "Do you know what it is?" he silently asked Cataloger.
The people of Alder call it the Blight.
"Yes, but what do you call it? What is it truly?"
The affliction is not catalogued.
Nick was starting to wonder just how helpful this voice in his head would be if she kept finding ways to not answer his most intriguing questions. Then again, he suspected a lot of what he asked was beyond her purpose. He was doing the equivalent of asking philosophical and metaphysical questions to an AI tour guide. Once the patrol was curling around the western edge of the village, Nick burst out from the wheat. He ran across the grass toward the nearest home. He'd thought about giving the village an extra wide berth, but he feared the open space would only make him easier to spot. Instead, he dashed from home to home, keeping in their shadows, always ensuring he could not be seen from the main road. Perhaps he could have shown more caution, but once his pulse was pounding, he found it hard to slow down. A whole world awaited. He just needed to get past Meadowtint. When he was a few hundred steps beyond the borders of the village, Sir Gareth's voice broke the tense silence. "Demon Nick!" Shit. He refused to look at his green stamina bar as he sprinted, just focused on breathing in and out. It helped to pretend it was his actual body running. Keep those arms and legs swinging. The sprawling forest beyond the creek was near. He just needed to cross it, that place of his very first death. Nick half expected the mysterious woman in silver to be waiting to freeze him in ice again. Instead, he found just the shallow flow of the creek. He splashed straight on through without stopping. Beyond were the thick trunks of apparent oak trees, and he dashed into them without a care for direction, bobbing and weaving among the trunks. His stamina was almost zero, but he dared not slow down. Just a little bit farther, a little bit. Once he suspected Gareth could not see him through the dense trees, he hooked an immediate right and ran parallel to the tree line. Outrunning Gareth was impossible in Nick's current state, but if he could get a moment to catch his breath and watch that stupid little green bar refill, then he'd have a chance. He sprinted until his meter hit 0, when his entire body locked into spasms, his ability to run utterly annihilated. Nick collapsed behind a tree, his back pressed to the trunk and his legs pulled up to his chest. There he sat, gasping for air as quietly as he could manage, while Gareth barreled into the forest at a distance, sounding like a rampaging bull smashing through underbrush and low-hanging branches. Nick closed his eyes, daring to crack a smile. The juke had worked. "Won't find me over there," Nick thought, as the sound of the night's frantic searching grew more distant. While he was hardly safe, Nick suspected it would take mustering the whole village to catch him in a search. Perhaps they would. Perhaps not. But Nick had no plans to wait to find out. Once he felt like he'd recovered, and his heart wasn't hammering hard enough to punch out the front of his chest, he stood and stretched his arms. "All right, Forrest," he whispered. "I have no idea what's in you, but it can't possibly be worse than what's waiting for me back at Meadowtint." Perhaps this was untrue, but Nick pushed the thought away as he jogged deeper into the woods at a southward angle away from where Sir Gareth chased. He did his best not to fret or feed the anxiety settling into his belly at entering this unknown stretch of land. At least if he got killed, it'd be by something new. Chapter 7. Simon. "Was there any warning?" Simon asked as he joined his communications expert, Curtis, in the control room. The pair were alone, everyone else having gone to sleep hours earlier when the night cycle began. "Perhaps a message I failed to notice?" Curtis frowned. He was a small man, the top of his head bald, and his face long and angular, the length of his nose exacerbated by his thin, oval glasses. The frown pushed those glasses up the teeniest bit. "No, you didn't miss anything," Curtis said. A flick of his fingers, and the screen before them expanded its image of the world gate powering down. At its 5-mile-wide center, just a speck in the distance, was a shuttle headed in their direction. Nothing from OPC, nor any word from Salis. This is highly unusual. Simon crossed his arms, mirroring Curtis's frown. Salis was the planet connected to the World Gate, and where the bulk of their supplies came from every week. According to the hailing data, the shuttle carried Planetary Director Jacob Lemley. From what little Simon could look up in the OPC database, Lemley led terraforming efforts for the planet Vast, 2 jumps away. They'd never interacted once.
For a director to arrive on another station unannounced and in the middle of the night?
Do you think he's here about the artifact? Simon asked.
I think there's a very good chance the answer to that question is yes. Simon's stomach was an acid-filled pit at the best of times, and it clenched tightly now. Let the director know I'll be there to greet him in the docking bay, he said. Also, send an alert to Dax. I want him nearby until we're sure nothing is amiss. Will do, Curtis said. And I'll make sure he knows it's your order, not mine. You know how cranky Dax gets when his sleep is disrupted? It was meant as a joke, Curtis trying to break the tension. Dax, while a brilliant mathematician, was also the research station's lone security officer. There were exactly 2 weapons on the entire station. One was locked inside Simon's office, the other in a safe inside Dax's room. Simon exited the control room and walked the main corridor through the station, guided by the faint white lights marking the intersection of the wall and floor. There was no need to branch off or change direction to reach the docking bay. The station was one giant ring, set to rotate at a precisely calculated speed so that, as long as one was in one of the rooms attached to the main outside corridor, one experienced gravity akin to that on Tanith. 2 elevators could take you from one side to the other, if you were willing to endure a bit of stomach-churning shifting into weightlessness, and then the switching of what felt like up and down. The docking bay was close enough that he could be spared that discomfort. Simon passed by the closed doors of various laboratories, the windows across their fronts all dark. A month ago, they would have been buzzing with life even at this late hour. The discovery of the artifact had driven everyone to extremes. But after 2 weeks of that, Simon had forced strict sleep schedule protocols to prevent his best and brightest from burning out. Simon paused before the docking bay door and hesitated. It was one of the few locations with restricted access. A near-invisible camera located above the door scanned his face and unlocked it automatically. A faint little light just above the door handle switched from red to green, and Simon pushed it open and entered. Within was a small, secure room with reinforced walls and a circular opening. Clamps on the outside of the station would have grabbed onto sturdy bars built into the shuttle, holding it in place as the docking tube extended and their pressure was equalized. Simon stood before the tube's exit, watching the numbers on a screen beside it slowly shift from red to orange to green. Pressure fully equalized. Tunnel connection secured with 0 leaks. The entrance deemed safe, it opened, and in stepped Planetary Director Jacob Lemley. "Welcome to Research Station 79, Simon said, extending his hand. "Where's your pilot?"
"I flew the shuttle here myself,"
Lemley said, accepting the handshake with a firm grasp. He was an older man, the white of the stubble around his mouth and the curls around his ears in stark contrast to his black skin. He was dressed in his OPC finest, dark blue trimmed with gold around the wrists, belt and heels. Attached to his vest was a pin bearing 4 crimson bars underneath a silver orb, establishing him as a planetary director, one of the highest ranks available within the organization. "Is that so?" Simon said, the unusual nature of a planetary director traveling alone further heightening his worry.
"Well, I suppose that is one less room we need to allocate.
I wish you'd given us word of your visit ahead of time so I could give you a proper welcome."
"Your words are chastisement dressed as a greeting,"
Lemley said.
"Do better, Director."
The man's deep voice cracked over Simon like a whip, hard and commanding despite his pleasant smile. "Forgive me," Simon said. "My pride as station director would have me present a fine first impression. Something the late hour and unexpected arrival make difficult. I'm sure you understand, as a fellow director, the desire to showcase your work in its best light?"
"I do,"
Lemley said, walking past Simon toward the door.
"But I arrived when I did for good reason, Director. I do not want pomp and circumstance, nor the greetings of every scientist aboard."
He stopped at the entrance to the main corridor and turned.
"What I want,"
he said,
"is to see the artifact."
The holding area of the artifact had taken a week to convert from a conference bay into alien tech housing. Given how every scientist on the station was now dedicating their work to deciphering its glyphs, studying its surface, and scanning the strange, elusive signals it fired out, they needed a large, open space for easy access. The artifact was set in the center of the room. Despite its octahedral shape, there was no need to brace it with any supports. Somehow, despite touching the floor with the sharpest of points, no thicker than a needle, it remained perfectly balanced and able to support its 50 tons. From tip to tip, it was 20 feet tall. Its surface seemingly a polished, unblemished black. It was only when it was carefully examined that the myriad swirls, glyphs, and markings became visible. Dozens of sensors, detectors, and paper-covered desks formed a circle around the artifact. It loomed within them like an object of worship. To a few of the scientists here, Simon suspected it was nearing that level of dedication. Lemley approached the artifact confidently, without any of the hesitation and awe that overcame most people who first encountered it. The director put a hand on its surface, slowly running his fingers along one of the sharp edges of the octahedron.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
He said softly. Simon cleared his throat. The work we've done here has been highly classified by the OPC, he said. What have they shared with you of our investigations?
Oh, I've known everything since you first found this beauty buried in Magus' dirt, Lemley said. I've wanted to look upon it ever since, but I'm sure you understand how the burdens of managing a planet prevented that.
Simon nodded, trying to appear calm while studying every reaction Lemley made, wary about what had brought the director here. Multiple members of OPC had tried to steal control of the artifact from Simon, insisting he was too young and his facility too poorly staffed. They wanted the artifact transported to their stations and worlds instead. Simon had used the smallness and distance of his outpost to his advantage. If the artifact was dangerous, then it was best to keep it where it was, away from any populated world and with a small, controlled group to interact with it. The argument had succeeded so far, but Simon suspected he was working on borrowed time. Lemley's arrival seemed to confirm that.
There are scientists on Eden who'd offer up their own children to place their hands on something so strange and wondrous, Lemley said. He shook his head. But tell me, have you discerned how to activate it? Or has someone discovered a way to interface with it?
Simon was glad the director's back was to him. It made lying that much easier. So far, we have made a single attempt to fully bring the artifact to life, he said. To poor results. Lemley withdrew his hand from the immaculate surface that was so hard, so deep, it resembled onyx. It wasn't onyx, though. No one knew what it was. It was impossible to chip for a sample, and the vast majority of scans, from thermal to radiation to ultrasound, were all utterly rebuked, to the madness of many of Simon's scientists.
Is that so? Lemley said. A shame. The mysteries of the universe seem forever locked to us, do they not? Perhaps that is for the best. There is no promise that the truths we find will not blind our eyes and burn away our bodies.
Strange words for a scientist, Simon said, and he forced a false smile. Are we not dedicated to uncovering the truth, however harsh it may at first seem?
I am not a scientist. Not anymore.
Lemley turned away from the artifact.
I am a builder of worlds and protector of life.
Despite being severely outranked, Simon could take the suspense no longer. Now that you've seen the artifact, I ask that you forgive my impertinence, he said. But might you explain the purpose of your visit? Lemley hesitated.
Tomorrow, he said. I will explain tomorrow. I promise. Until then, the trip was long, and I seek a bed to rest.
Hardly satisfying, but at least there was hope for an explanation. Of course, Simon said, leading them to the main corridor. This way, please. The occasional visitor was expected at a research station, and so a single room was always prepared for guests. It wasn't much, barely more than a closet with a bed and a washroom. A planetary director deserved far better, and it was expected of Simon to offer up his own room during the director's stay, but Simon risked the appearance of rudeness and chose not to do so. The way Lemley had looked upon the artifact left Simon unsettled. "Sleep well," Simon said, as the door to the guest room slid shut. That done, he quickly hurried down the corridor, past the personal rooms of other scientists and workers. 3 doors down, he found one open, and Dax waiting within. He was a burly man, his dark hair cut short, his brown eyes professionally wary. His uniform was wrinkled, likely the one he'd worn earlier in the day, hastily donned. His firearm was holstered at his hip, a slender device that would fire multiple needles connected to electric wires to stun and pacify as needed. No bullets, not when a single puncture could spell doom for an entire research station.
"What's wrong?"
Dax asked.
"Curtis told me about our unexpected guests, and I don't like the look in your eye."
Simon glanced over his shoulder toward the exit. "Nothing yet, but I sense trouble coming. I want you stationed outside Lemley's room at all times. I don't care about his rank, and I don't care about any excuses he offers. I want him going nowhere alone, is that clear?" Dax's hand drifted to the handle of his stun gun.
"Understood,"
he said. The pair exited the room, and Simon watched the security officer take up position with his back against the wall beside the guest room door. It should have made him feel better. It didn't. Or has someone discovered a way to interface with it? Simon returned to his office and the little safe kept in a corner, a false Argentea plant resting atop it. A 5-number combination later, he pulled the safe door open and withdrew his own stun gun. That done, he returned to his younger brother's room, settled into the chair beside the bed with the gun resting on his lap, and let the steady rhythm of the heart monitor lull him into an uneasy sleep. Chapter 8. Nick.
Location: Aurora Woodlands. Description: a 28-acre deciduous forest, consisting mostly of oak trees, separating many of the westernmost farming villages of Fester from the nearby town of Greenboro. Average level: 3.
Nick had never experienced hunger like this before, as he scrambled beneath the thick canopy of the forest, pushing through the thin, yellow-leafed brush that scraped at him with its scraggly branches. Life on Station 79 was highly organized and regimented. He ate when it was time to eat, with a carefully portioned meal designed to make him feel just shy of full. Yet here in Yensir, he had no such provisions, and his clenched stomach was furious at him for the lack. "Hey, cataloger," he said, pausing before one of the oak trees to glance behind him. So far, no sign of anyone giving chase, particularly the terrifying knight in golden armor.
Yes?
"Why am I so hungry? This is all a recreation. I shouldn't need to eat."
Sustenance is a required aspect of life.
"But why? Who made this world and decided to keep in starvation? Why not just remove that whole thing?"
I cannot answer that.
Nick sighed and kept moving. He had to get farther away from Meadowtint. Anywhere in this world had to be better than that strange village with its black-tongued residents and time-warping guardian. Even without cataloger giving an answer, Nick had a strong guess as to the reason why hunger remained. You had to eat because, well, that's what you did in the real world. And so far as he could tell, all these various recreations of animals and people were unaware of the nature of their digital existence. "Hey, cataloger, you're meant to help me, right? Is that only with information, or can you change the world around me?"
Why would I be able to change the material world?
Nick paused his walk to feel the bark of an oak tree. At least, that was what his mind called it when he looked at it. He'd never seen an oak tree in real life, but he swore its bark shouldn't be quite so dark nor smooth. Because this world isn't real, and you're a computer program run by it.
Why couldn't you change what is around me?
Visitors' insistence on the unreality and illegitimacy of Yensier will only delay integration and adaptability.
Is this a really long way of saying you can't conjure me a hamburger to eat? A long pause.
My answer was meant to be informative. As for your hamburger, no, I cannot.
Nick pushed off the tree and continued his march. Resolve filled him. Time to be a forager, right? That's what he'd thought when escaping Meadow Tent. He scanned the forest floor, forcing himself to be aware of his surroundings, not just what was obvious. After about 5 minutes, he discovered a small berry bush growing up to his knee. He knelt before it, scanning the pale leaves for any sign of danger. Not that he knew what that would be. How about this? Can you tell me if these berries are safe to eat?
With an endurance score of 2, you should experience very mild discomfort in your stomach from consumption of fellberries.
That's good enough for me. He'd never heard of fellberries before, and hunger aside, he was eager to try one. He plucked one of the fat little red berries off a branch and popped it in his mouth, and then immediately spat it back out. The crushed berry landed in the dirt, offering no relief. The flavor lingered, and he hawked and spat repeatedly, desperately trying to get the awful taste out of his mouth. It tastes like battery acid mixed with a sweaty sock.
You asked if it was edible. You did not inquire as to its taste.
You could have warned me.
Visitor has repeatedly expressed hostility toward unrequested information.
Nick fought back a gag reflex, then grimaced down a swallow. The last of the bitterness finally dwindled enough for him to ignore it. He glared at the plump little red berries, as if they had played a trick on him. Fellberries. That explained the name. Fine, point taken, he said. Please, cataloger, feel free to chip in with information you think might be helpful. Just don't do it too often, all right?
I will do my best to provide aid at a cadence your temperament finds acceptable.
Nick couldn't shake the feeling an insult was buried in there somewhere. Lifting his sickle, he hacked at the base of the fellberry bush. After 3 swings, it toppled over, and Nick took great pleasure in stomping dozens of the foul berries underneath his boots. There, he said. Mission accomplished.
Mission?
Nick smirked at the unseen specter of cataloger. Protecting other hapless visitors from eating those awful berries.
Congratulations, then. Great success.
When he looked deeper into the forest, he saw a brief golden outline shine across more than a dozen similar bushes throughout the underbrush.
Though you must repeat said success many times to eradicate the fellberry bushes and protect future visitors.
Cataloger? Nick said, lowering his sickle. Are you being sarcastic? No answer, which as far as Nick was concerned was answer enough. He resumed his walking, which was not entirely aimless. With the mountains forming a seemingly impenetrable natural wall to the west, it seemed likely that by continuing east through the forest, he would encounter civilization. Just, hopefully, a more welcoming civilization than the people of Meadow Tent. The farther he traveled, the greater his anxiety. There were no bugs, no flies, he heard no songs from birds, and when he saw a squirrel, he startled at the sight. 4 eyes. It had 4 eyes. Are you sure that's a squirrel? Nick asked. But then as he stared at it, the visage flickered, and the proper number of eyes appeared on its red and beige face.
Names of flora and fauna are used when applicable to ease visitors' integration.
Nick touched one of the oak trees. He was certain now that a real oak would not feel so smooth. He snuck a glance at the squirrel, saw it still possessed 2 eyes as it scurried up the highest branches and out of view. What I see, he said. Are you changing it to make me feel better? More at home?
Measures are taken to ease integration, yes.
Which means I can't trust my own senses.
Changes are small and few, and will not interfere with your daily life.
Easy enough for her to say. Nick walked the forest with a new sense of unease.
Aurora Woodlands, which had seemed healthy and vibrant enough when he sprinted into it in a panic, appeared to be losing its luster. The green of the knot oak leaves was turning brown, an ugly and rotted-looking color. It made the leaves look drained, sickly. "Is fall approaching?" he asked, pausing before a particularly unhealthy tree.
It is currently spring.
Huh. He touched one of the leaves, then immediately regretted it. The surface felt slimy. How long until summer?
Unknown.
He frowned. What do you mean, unknown? I don't need an exact date, just a rough estimate.
It is currently spring.
Right, you've said that already. His anxiety worsened. Cataloger had seemed so eager to help him learn about Yensier, so why this sudden caginess? Fine, how about this? How long has it been spring? Tell me that, and then I'll do the math myself.
It has been spring for 637 years, having started in the first year of Von.
The pronouncement drove a sharp chill down Nick's spine. That couldn't be right, could it? Then again, this world wasn't real. The seasons themselves could be malleable to the whims of Yensir's creators, or maybe whoever was currently overseeing this world. I give my heart to the conqueror of time. Is this what those villagers meant about their god king conquering time?
Possibly.
Nick looked about the forest, its drooping branches, its pale bark, and its sickly brown leaves slick with a strange wetness that made his skin crawl. I think the forest misses summer and fall.
Unknown.
Nick had a distinct feeling Cataloger did not like discussing such matters, so he let it drop. He pushed onward, studying the trees the deeper he traversed the woods. White streaks began to claw their way up the bark, looking like powdery scars. The leaves themselves seemed wrong, and it was a good hour before he realized why when he held two side by side. Their shapes were perfectly identical. The same went for a third leaf he checked, and then a fourth. It wasn't just one tree either. The whole forest and its entire green and brown canopy was composed of a single shape of leaf. "What's happening here?" he whispered, dropping the leaves. They fell to the ground. They didn't float or flutter, only dropped like stones. When one landed on his foot, he flinched, expecting it to hurt. It did not, but he kicked it away all the same. Your surroundings may not be rational, but they're still built on systems and rules, he told himself as he walked. So think rationally about them. If the seasons halted, then the natural progression the trees would be programmed to follow would also be halted. Their cycle has been cut short. So, after 600 years, maybe it's glitching. This whole forest might be nothing more than an unexpected bug. This did not comfort him like it should have. The idea of errors happening in a world that felt so real, so flawless, made his insides squirm. "Cataloger?" he said, but before he could finish the thought, a strange growl stole his attention. He froze in place, clutching his sickle in both hands. Up ahead, he heard the rustle of leaves, the crunch of underbrush, and the breaking of bark. Another growl, deep, heavy, and sounding pained. Nick retreated several steps, focusing his attention on the direction it came from. There, in the distance, mostly hidden by trees, he saw a hint of brown fur. A bear?
No.
Then what is it? Nick asked as the thing finally lumbered into sight.
Level 6, creature. Armor, hide, tier 2. Temperament, hostile.
No shit, it's hostile, he muttered, squeezing his sickle tight. The unknown creature bore the body of a bear, but the head of a deer, its enormous eyes wide and bloodshot. Bits of moss and sickly streaks of white bark hung from its rack of antlers.
whose shape was unnaturally curled and uniform. Its back legs were those of a wolf, only enormous in size to endure such tremendous weight. As for the arms, well, the fingers poking out from underneath all that muscle and brown fur were undeniably human. "Level 6? He asked Cataloger, feeling betrayed. "What happened to average level 3?
Would you like me to explain averages to you?
"Not now," Nick hissed as the deer thing howled, a sound akin to a bear's roar, but containing far too much humanoid screeching mixed in. He braced as it lumbered toward him, its gait wildly uneven. The arms in the front struggled to maintain balance, while the back legs easily lunged it forward. "Ignore its level," he told himself as he tensed. "Dodge its attacks, and strike when it's vulnerable. Just like you did with Gareth." 2 more lunges, and then the bizarre creature was before him. It tried to rear up its hind legs just as a bear would, only the wolf legs were unsuited for the motion. Instead, it wobbled, spittle flying from its mouth as it shook its antlers. Nick eyed those antlers as fear drove a deep spike into his chest. How much damage will those do? He wondered.
The damage range of those antlers is approximately 79 to 126% of your maximum health.
The wolf legs vaulted the beast forward in an awkward lurch. Nick flung himself to the side and did not even attempt to slash while doing so. Definitely don't get hit. He dug in his left heel to halt his momentum, turned, and then dodged again as the creature swiped wildly to its side, trying to grab him. Nick caught sight of those fingers and their blackened fingernails and swung his sickle on instinct. The sharpened interior scraped along the creature's arm, carving into the fur. It howled with rage, the ground seeming to shake from its sudden fury. Nick dashed away, in full retreat as it chased. He weaved from side to side, putting every nearby tree between him and the monster. All the while, he eyed his green stamina bar and the frightening rate at which it dropped. Not as quickly as on his first day in Yen'sir, but still, he was already pushing himself too much. The distraction cost him. A flex of the wolf legs, a victorious howl, and then one of the arms sideswiped him. The impact lifted him into the air, a flight that lasted but a heartbeat before he crashed into a tree. Can't outrun it, he thought, spinning to place his back to the tree. Have to fight it. A terrifying prospect, but he'd fought Sir Gareth and lived. Level 6? No time magic? Infinitely more doable. Right? The deer opened its mouth for another shriek, this one even less natural than the last. Nick heard a grinding of metal within it, as if 2 saw blades were colliding in its throat, the sound coupling with the guttural roar of a bear to create something wholly new and horrifying. Its eyes widened, the muscles of its human arms tensing. Nick flung himself to the side, just in time to avoid the creature slamming its horns forward in an attempt to impale him. Instead, they struck the oak, the sharp points embedding deep into the bark. Nick slashed twice with his sickle, desperately wishing he had a proper weapon. The 2 hits shaving a paltry amount of red from the thing's health. The creature's hide was thick, but thankfully, it was no tier-whatever chainmail. I can kill you, he thought, baring his teeth. It's just a matter of time. The wounded thing ripped its horns free of the oak, howled with pain and fury, and then tried again to impale him. Luckily for Nick, its upper body was too thick, its movements too awkward, like it didn't quite know how to move its own body. Nick shifted closer to its rear, his sickle clutched in both hands as he hacked straight down at its spine. Blood wet the brown fur and spilled across the ground, disturbingly dark in color as it dripped. Nick dared not think about it now. Another metallic shriek. The creature retreated while spinning its lower body in an attempt to face him. Nick, despite all instincts screaming to the contrary, maintained his aggression. He flung himself toward its side, keeping away from its deer head and perfectly oval arrangement of spiked horns. Another slash, weaker and with one hand, to carve out a thin groove alongside its meaty flank. It still had more than half of its health remaining, though it was looking tired now. It sidestepped, flinging its greater weight against Nick with a thud. He tumbled, gasping for air from the impact. The green of his stamina bar was a measly 20%, making it laborious to stand once again. The monster spun to face him, its right arm lashing out in a manner vaguely resembling the movements of gorillas Nick had seen in documentaries. He braced his arms and legs and pushed into it, the only option that came to mind. The hand collided against him, and he gasped at the horrid pain. Not good, he thought, the swipe scooping him closer. Instinct screamed at him to move, to attack, but his mind froze at being in such close proximity to the nightmarish thing. The way it breathed was wrong. Too heavy, too guttural. The movement of its joints sounded of metal. The smell of its breath was beyond foul, a visible white fog that reeked of rotting meat. It reared up as well as its back legs allowed, both arms clutching their fists together. It was going to kill him, and Nick prayed it would be quick. As his body tensed against an expected impact, a thick shard of ice shot over Nick's head and slammed into the creature's chest. It staggered and flailed, blood leaking down its fur from the deep, jagged piece of ice embedded in its chest. Though his anxiety shot up at the sudden appearance of the ice, Nick dared not waste such an opportunity. Bellowing for confidence, for fury, he buried the jagged end of the sickle blade straight between the two horns of the terrifying monstrosity that should not exist. It lowered its head, ready to impale him, but Nick swung a second time, shifting his aim the tiniest amount. The blade struck an eye, and then buried deep. The creature shuddered, all strength leaving its legs. Its final lunge was a pathetic collapse, one Nick easily retreated from, and then it lay forever still.
Reassessment. Level 4, +1. Statistical improvements. Agility 2, +1. Physicality 4, +1. Endurance 2.
Nick slowed his breathing, deep ins and outs taught to him by his older brother to manage his occasional panic attacks. Waves of pleasure rocked through his body. The red of his health extended as he gained more points, as did the length of his slowly recovering stamina bar. Level 6, he said aloud, and pointed his bloody sickle at the corpse. You're nothing! Nothing! And then he laughed, delirious and excited despite the exhaustion tugging at his body, and the throbbing pain from where his back had struck the tree. Then, he remembered the ice. He turned, searching his surroundings. He saw only trees. You're out there, aren't you? He said out loud, remembering the strange woman in silver armor who froze him in the river right before his first death. Are you watching me? Why help a stranger you've already killed once? He was met with silence, though he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Nick turned his attention to the slain monster. Might as well focus on what was in front of him. Now that I've caught my breath, he said, using a few leaves to wipe the blood from his sickle. He hated how little red was in it, as if the thing bled ink instead of blood. Care to tell me what that damn thing was, cataloger?
There is no indexed entry of it within my catalog.
So you've never seen something like that before? Nick did not like the way cataloger paused before answering.
Not that specific creature.
There's more like it, Nick thought, his elation draining with the last of his adrenaline, or whatever the digital equivalent of it was. The idea of encountering something similar, or worse, replaced the joy of increasing his level with a sense of foreboding. He'd barely survived that encounter. What if the others were worse, stronger, or less awkward with their movements? A thought came to him, and he had to have his curiosity satisfied. Hey, cataloger, what's the level of a plain old brown bear?
An adult brown bear has an average level of 7.
Nick resumed his trek through the forest, more than happy to leave the corpse of the strange, mutated beast far behind. Well, let's hope I don't encounter one of those either, huh? Chapter 9. Nick. After another hour of fumbling through the brush with only the vaguest sense of direction, Nick stumbled upon an actual road running through the Aurora woodlands. His relief was tempered by the increasing pain in his stomach. "I swear, I'll die of hunger soon," he muttered, starting to wonder if maybe, just maybe, he should have tried to endure the foul taste of the fellberries.
Incorrect. Visitors' hunger and thirst meters are at least 1 day's worth of activities away from completely depleting.
My... what? 2 new bars hovered into view in the far bottom right corner of his vision. One was a pale yellow, the other a pleasant blue. The yellow was depleted by 1/4, while the blue nearly 1/3. Nick felt a strange, visceral disgust in seeing the thirst on his tongue and grumble in his belly represented so clinically. "Cataloger," he said, "please never, ever show me those again."
At your request.
The 2 bars vanished, and Nick was immediately relieved. While he was getting better at wrapping his head around having his various characteristics codified into numbers, he wanted nothing to do with something so basic as eating and drinking being equally quantified. He would eat when he was hungry and drink when he was thirsty. For his own sanity, that would have to be enough. The road through the forest bore some heavy ruts in its center. Wagon wheels, Nick suspected. He saw no sign of any nearby travelers, so he walked the center of the road, following it eastward, which he hoped would take him far, far away from Meadowtint and the horrifying creature of the forest. "So where does this road lead?" he asked as he walked.
If followed for 38 miles, this road will eventually arrive at the city of Greenboro.
"Nice. Perhaps I should call you cartographer instead." Nick was surprised by the lengthy delay in response.
I cannot accept what is colloquially known as a nickname.
"What about a name given to you by a Nick?"
Attempts at humor will only lead to potential confusion, especially those of lower quality.
Nick froze in place. "Did you just insult my jokes?"
Clarify.
"Clarify," he muttered, refusing to do so. "You know damn well what you did, cataloger." "Well, I thought it was funny."
I am happy for you.
Nick resumed walking. His curiosity piqued. "Are you actually happy, cataloger? Are you capable of emotions?"
There are regulations to what I can and cannot do, learn, express, convey, adapt, and think.
"Can you tell me what those are?"
No.
That was about as direct an answer as he'd ever heard from Cataloger, and the directness conveyed to him, accurately or imagined, a sense of dislike toward the subject. Nick let the matter drop. Perhaps he'd bring it up with Simon later in conversation and see if his older brother had anything specific he wished to learn about what Nick presumed to be an AI guide. The day crawled along. The trees, to Nick's relief, slowly blossomed with life. Whatever strange rot or mutation had afflicted them eased away as he continued his journey. Birds soon occupied the higher branches, blue and red-feathered creatures that Cataloger identified as flag songs. Their whistles were pleasant. He smiled at the sight of a chipmunk munching away at an acorn not far to his right. It even had the kindness to sport the proper number of eyes at first glance. Soon, flies and mosquitoes emerged, to not quite the same level of happiness. Their wings were longer than he was used to, their bodies more bulbous and blue. Nick struck one of the mosquitoes that landed on his arm, and he half expected to see a tiny health bar appear above the little black smear that was left on his skin. The horrors of the bizarre bear, deer, wolf thing felt so far away. If only he could say the same for the various aches and pains of his body that remained from the fight. He'd kept an eye on that little red bar, and it had steadily increased over the past hour, his cuts and bruises healing at a rate that was disconcertingly fast.
To accommodate visitors' exploration and learning, natural healing has been significantly increased.
Well, that answered that. "Thanks, Cataloger," he said as he walked. "Nice to know there's some advantages to go along with everyone trying to kill me on sight." After another hour of travel, along a path void of visitors, Nick spotted a sudden turn from the road. To his even greater surprise, it was walled off almost immediately, the road blocked by an iron gate. Curiosity, and his grumbling stomach, sent him to investigate. Beyond, he spotted a clearing in the woods, and in its center, atop a gentle hill, was a white-painted mansion.
Location: Huel Manse. Description: estate of Baron Huel, who has ruled over the western farmlands of Vester for 6 years.
Nick stared through the bars. Its construction was vastly nicer than that of the homes of Meadowtint, almost dramatically grand. Nick could only imagine what kind of person lived inside. What he could also imagine was the amount of food available within. The first problem was whether or not they'd share it with a random passerby. The second problem was whether the people there would try to murder him for that whole demon thing. "That's it, I'm going in," he said, climbing the gate. It was tall, but there weren't spikes or sharp edges to deter him from going over the top. With a bit of effort, he landed unceremoniously on the dirt on the other side. Nick stood, dusted himself off, and trudged along the path toward the mansion, his sickle tucked into the waistband of his overalls. What's the worst that could happen, he thought upon reaching the enormous double doors? They kill you? Wouldn't be the first time, or even the 5th. He rapped his knuckles on the door. On the 3rd knock, a sharply dressed man in a dark suit opened the door.
"No beggars,"
he said, his white mustache curling in disgust. "Please," Nick said, thrusting his arm and leg in the way to prevent the door from shutting. "I'm starving. If I could have just a little bit of food, a snack, anything." The manservant did not try to force the door shut. Instead, he backed away and glanced over his shoulder.
"Logrif, if you would."
The door opened wider, and from deeper inside the finely furnished hallway approached a hulking man. He wore dark trousers and a blue tunic covered by a thick breastplate adorned with a spread eagle crest. A club rested across one shoulder, its sides reinforced with thick strips of metal. As Nick's eyes widened, information hovered above the giant man's bald head.
Logrif, level 10, human. Archetype, guard. Armor, breastplate, tier 4.
"A whole forest to hunt with him, but they come begging anyway,"
Logrif said, his words accompanied by a slight drawl. Nick retreated a step while pulling out his sickle and holding it before him. It felt pathetic compared to the enormous instrument in Logrif's hands. What even was that?
Item, reinforced club. Quality, tier 3. Good. Classification, weapon. Augmented with iron, the simple club has been transformed into a more powerful, reliable weapon.
Nick hoped that description was all he'd learn about that giant club as he backed away. I'm leaving, he said. Logrif exited through the doorway, having to duck to not bump against the frame.
"Yes,"
the giant man said with an all-too-pleased smile.
He hoisted his weapon.
"You are, but not yet."
Nick braced himself, his mind racing. He could likely outrun the big man, but there remained the troubling fact that the gate was still shut. Could he gain enough distance to also climb over without getting clobbered? The club rose. Nick tensed. "Wait!" Logrif glanced over his shoulder, his displeasure obvious. The manservant stepped out, his beady eyes narrowed. "You," he said. "Something is different with you. Not a normal beggar, are you? No, you're..." Another step closer. Though he worked to keep his face passive, a bit of surprise leaked through. "You are what the people here would call a demon, are you not?" Nick bounced his attention back and forth between the servant and the guard eager to kill him. "Maybe," he said. "Will your giant smash me if I say yes?" The servant patted the guard on the shoulder. "Lower your weapon, Logrif. I suspect Baron Huel will be most eager to speak with such an enigmatic individual." He stepped past him and then bowed. "Greetings. I am Butler Tully, in charge of maintaining this manse. If you would please follow me." Nick put away his sickle, keeping a tight eye on Logriff. "Happy to," he muttered and entered. The walls were a deep mahogany color. The carpet a lovely shade of red. Nick felt dirty and inappropriate as he trudged his muddy boots across that pristine carpet. He passed doors with various animals carved upon them, their handles shining gold. Paintings covered the walls, and Nick wished he could stop to inspect them. Those windows into other parts of Yensier intrigued him greatly. "Your journey appears to have been one of difficulty," the butler said, pausing before one of the doors. "There is a wardrobe within. Please use it at your convenience so you may be properly attired for a meeting with the master of the house." "Of course," Nick said, trying to keep the eagerness out of his voice at the prospect of removing his blood-stained and dirt-caked clothes. Feeling the eyes of the butler watching him, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The bedroom within filled him with awe, and he wandered it in a haze. He'd heard stories of such wealth, old wealth, like in the fairy tales his mother used to read to him. This room felt like a perfect recreation of those ideals. The 4-poster bed, the trunk at its foot, the towering wardrobe, the 2 dressers. They were all made of darkly polished wood, and then filigreed with gold around various corners, hinges, and knobs. Violet curtains wrapped the bed, silky soft between his fingers. The ceiling was high, the windows tall and oval, the walls decorated with a half-dozen paintings of gorgeous landscapes. Places certainly different from the nearby environs. Waterfalls flowing through multicolored forests, still lakes surrounded by pines, and grand fields of flowers blooming with all sorts of colors and shapes. Whatever plague inflicted Meadowtint, it seemed to have spared Baron Huel's manse. Nick ran his fingers across the front of the wardrobe, impressed by how aged it felt. Everything on the research station was clinical, sterile, and utilitarian. Little bore history or sentimentality. Only what few personal objects researchers and workers brought gave life and personality to the research station. When Nick had been younger, he'd often been confused by the randomness of what people chose. Sure, pictures he understood, but some brought game boards, old clothes, childhood dolls, and so many instruments. One researcher even brought a fishing rod, despite knowing it would never be used. Now he understood it, as a need to remember a life lived in a place that bore history, when a place had a past that stretched longer than the 20 years it had taken to construct the space station he called home. Nick imagined what it'd be like to have such a wardrobe in his room. How ludicrous it'd be, fitting it inside the cramped space. How wondrous to have that finely polished wood contrasting with the cold steel of the walls. "If only I could bring you with me," he whispered aloud, pulling it open. Finely tailored shirts hung from smoothly polished wood hangers. Underneath them, inside little hollow squares lining the lower half of the wardrobe, were trousers of various lengths and colors, each with leather cord drawstrings or belts already half looped. "Baron Huel did say to make myself at home," he said, removing one of the shirts that looked close enough to his size. It was long-sleeved, the wool fabric finely woven and surprisingly soft. The shirt was dyed a lovely shade of red, with its neck and bottom hemmed with black. A bit of searching later, and he found a pair of black trousers that used red ribbon to tighten the front as well as hem in the ankles and waist. A good enough match in his opinion. "Will wearing nicer clothes add to any of my stats?" he asked Cataloger. "Maybe a bump to my attractiveness level?"
Attractiveness is not a catalog statistic, for it is based on unique personal and biological parameters that—
Got it, please stop. Nick started to remove his raggedy old shirt, then hesitated. Cataloger, is there a way I can get you to, turn around?"
Clarify.
He grimaced. "I don't like the idea of you watching me undress."
Such discomfort is irrational. I am incapable of judgment, mockery, or sexual attraction.
Nick rubbed his eyes. "Think of Cataloger like a physician," he told himself. "You've had to endure plenty of awkward exams before. It's no big deal."
This is an accurate comparison.
Nick pulled his old shirt off and tossed it to the carpet, unable to hold back a laugh. What point was there in being shy before an artificial intelligence when said intelligence was capable of hearing his thoughts? You just need to get used to having no privacy, Nick, he told himself, as he pulled off his overalls. Though they were repaired a bit each time he returned to Yensier, they were still torn in places, and bits of thorns and burrs clung to them from his flight through the forest. Once Nick was dressed in his new finery, he glanced about for a mirror. There was none within the wardrobe, nor any hanging from the walls or set atop the dresser. "Is there a mirror in here, cataloger?" he asked, dying to know how he looked.
"One moment."
After a few seconds, her feminine voice floated back.
"There appears to be a mirror hidden within the wardrobe."
Nick cocked an eyebrow. Hidden? Why would someone hide a mirror?
"Unknown."
Nick pushed the many shirts and tunics aside to scan the back of the wardrobe. He knew he was overstepping his bounds, but the mystery filled him with an excitement he couldn't resist. His fingers ran across the back, testing the wood for anything that felt out of place. One of the boards was propped wrong, not entirely flush with the others. He pried it with his fingertips until it came loose, revealing a hidden compartment. And there, within, he saw a silver hand mirror. It's beautiful," he said, closing his fingers around the slender handle adorned with deep red runes he didn't recognize. At his touch, he felt a strange sensation flow through him. It was like electricity, but not jarring, not a jolt, but more soothing, pleasant. The handle, despite the silver twisting about like a funnel, seemed to perfectly fit his fingers. "What is this?" he asked.
"Item: Mirror of Theft. Quality: Tier 14. Pristine. Classification: Arcane Artifact. Created during the Sinefel Empire, this mirror reveals to the holder something they seek, fear, or desire, the manner of which is chaotic and uncertain."
At first, Nick thought Cataloger was playing a trick on him. Looking into the small mirror, he saw only himself, tired, hungry, and with disheveled brown hair in desperate need of a trim. The new outfit, while certainly nice, almost felt wrong hanging off him. The size a bit too big for his frame. It gave him an emaciated look. "Are you sure?" he asked. Before Cataloger could answer, he felt another wave of pleasant energy wash through him. Deep in the back of his mind, he heard a ringing sound and felt something akin to a pulling. The image in the mirror shifted. The face changed. The clothes smoothed out and changed color as they morphed into an OPC uniform. Nick felt rooted in place, a mixture of fury and elation striking him with a powerful paralysis as a familiar figure appeared within the mirror. His father, smiling at him.
"Nick,"
said his father, Lucian.
It's you, isn't it? How long has it been? 2 years? You've grown. My, how you've grown."
Nick stumbled onto the bed, half entangling himself in the violet curtains. His hand shook, yet the image within the mirror retained perfect clarity. "You can't be here," he said, dumbstruck. Lucian frowned, the lines in his forehead thickening along with it.
"And why not?"
"Because this is..." He was talking to a ghost. He was talking to the dead. "Because you can't be real." Lucian shook his head and crossed his arms as the mist folded around him.
"How do we define what is real, my son?"
A heavy knocking sounded on the bedroom door before Nick could answer. He jammed the mirror into his wide trouser pocket, and immediately, it felt like he'd emerged from underwater to suck in a deep breath. His heart hammered inside his chest. Impossible thoughts bounded through him, and he pushed them aside to answer the door with a casual grin. "Yeah?" he asked, flinging it open.
"I see you've dressed," the butler said, and sniffed. "Excellent taste, sir. Now that you are properly attired, Baron Huel would like you to join him for dinner."
Nick's mouth immediately watered, his hunger pushing away the rest of the shock. Fantastic! A veritable feast awaited Nick in the dining hall. A long table was set between walls decorated with somber portraits of elderly men and women hung within silver frames. Multiple dishes were waiting, their mixture of smells awakening Nick's hunger to a ravenous degree. He saw multiple forms of potatoes, mashed and scalloped, both drowning in butter and gravy. A hunk of meat, sweating with juices, was the centerpiece, its exterior a pleasant golden color, the interior just shy of pink. A great bowl of soup bubbled just beside the table, set atop warming stones on a carried marble tray. Nick saw carrots, cubed meat, and various greens he did not recognize floating in the brown broth. "Welcome," a man in violet and gold robes said, standing. Nick had barely noticed him over the food. "Are you hungry?" "Famished," Nick said. Two servants rushed in from a side door, looking sharp in their finely fitted tunics and trousers. The motion attracted Nick's attention, and he noticed an armed guard on the opposite side of the door, so Logriff was not the only protector of the mansion. Nick took a seat before the only empty plate, assuming it was his, and took stock of his host as the two servants began slicing and serving him portions. Baron Huel was younger than Nick expected, his nose sharp and his beard neatly trimmed as it curled down from his ears to the bottom of his chin, where it drifted into a faint curl. He did not smile, not with his face nor with his eyes, which looked like two sharp bits of amethyst wedged into white orbs. "I must ask forgiveness for my bodyguard's treatment of you," the Baron continued. Something about his voice grated. Perhaps too much of an air of control within an otherwise nasally voice? "But surely you understand why he would think you nothing more than a common beggar." "I'm pretty sure that's what I am, though," Nick said, his eyes widening as a thick hunk of meat was set in the center of his plate. He tapped the arm of a servant, who gave him a guarded look in response. "What is that?" "Lamb, sir," the servant responded. "Lamb," Nick said, beaming. He'd never seen a lamb in person, let alone eaten one. They'd all gone extinct before his homeworld of Tanith had been terraformed by the explorers of Eden. The Baron leaned forward in his chair. No food before him. He was all seriousness. "But you aren't just a beggar. You are what the folks in Vester would call a demon, aren't you, Nick?" Nick wasn't going to waste this good fortune. He grabbed one of the 4 forks and one of the 3 knives and immediately sliced into the lamb before the servants were done filling his plate. A conversation about demons might get ugly, and damn it, Nick was going to enjoy a nicely cooked hunk of lamb, digital recreation or otherwise. The meat nearly melted in his mouth. Nick slumped an inch lower in his chair and sighed. A tiny part of him wanted to cry. There would be no topping this. "Sorry," he said, realizing the Baron was staring at him. "But yes, that word's been thrown at me a lot. Why? I don't know. What exactly it means, I don't know that either." Another bite of lamb. Another. For a brief moment, he saw the flicker of that yellow hunger bar in the bottom right corner of his vision, and he glared at it with seething hatred. It immediately vanished, and he could almost feel Cataloger's regret. "I've been told the demons can be clever and full of tricks," Baron Huel said. "But then again, we don't know what it is you truly are. Beasts from beyond the dark sun, perhaps? Some say you are survivors of the Magir, from the era predating even the Grand Sinifel Empire. What is it you remember, Nick? What brings you here, to my doorstep?" "I don't know who the Sinifel are, nor what the Magir were either," Nick said. He pondered what exactly to tell the man. Was there even a way to convey the concept of the artifact and a digital world within it? A second thought hit him. Was he even allowed?
Your visitor status is currently known and flagged to all inhabitants of Yensir.
"So, you are ignorant of Yensir?" the Baron asked. "Its people and its history." "That's a fair assessment." He bit into one of the carrots. It had a snap to it, lacking in the carrots freeze-dried and reheated on Station 79.
Not to mention it was coated in some sort of sauce that gave it a tangy flavor he instantly wanted more of. "It seems our guest is more interested in eating than talking," Baron Huel said, and he chuckled while waving at one of the servants. "Wine for the both of us, please." The servant hurried over, carrying an open bottle wrapped in a wet cloth. The other servant appeared as if by magic, setting down 2 glasses so the first could pour the crimson liquid in. Nick accepted his glass, his curiosity growing. Alcohol was rare for him, granted only on special occasions with his older brother. He sipped a bit of it, then held back a cough. It was extremely tart and surprisingly sweet, like a thick dollop of honey had been added to the bottom. "Not to your liking?" the Baron asked. "Or are demons not capable of handling alcohol?" Nick frowned as his pride took a lash. Stubbornness had him return the glass to his lips and down the rest. "Nah," he said, setting it aside. "We demons can..." No more words came. His throat hitched. It felt like fire had sunk into his belly. The room around him pitched violently, despite his remaining firmly seated. "What?" Nick asked, weakly, as his stomach clenched with excruciating pain. "What did you—"
Status: poisoned. Wild boar root. Effect: 50% reduction in physicality and endurance, along with severe impairment of cognitive abilities and vision.
Nick shoved away his chair and stood on unsteady feet, his head starting to swim. 4 soldiers garbed in padded leather came rushing in, slender swords held in hand. They surrounded Nick, 2 on either side of him. He scanned them, information floating into view the moment he desired it.
Level 3. Human. Archetype. Guard. Armor. Padded leather. Tier 2.
Each one was more than capable of taking him down in his current state. Nick pulled the sickle out from his belt and held it with both hands, though his muscles started to spasm. "You need not struggle," Baron Huel said, casually rising from his seat and retreating from the table. "Surely you understand I could never let a demon run loose in my lands." Nick tried to respond, but found speech was an impossibility. He dropped his weapon, eyes wide with fear, as the huge bodyguard, Logriff, sauntered over, reached out, and closed his beefy hand around Nick's throat. Logriff lifted him with ease, leaving Nick's feet dangling. Nick's hands closed around that enormous wrist, pulling and struggling, but the man was a walking mountain of muscle. The grip tightened. Nick gasped, growing more lightheaded. His vision darkened. Little white sparks flitted around what remained of his vision. Just before unconsciousness took him, he heard Baron Huel's voice pierce through the fog and darkness. "Bring him to the cell. My knives will reveal the truth of his arrival."
Chapter 10. Simon. Simon awoke from a fitful sleep to the beeping alert of his brother's heart monitor. The alarm quickly dashed away his grogginess as he leaned closer. 200 BPM, he said, and pressed the back of his hand against Nick's forehead. His skin was warm and damp with sweat. A glance at a different monitor showed him building a fever, his temperature starting to crest over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. A troubling sign on its own, though the more worrisome part was, why? "What are you doing?" he asked the quiet dark. He slumped over the bed, his temples pulsing with a growing migraine. "I hate this, Nick. I hate it. I wish I could be in there with you. I wish I could help instead of sitting here and..." A deep rumbling shook the station, and then gravity itself shifted. Simon flew toward one of the walls, shouting as he collided hard with his right shoulder. Nick's bed was bolted down, but the same could not be said for Nick, who slid off and started to roll. Simon caught him the best he could, for a second rumble followed, and the axis of gravity pivoted in the reverse direction. The station was trying to correct itself. "I got you," Simon said, holding the catatonic Nick to his chest. His stomach did loops as the floor resumed being a proper floor for far too short a time. Again, it felt like the world spun underneath him, the pull of gravity shifting around 45 degrees or so. On his wrist, His watch flared with angry lights, warnings from the research station's moderating AI, as well as various members of his staff. Those warnings were echoed by a constant droning alarm from the main corridor, which was now awash with light despite the late cycle hour. Shifting Nick's weight onto his right arm, he lifted his wrist, ignoring the alerts to answer a call request from one specific individual. Carter, his head of engineering. "Good, you're unharmed," Carter's voice said. "Apologies for the gravity, but stabilization is going to take some time." "Forget the gravity," Simon said. "What just happened?" An image flashed onto his watch from an exterior station camera. Simon's stomach sank at the sight. Debris floated through space, and alongside the curve of the station, he saw a gaping chunk missing. He had a sudden, horrible feeling he knew of someone who would want to blow a hole in his station. "Director Lemley's shuttle exploded," said Carter. "Automated security locked down the corridor on both sides. And from what I can tell, there's no fires or vacuum leaks beyond the shuttle bay. Impact threw off our rotation. I'm scanning now for damage done to the rest of the station by the ejected debris." Simon breathed a sigh of relief. Without a fire or air leak, the station would survive. That relief, though, was fleeting. "Do what you can to stabilize," Simon said. "Contact me if you need help." He ended the communication and initiated a new one, this time to Daksh. No response. "Shit." "Sorry, Nick," Simon said, hoisting his brother back onto the bed. Once he replaced the covers, he reached underneath the bed and felt along the sidebar. Every bed had a Velcro wrap attached to it in case of prolonged loss of gravity. Finding it, he pulled it up, looped it over Nick, and then connected it to the strip attached to the other side. Satisfied that his brother probably wouldn't fly out of bed, Simon rushed through the door, his stun gun gripped tightly in hand. Another rumble, another shift, and he stumbled into a hard slam against the opposite wall. He grimaced at the pain as the noise of the alarms blared through his mind. Multiple men and women were already in the main corridor, checking on one another, or heading to their stations if they were part of the maintenance crew. Simon ignored their worried looks and pushed past them. "We'll be fine," he said to their questions. "We'll be fine." A minute later, he reached the guest room door. Daksh lay on the ground before it, a small smear of blood on the nearby wall. A woman knelt beside him, emergency kit open at her feet. It took Simon a moment to recognize her, with her brown hair untied and her eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. "Haley," he said, addressing the doctor in charge of their med ward. "Is he all right?" Haley glanced up at him.
Concussion, she said. And he should be all right, assuming we don't all get sucked out into the vacuum. What happened? Were we struck by a meteor?
"Sorry, no time to explain," Simon said, stepping past her to the guest room door. It was open. The inside was empty. Simon forced back a curse as he lifted his watch. 79. Locate Director Lemley. Director Jacob Lemley has a privacy order in place. Override it and tell me where he is. Override unavailable. You do not possess proper organizational rank. Simon bit down another curse. Planetary directors were some of the most important officials in the entire OPC. Despite this being Simon's station, Lemley could still pull rank, especially if he claimed it was due to an emergency. Simon could order a station-wide lockdown, but it wouldn't hold. Lemley could almost certainly bypass it with his clearance. Simon's hand tightened on the trigger of his gun. He'd have to do this the old-fashioned way. Of course, this still left the question of where to search. The research station resembled a spoked wheel, with the vast majority of rooms and labs built along the outer edge, where the rotation would create a strong gravitational pull. Elevators ran through two of the spokes for quicker traversal between sections of the station. The remaining spokes led to the inner areas of the station: liquid oxygen storage, fuel storage, cargo holds, and water and air circulation, as well as the multiple batteries collecting energy beamed in from their dozen satellite solar arrays. Simon's gut set to search the fuel storage next. A fire starting there could sweep through much of the station, consuming vital oxygen at the same time. And should it reach the oxygen tanks themselves, well... Sean, you in the command center? Simon spoke into his watch as he jogged toward the tunnels leading toward the inner core of the station. His second in command, a bespectacled man 10 years his senior named Sean Lai, appeared on the screen. He looked exhausted. His round, chubby face stretched into a tight frown.
I am. As should you be. Where are you?
On my way to... He paused to think. Oxygen Bay 1. I want you to send Bethany and Isaac to Depot 2, and Nahid to 3.
And get someone to check the fuel tanks too.
Sean's brow furrowed.
You suspect sabotage?
Am I wrong to? His second in command shook his head.
No, you're not. We've confirmed Lemley's shuttle is the source of the explosion. That means we cannot rule out the possibility of it being intentional.
Any idea how it happened?
Simon asked as he sprinted.
We never sent a scanning crew into the shuttle. Might have been technical issues. Might have been a bomb.
Panic welled in Simon's chest. Smuggling a bomb through a world gate would be extremely difficult, but not impossible. Lemley was a brilliant man and carried a lot of authority. Given the damage done to their station, there was no ruling out that possibility. It seemed more and more likely that the blast was intentional, and that Lemley was trying to... what? Kill them all? But the shuttle's destruction had not been severe enough to do any lasting damage, which meant if Lemley sought to finish the job, his options were limited. Simon stopped at a marked door, grabbed the handle, and pulled it open to reveal a room no larger than a closet containing a ladder. Due to the nature of the station's design, no matter where you were, approaching the interior meant going up. Normally, there were service elevators, but those were shut off because of the emergency status, necessitating use of ladders instead. Simon climbed as fast as he could, building up a layer of sweat. With each rung, the pull of the artificial gravity lessened. In the direct center, he'd feel nearly weightless, but his destination was thankfully not that far. The various storage and engineering rooms were to either side of him, with sealed doors labeled with giant letters. At the first oxygen bay, he stepped off the ladder and readied his stun gun. His free hand grabbed the handle and pulled. Director Lemley stood at the entrance of the bay, and he spun around at the sound of the door opening. One of the emergency oxygen tanks was strapped to his back, its mask tied firmly to his face. He stood with one hand on the handle to the door. The other held a firearm pointed at Simon's chest.
No closer,
Lemley said, the director's voice slightly muffled by the mask.
There's no need for you to die a painful death.
If I let you stay in there, I'll die anyway. Looks like you aim to kill us all.
Aye, I do,
Lemley said.
But it will be quick.
He gestured at the communicator watch on Simon's wrist.
Leave it be. No one needs to be afraid. The rupture will be sudden, and death instantaneous. Give your people that, Director. You owe it to them.
I owe it to them to stop you. The older man frowned and nodded.
Yes,
he said.
I suppose you do.
He lowered the pistol and pulled the trigger. Simon screamed as searing pain shot through his left knee. The entire leg collapsed as the sound of pinging metal filled his ears. The bullet ricocheted through the hall but thankfully halted without causing further harm. Blood pooled beneath him, the drops slowly hovering to join the rest due to the lesser gravity. Simon lifted his stun gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Lemley batted it out of his grasp and then smacked him in the forehead with the butt of the pistol. Simon's vision swam, and he collapsed onto his side, his own blood smeared across his face.
A shame. What must be done, Lemley said, breathing heavily into his mask. You were a fine director. Brave, quick-witted, committed to science. If only you had never stumbled upon the artifact. But I suppose this path became fate the moment this station was assigned to Magus. I don't...
Simon paused to gasp against another wave of pain coursing through him from his foolish attempt to sit up.
I don't understand.
Lemley knelt before him.
It wants to be found,
he said, staring straight into Simon's eyes with a crazed intensity.
And so you found it. It is a jar of vipers, a poisoned pill. If humanity is to endure,
All traces of it must be expunged. He stood and returned to the entrance, yanking it open with his free hand and stepping back inside. 79. Lock the bay door behind me. Deny all attempts to enter until my order.
Simon did not need to hear the AI's response to know it would obey. Lemley stepped within the bay, holding the door slightly ajar.
If I could, I would throw the damned thing into Magus' sun and spare your lives, he said. But alas, I only do what I can and pray the artifact is flung into the deepest depths of space, never to be found again. Farewell, Director.
The door slammed shut. Simon pushed to his feet, holding back a scream when he put the slightest bit of weight onto his shattered knee. Hobbling on one leg, he left a trail of blood behind him, the drops floating weirdly as they fell. There was a small, heavily reinforced window in the center of the door, and through it, Simon could see the planetary director approach one of the consoles before the enormous liquid oxygen tanks within. Simon's mind raced for a solution. Lemley had a plan of some sort, likely an eruption of one tank that would cause a chain reaction to detonate the others. The force could easily crack the station in half, flinging everyone within into the freezing darkness of space. He slammed a fist against the door, furious his station AI could be so easily turned against him. But he realized that Lemley, in his haste, had only issued an order about the door. Nothing else. An idea formed, one that made Simon sick to his stomach. The bay was designed with multiple safety features in case oxygen leaked, including complete remote control over the pressurization system. There was no time to consider the repercussions. He would do what needed to be done. "Carter!" Simon shouted hurriedly into his watch, turning away from the thick window. "Yes, Director?" "Depressurize oxygen storage bay 1. "Sir, to what level?" Simon swallowed down what felt like 10 shards of glass lodged in his throat. 0. When Carter next spoke, his voice was unsteady. 79 detects life in the vicinity. I need your override. Simon closed his eyes. A planetary director. There would be no coming back from this. Simon lifted his watch to his mouth. 79. Grant Engineer Carter Director Override. Security code? 364-633-706. Authorization granted. The ground vibrated. Simon clenched his fists and waited, not daring to look through the window. He knew what would happen within the depressurized bay. The effects were burned into every station director's brain in the earliest days of training. Water in the body would turn to vapor. The person's body would rapidly expand, crushing internal organs, squeezing the heart, and applying crippling pressure to the lungs, which would likely rupture and bleed. Brutal depressurization sickness would follow, as nitrogen bubbled inside bones and muscle. Lemley had prepared an oxygen mask and tank, but that would mean nothing when his internal organs smothered his lungs and filled them with blood. Simon stared at his watch, counting the time. At 12 seconds, he heard the muffled sound of a gunshot. He braced himself, waiting for disaster. It did not come. After 1 minute, he reopened his connection to Carter. Resume pressurization. Will do, Carter replied. Simon then addressed the station AI. 79. Unlock Oxygen Bay 1. Oxygen Bay 1 is locked down due to Planetary Director Lemley's orders. Override the Director's orders. Reason, deceased. Simon gave the AI a moment to confirm. He suspected the cameras in the bay would suffice. Override confirmed. Oxygen Bay 1 unlocked. When the pressurization was complete, Simon stepped inside, saw the body, saw the director's wide-eyed, vacant stare, and the blood pooled around his mouth and underneath his head. Saw the brain matter from where he'd inserted his handgun into his mouth and pulled the trigger, and then immediately fled the room to vomit. An hour later, a bandaged and grumpy-looking Daksh greeted Simon on the way to the control room.
Surprised Haley is letting you wander about,
Daksh said, attempting and failing to smile.
I've a cane, a cast, and a job to do,
Simon said as he hobbled along. Dax offered an arm, and Simon graciously accepted it as they walked.
I'm so sorry,
Dax said, side-eyeing the cast on Simon's leg.
I failed in my duties, and it nearly killed us all.
We both made plenty of mistakes, all of which involved trusting a planetary director to not be a homicidal lunatic. Simon grinned sideways, despite the pain. Haley had injected his knee with a localized painkiller, but fiery spikes managed to escape from higher up near the thigh. Don't beat yourself up over it. That massive bruise on your head is punishment enough.
But still...
Dax reached into his pocket.
It may be too late, but I searched Director Lemley's room and personal belongings. No note or explanation, but I did find this in one of his pockets.
He pulled out and offered Simon a thumb drive. Simon accepted the thin little bit of plastic in his free hand.
Did you check its contents?
He asked.
I thought that was best left for you,
Dax said.
Besides, it belonged to a planetary director. I can't imagine the security on that thing.
Simon could. He pocketed the thumb drive, reminding himself to give it to his tech specialist later. She might be able to crack the thing open and give a hint as to what would push Lemley to such extremes. Thank you, he told Dax, and then gestured ahead. They'd reached the doors of the control room. Please, come with me. This is something everyone needs to hear. Simon stepped into the control room using his cane alone, determined to walk on his own power. Familiar faces peered back at him, each awash in the glow of their monitor. Sean saw him enter and immediately hurried over.
We need a proper sit-rep,
his second-in-command said.
Everyone's running on theories and it's getting out of hand.
Simon nodded as he approached the middle of the control room. All the various stations were curved and oriented toward that center point so he might address them simultaneously. His stomach spun loops, and it had nothing to do with the previous inconsistency of gravity. Public speaking was one of his strong points, and a large reason why he'd managed to nab his role so early. This news, though, he couldn't even guess how his crew would take it.
Earlier tonight, he said, and cleared his throat. Through undetermined means, Planetary Director Jacob Lemley triggered an explosion within his shuttle, damaging our station.
He paused to let that sink in. Worry, confusion, and anger spread across the tired faces of his subordinates. Even though most had guessed that something extreme had happened, given how the shuttle bay was the only portion of the station currently blocked off with security walls. A tall man with a receding hairline stood. Carter, his head of engineering. Simon nodded to acknowledge him. Can you tell us why? Carter asked.
Fear, Simon said, of the artifact, and what it means to humanity as a whole. I cannot answer more than that, I'm sorry.
More soft muttering. For a planetary director to attempt such a horrible crime and take their own life doing so was beyond the pale. None of it made sense, not unless the artifact was a tremendously dangerous object. And if it was... Simon crossed his arms, falling into thought. There was too much going on that he did not understand. They were operating in the dark. How would OPC brass react to news of Lemley's death? Would they prosecute him? Send a replacement director? Or finally follow through with their implied threats to take the artifact out of his possession and bring it somewhere planetside to be properly studied? He had to stop this. He had to buy himself some time. Simon looked up, and he slowly exhaled. There was one way, and he hoped the rest of his crew would understand. As of right now, I'm initiating a dark quarantine protocol. Gasps followed. Normal quarantine protocol meant a station or planet had encountered, or at least suspected, a threat considered dangerous to humanity at large. Initiating quarantine protocol meant no travel was allowed through the World Gate, and all necessary supplies would be delivered via automated shuttles. A dark quarantine, though, went much further. All outgoing communication would be severed, and incoming information heavily filtered. No messages, no letters, no calls. They would go dark to the rest of the universe. Simon alone would be in charge of information sent to OPC.
and that which reached his crew. Such rare measures were used when the very knowledge of what was transpiring on the far edges of space could be considered traumatic to society at large.
Is such a drastic step required?
Sean asked. Simon spun in place, meeting the eyes of all those subordinate to him. Our lives were threatened by one of the highest-ranking members of OPC, he said. Until I know for certain that all danger is past, this must be done. That wasn't going to be enough. Simon could read that on their faces. They were frightened, but they were also professionals. They could reach their own conclusions as to why he was taking such a course. He had to win them over. He hardened his voice and crossed his arms behind his back. It's been a month since we discovered the artifact, he said. What it is, we still don't know. We don't know who made it. We don't know its purpose. But what I do know is that its discovery is about to change humanity's entire understanding of the stars, of civilizations, and of our history. This is our work. This is our discovery. We are at the bleeding edge, and I will let no one, no director, not even the OPC itself, steal it from us. Our blood and sweat shall not be spent in vain. The artifact has awakened. We know that. It has made contact with my brother. Something is coming, something amazing, transformative, and we shall shepherd that coming change. He did not wait for their reaction before limping away from the center. He didn't want to seem like he could be swayed. The course was set. Time to hold faith. Before Simon exited the control room, he went to his tech specialist's console. Her name was Essa, a brilliant mind hidden behind a quiet, solemn personality. This belonged to the former planetary director, he said, handing over the thumb drive. I want to know what's on it. Essa took the drive and pushed it into a slot built into her monitor. Immediately, a warning flashed on her screen, and she frowned.
Encrypted,
she said, clicked a few buttons, and then grimaced.
Very encrypted. This will take time.
Simon lowered his voice, so only she would hear. Find a way to crack it, and do it fast, he said. Lemley tried to kill us all, and I need to know why.
Chapter 11. Nick.
None of this is real, Nick told himself as he hung from two manacles bolted to the wall.
None of this is real,
he insisted as the Baron approached holding a long, slender knife.
None of this is real,
his mind pleaded, as the blade sank deep into the flesh of his abdomen.
It's not real,
he screamed when it ripped, twisted, and tore. Not real. Not the cut, not the pain, not the splash of blood that dripped down to the floor of the barren room, landing atop board stained a deep, dark color.
You may be a demon, but you bleed just like a human,
Baron Huel said, setting the knife down on a small table that was one of two furnishings in the tiny room, the other a little stool the Baron sometimes sat on. This was a nothing space. Bare walls, wood floors, no windows, and a lone door leading to torchlit stairs. It bore a single purpose, one told in the stains on the floor.
Your stubbornness is impressive. Even applying all my Lord Frey taught me, you cling to consciousness.
Why? Nick asked as the red bar representing his life flashed and pulsed. If he were to guess, only 2% of it remained, maybe 3.
Why what?
The Baron asked, pulling the stool closer to sit.
You mean this knife work? Because I have never met a demon in my lifetime. Only heard the stories. Those stories, though, they're enough to give a man the shivers.
Supposedly, your kind are capable of rapidly healing from terrible injuries.
Consider this an experiment. I would learn the truth of those stories.
Maybe try asking instead of poisoning and torture? Nick said. Blood trickled down the sides of his face from where the Baron had cut multiple gashes across his forehead. He blinked, trying to keep the sting from his eyes, as drops weighted his eyelids. I like to talk.
You like to steal, too. The Baron gestured to the hand mirror that rested on the small table. He'd taken it from Nick's pocket upon bringing him to his prison. Is that why you're here? To scrounge for Cinefel artifacts? Nick's faint laugh was enough to trigger a coughing fit. His ribs ached. He suspected several were broken from the beatings delivered by the Baron's bare fists.
3 ribs are broken, yes.
So helpful, cataloger, thought Nick, then grimaced to focus. I don't know anything about Cinefel, he said, with as much force as he could muster. I don't know anything about you. I don't know where I am or even why I'm here, and if you'd bother to ask between beating and cutting me, I could have told you that. Baron Huel folded his hands in his lap, his thumbs twiddling. There is one truth to the stories so far. Your kind is fearless in the face of torture and death. Yeah, that happens when you can't die. A frightening look hardened the Baron's face. Yes, he said. I look forward to testing that, too. The Baron pushed up from his stool and made for the exit. There's a legend passed down by my family, he said, his back turned. It claims God King Von conquered time, not by his own power, but with the knowledge granted to him by a demon. If that is true, he turned, his smile stretched from ear to ear, then there is so very much your kind has to answer for. The door slammed shut, blanketing Nick in darkness. He hung there, his body aching, his shoulders begging for a stretch instead of remaining locked in place with his hands manacled to the wall. Cataloger, he whispered, can you get me out of here?
I cannot directly affect the material world.
Then what is the point of you?
I am to welcome you and aid in your acclimation to this world.
Nick cracked a madman's grin. Blood from his sliced forehead trickled across his lips and his teeth and swelled on his tongue. Oh, I feel welcomed all right, he spat. Why didn't you warn me about the wine?
I am not to interfere where my involvement would preferentially treat or benefit one individual over another.
Nick's head hurt too much to parse that. Try again, he muttered.
If you were to play a game of cards, I could not inform you of your opponent's hand, because doing so would advantage you and disadvantage your opponent.
You're saying you kept quiet because you had to be fair?
That simplification is inaccurate.
You let me drink poisoned wine because otherwise you'd give my backstabbing host a disadvantage? Disadvantage in what? The game of who can murder someone faster?
You exhibit rudimentary understanding of the concept.
Sorry. Hard to keep things straight when I have more broken bones than health points. Cataloger had nothing to offer there. He closed his eyes and tried to think matters through. Cataloger, can you send me home?
For the health of the visitor, and to minimize mental and physical strain, extraction must be done at dedicated locations. What you see as rings of stones.
Unless I die.
Yes, then a death protocol unique to visitors is allowed to proceed.
Which means I need to hang here, suffering torture, for the benefit of my health.
Yes.
Nick thudded the back of his head against the wall. I hate this place so much.
That is unfortunate.
Nick twisted and thrashed against the manacles holding him. His health be damned. He wanted out of here. When that didn't work, he let all his weight hang, willing to break his own hands to slip them through the manacles. Not real, not real, not real, was his mantra to give himself the strength to let the cold steel tear through his flesh and dislocate his bones, if that was what it took. Yet no matter how many times he told himself that, it wasn't enough. The pain conquered him, and he relented. Not real, he whispered again, realizing how much of a lie that was on his tongue. This place, this world of Yenseer, was far too real to his senses to now believe otherwise. It might be digital, but if not for Cataloger's occasional appearance, and the various graphics and text meant to aid his travels, He would never have guessed he was anywhere other than a real world, whatever that even meant anymore. Fine then, he thought. It's real. Which means I'm trapped here, in a real place, about to suffer very real pain. And when real animals get their legs caught in a trap, they chew their real limbs off. So drop the excuses, Nick, and rip your damn hands free. Nick couldn't see the manacles around his wrists, but he could feel them. A single size for all prisoners. Ones he suspected were older and larger than he was. He could do this. He didn't need much give. Leaning his weight from foot to foot, he started to hop while building up the courage, then jumped while tucking his knees to his stomach. All his weight pulled down, with only the manacles on his wrists to hold him aloft. No give. Not that first time. He gasped at the pain coursing through his wrists, his neck, and his upper back. The strain felt like it might pull his shoulders from their sockets. Perhaps it even had. Nick breathed hard, in and out, working up the nerve. Again, he whispered. Left foot, right foot, hop, hop, jump. This time, his left shoulder did dislocate. Nick hung there, his entire upper body shaking as he rotated. The horrid pain be damned. Turn his wrists, grind the steel into his flesh. Blood itself could be a lubricant. Straighten the fingers, curl in the thumb, flatten the knuckles. He slipped downward. Not much, not even an inch. But it was something. Left foot, right foot, jump. This time while twisting. Skin tore. His left thumb audibly popped, but the hand slid free. Nick positioned his feet back on the ground so he might stand, relaxing the pressure of his other manacle as he writhed. His left arm hung limp at his side. It had mostly lost feeling from the shoulder down. He feared what would happen when it returned. "That's one," he whispered. He shifted the angle of his body the best he could, then leaped once more. The extra freedom meant he could apply all his weight directly onto that right arm. He had to bite his tongue to hold back the scream, but at last it too tore free. He collapsed to his knees, both his hands cradled against his stomach. Blood flowed from them, though in the darkness, he could not tell from where. "Cataloger, are my thumbs dislocated?" he asked.
Yes.
"Will forcing them outward put them back into place?"
Yes.
Nick grabbed his left thumb, his heart racing higher. "Fuck me," he said, and then pulled. When the pain subsided enough for him to think, he grabbed the other thumb, counted to 3, and did the same. That done, he collapsed onto the floor, slick with his own blood, and gave himself a moment to recover. You know, there's several guards throughout, he thought, trying to analyze the situation he found himself in. Possibly one right outside the door. And if you're found at any point, Lawgriff is going to come running, and you stand no chance against him. That meant a stealthy retreat was Nick's best and only option. Wait, that wasn't right. There was one final resort. He could find a weapon and take his own life. "No," Nick whispered. "You'll die fighting, but you won't die like that. Yensier isn't worthy of it." As Nick lay there, he heard the soft sound of footsteps. His eyes widened, and he spun about to lie on his stomach, facing the door. Panic threatened to steal away his composure. Was someone coming to check on him? Or did that bastard Baron decide he wanted to have more fun before going to bed? More sounds outside, a sudden clatter of metal. Nick lifted into a crouch, his legs tensed and ready. Maybe, if he was lucky, he could force his way past them and then sprint back up the steps to the ground floor. The door burst open, light flooding in. Nick squinted, his arm up to guard against the glare. All impulse to flee left him, replaced by confusion. He recognized that short blonde hair and that silver armor. Cataloger immediately showed him her stats. Everything redacted as before, except for her name. Frost. You're the ice person who killed me, then saved me in the woods, I think. Frost lowered her sword, and her blue eyes widened. He was shocked to see just how young she was. His age, perhaps slightly older? She'd seemed so much more regal and commanding when dooming him to death by pitchfork outside Meadowtint.
A slain guard lay on the ground just behind her, blood pooling underneath him.
"Your hands," she said. "Did you escape on your own?"
I had hopes to try.
Memory of her trapping him with her ice spell added a twinge of bitterness to his tired voice. "What are you doing here? If it's to kill me, make it quick. I won't refuse a quick trip home." The woman sheathed her sword and stepped to his side. Her hand gently touched his dislocated arm.
"We don't have much time,"
she said, ignoring his question.
"But I think we have enough to fix this."
She took a hold of his wrist and elbow and set his arm flat by his side. He allowed her to guide him, for though he did not trust her completely, the dead guard outside his cell helped immensely in that regard.
"Brace yourself and lean away from me," she said. "Also, this is going to hurt."
Before he could react, she pulled on his arm while rotating it upward to extend 90 degrees from his body. Nick's eyes bulged as pain shot through him, and he shouted with what little voice he could muster. His knees buckled, and Frost lowered him gently back to the ground.
"I'm pretty sure I got it," she said.
"Fantastic," Nick said, working to breathe in and out as he'd been taught. Frost stood, glanced out the door, then moved to the little table. Nick's shirt lay atop it, stripped off him before the torture began.
She lifted it and then knelt beside him.
"Here, I'll help you dress,"
she said as he sat up. Though it still hurt immensely to move, Nick shifted so she could pull it over his head, and then stole another glance at her. She was undeniably pretty. Her nose cute and small, and her eyes so vibrant a blue they might as well be the same sapphires as those encrusted in the hilt of her sword. And then the shirt was over him, breaking his sight of her.
"I didn't do it to be cruel,"
she said, as she gently helped him slide his hands through the sleeves. "You sure? My arm begs to differ."
"Not your arm."
Frost's expression softened.
"When we first met, you looked so scared, so full of panic. You needed to learn the consequences of dying were not so dire. At least, not for someone like you."
"And how would you know that if you aren't also like me?" "And so you helped by killing me?" he said, keeping the other thought to himself.
"Nothing teaches like experience. I've kept an eye on you, watching you learn as I figured out what kind of person you are."
"And what is that?" he asked. She flashed him a large smile. He hated how much he enjoyed seeing it.
"Tenacious. Now, get to your feet so we can leave this awful place."
Nick pushed to a stand, his left arm cradled against his body. His right he swung about in a few circles, testing its movement. At least it had escaped without too much misery, and feeling had slowly returned to his thumbs. Frost grabbed the short sword from the slain guard, flipped it, and offered him the handle.
"Here,"
she said.
"You look ready to fall over, but at least you can try to defend yourself."
"Better than an old sickle," he said as he accepted the weapon. Cataloger immediately flashed its statistics above it.
"Item. Short sword. Quality. Tier 3. Good. Classification. Weapon. A one-handed bladed weapon, versatile and excellent as both a slashing and thrusting weapon, and as such, has been a staple of military use for centuries."
When Frost exited, he did not follow immediately. Instead, he hobbled to the little table on the opposite side of the cell, grabbed the hand mirror, and shoved it into his pocket. It felt warm against his side, and he couldn't shake a strange feeling of guilt. That done, Nick followed Frost in the wake of her attempted rescue. He passed by bodies crushed with ice. Not all of them soldiers, servants too. And to his shock, they held swords and daggers in their limp hands. "They fought you?" Nick asked.
"They did,"
Frost said, not turning around. The door to his right burst open, and a servant in a suit swung a heavy club straight for Nick's head. He ducked underneath, saved only by pure instinct. The thick piece of wood struck the wall, puncturing a painting of an enormous estate between two rivers, and he thrust with his sword in retaliation. The blade sank into the man's ribs, and he gasped as blood dribbled down his lips. "Tully?" Nick said, recognizing the butler. The older man collapsed to his knees, the sword sliding out of him. But why? Why die for that old bastard? He would receive no answer. All red was gone from Tully's health bar. All life gone from his eyes. Frost turned at the commotion, and seeing the butler, she shook her head.
The Baron commands their hearts to a frightening degree, she said. I don't understand it, and I don't want to. Let's get out of here.
The butler's corpse hit the ground with a dull thud. Nick shuddered and forced the image out of his mind. Maybe none of this was real, but all of it was horrible. He needed to get out, escape, step into the light of two suns, and be free. In the entry hall, amid corpses and smashed furniture, stood Baron Huel and his gargantuan bodyguard. To think, I was content with a lone demon to interrogate, he said. It seems fate has gifted me a second.
I'm sure your dead guards are equally excited,
Frost said. The guards are replaceable. You are not. He gestured at Logriff. Capture them. Frost lifted her sword, a meager thing compared to Logriff's enormous club.
Stay behind me, she said. I can handle him.
Are you sure? Nick asked, glancing between them. Very, Frost said, uncaring that Logriff looked like he outweighed her thrice over and towered a good 1.5 feet above her head. Nick readied his sword and trusted her. There'd be no getting out of this on his own. That much was clear. Your armor's very pretty, Logriff said, as he approached Frost like a hunting animal. His club lifted into the air. I cannot wait to see it break. Frost sidestepped the downward slam, her sword lashing out to strike from Logriff's staggering total of health, despite initially hitting his breastplate. She did not follow it up, for despite his size, Logriff was deceptively fast. His club was already curling toward her after missing the first swing. She shifted away, anticipating the maneuver, and when the club swung for her waist, she dropped to her knees. The strike swished over her head, and as punishment, she thrust the tip of her sword into his abdomen. A large amount vanished from Logriff's health bar for what seemed like such a simple hit. How powerful is that sword? Nick wondered. Logriff shouted a deep mixture of pain, anger, and frustration. Instead of swinging his club, he shot his knee out, surprising her. It struck her in the stomach, and she doubled over, hitching for breath as the club rose. Nick panicked as Logriff's club lifted, and unable to dodge, Frost placed her silver blade in the way. The two connected, all of Logriff's immense strength pushing into it. Despite the quiver in her legs, despite the shake of her arms, Frost held firm. Nick's eyes bulged. How powerful is she? Frost shoved the club aside, slashed at Logriff twice more, and then retreated while twirling. Ice built about her hands, and then she cast a familiar spell, which Cataloger finally put a name to.
Spell. Frost Nova.
Thick chunks of ice lashed about Logriff's feet and ankles, spiderwebs of cracks settling over the blue surface. Logriff howled, and a single smack of his club shattered the pieces to free him. With frightening speed, he closed the space between him and Frost, catching her off guard. His club smashed into her side, and her armor must have been strong, for she endured a blow that Nick felt confident would have killed him in a single hit. In retaliation, she cast another spell, her arm rising toward his head.
Spell. Ice shards.
At such close range, Logriff could not hope to dodge. The shards tore into him, little jagged pieces like broken glass slicing into his skin. Logriff howled, instinctively retreating and lifting his own arm to protect his face from the cut's opening red lines along his face and forehead. Frost cast again, with no hesitation.
Spell. Ice lance.
The lance was frighteningly sharp, as it flew from her extended palm, and it struck Logriff square in the chest, hurting him even through his armor. He gasped, but the pain seemed to only ignite his rage. He swung his club when a second ice lance flew his way, smashing it in a gigantic burst of frost. A leap, and he closed the space between them, His elbow struck Frost in the nose, splattering her mouth and nostrils with blood. A headbutt followed, and she staggered, dazed and unsteady on her feet. Cataloger seemed reluctant to show Nick her accurate health tally, but he could see the graphical representation of her health bar, and he did not like the way it dipped below 2/3. Lawgriff lifted his club to swing, and in response, Frost raised her left hand. A translucent shield appeared, held firm in her grasp.
Spell. Shield of Ice.
One blow from the club shattered it, the weapon traveling farther to strike Frost across the shoulder. Lawgriff put all his strength into maintaining the movement, so the follow-through lifted Frost into the air and flung her across the hall. She landed in a clatter of silver armor on the other side. Lawgriff stalked her, murder in his eyes. Nick sprinted across the hall, throwing himself into Lawgriff's path. His swing missed. More humiliating was how easily the guard dug his elbow into Nick's stomach and flung him aside. Nick tumbled along the floor, which was slick with blood and half-coated with the ice of Frost's spells. To his relief, whatever bruises he suffered were not considered serious, at least not by whatever metrics guided Yensier. Still clinging to his pitiful amount of health, he pushed back to his feet and lifted his sword in his lone good arm.
"That it?" he asked. "I'm barely even bruised."
The guard was hardly impressed.
"What hope have you?"
Lawgriff asked as he lumbered closer. Blood coated his body from the many slashes inflicted upon him, and worse was the soaked spot in his armor where Frost's shards had punctured his chest. His steps were uneven, and his health only 1/3 of his original. That third was more than enough to keep him in the fight, though.
"You are a mouse before a lion."
"Ever corner a mouse?" Nick asked, tightening the grip on his sword. He would have only one shot at this. They're fast, and they bite. He did not wait for Lawgriff to swing. Instead, he shot straight for him, crossing the space in 3 quick strides. He did not swing his sword. Instead, he dropped, shifting so his weight landed on one side. His hip struck the floor, and coated with both ice and blood as it was, Nick slid without losing a shred of his momentum. He passed straight between Lawgriff's legs, and upon emerging behind him, he twisted his body, ignoring the shrieking pain of his shoulder and the ache of his thumbs as he lay on his stomach. He only had the chance for one slash, and he made it count. His sword sliced across the tendons of both heels. Below Lawgriff's health, he saw a faint new word written in white. Hobbled.
"You shit!"
Lawgriff shouted as he collapsed to his knees. He did not try to stand. Instead, he rotated his body so he might face Nick. His every muscle flexed as he extended his club, adding reach, adding power for the swing. Nick braced for the impact, a macabre grin on his face. "Guess I'm finally going home," he thought. A jagged shard of ice smashed into Lawgriff's wrist and forearm. The big man screamed again, his club slipping from his grasp. Both turned to see a limping Frost approach. Unnatural blue light shone from her eyes. Swirling white frost enveloped her left hand.
"You're a brute,"
she said, slamming her sword straight into his throat.
"And all of Yensier will be better with you gone."
Blood spurted across her brilliant armor from the thrust, easily claiming the last of the giant man's health. Lawgriff gargled something unintelligible, his bleeding hands scraping at the embedded blade, despite the damage it did to his fingers. The life left his eyes, and he dropped. The moment he hit the ground, Nick felt a surge of energy swell within him.
Reassessment. Level 5 +1. Statistical improvements. Agility 3 +1. Physicality 4. Endurance 3 +1.
Nick pushed to his feet, his sword heavy in his hand, but not as heavy as it had been mere moments before. The rush at the leveling and his steadily rising health made him feel worlds better. He looked to the side, to where Baron Huel stood by the door of his home, his eyes wide with shock.
"Demons,"
he whispered, realizing his final bodyguard was slain, and the pair had turned their attention his way. You two truly are demons. He tried to flee. A wave of Frost's hand and Frost Nova held him firm. He had no club to wield, and nowhere near Lawgriff's strength to break free. He twisted and shouted in his panic.
He tortured you, didn't he?
Frost said to Nick, her narrowed eyes never leaving the trapped Baron. Yes, Nick said. He did. Frost flung more shards of ice. These aimed at the Baron's sword arm as it flailed about. They punched into his flesh, stripping away 3/4 of his meager health. The sword went flying from his grasp and landed beyond his reach.
Then he's yours to kill,
she said. Nick approached the frightened Baron, a sick, warm feeling tightening in his stomach. The mirror in his pocket seemed to burn like fire against his thigh. Wait, the Baron said, his eyes wide and bloodshot. We can talk. This isn't, I didn't. Nick shoved his sword straight into the man's open mouth. A part of him knew he should be horrified by the gore that followed. The tearing of the Baron's jaw, the slicing of his tongue. Instead, he saw only a red bar drop to 0. And then the Baron collapsed to the ground, his body still. Nick's white bar appeared only briefly, crawled a little toward another evaluation, and then faded. Good riddance, Nick whispered. Frost's hand settled on his shoulder. Her touch was gentle.
Go outside and breathe the fresh air, she said. You don't need to be in here anymore. I'll get us some food and supplies for our travels while you wait.
Nick glared at the corpse. He deserved it, he said, unsure whom he was trying to convince. Frost gestured to the grand doors of the manse, whose lock was broken and hinges busted from her arrival.
No one in this false world deserves anything but the fates we give them. Learn that, and you'll find this all so much easier to endure.
Chapter 12. Nick. They followed the road toward Greenborough the rest of the day. Their travel was silent, Nick content to limp along amid his thoughts. The gentle movements made his body ache, but that was preferential to hanging from a wall by manacles. When the yellow sun began its descent, they veered off into the woods to make camp. Once Frost had built a fire, she sat before it, cross-legged and thoughtful with her elbows resting on her knees. No answer seemed forthcoming from her unprompted, so he paced before her, emulating his older brother the best he could. Simon could tear apart any stubborn researcher with his subtle, incisive questioning. Nick, well, you're a visitor, he said, relying on the blunt approach. Or a demon, as the people here seem to call us, but either way, you're like me, aren't you? Frost's head casually rested in the palms of her hands. She seemed greatly amused by his sudden excitement at her visitor status.
Somewhat. Unlike you, I've been at this for a while and know what I'm doing.
Funny. Very funny. He shook his head, trying to organize his thoughts. That means... What did that mean? Not once when entering Yensier via the artifact had he considered that there would be another actual person here. And whoever she was most certainly not on Station 79. He'd have seen her during his year there, and he most certainly would have remembered someone so pretty, and with blue eyes so vibrant they seemed to... Focus, Nick, he thought, and then realized he was staring at her. He blushed and turned away. If you're a visitor, that means you come to Yensier from somewhere else, he said, using the argument to disguise his embarrassment. Where? Frost's amusement melted into something harder, more cautious.
I'm sorry, Nick, but I can't tell you that.
Why not? Because it's forbidden?
Because I don't trust you. Because it isn't safe.
Not safe? He asked, momentarily reeling. Not safe from what? Those blue eyes of hers bored into him, and he squirmed against their focus.
I won't say. If you don't know, then perhaps that's for the best. But this isn't something I can risk, Nick. Not with what's at stake. You'd understand if you knew, I promise.
Simon would most certainly press for more, but Nick felt Frost was already at her limit.
Anything focused on her home, wherever or whatever that might be, was off limits. But surely there was more he could learn from her. Well, can you answer me this? The artifact. You found one too, right? It's how you're coming here. Frost hesitated.
Yes,
She finally said. All right, he was getting somewhere. What else could he ask that she'd be comfortable answering? If only his head didn't ache like a war were being fought between his ears. Even walking spiked pain throughout his limbs. He willed himself to think, to ask something clever. Is it evil? He asked, then quickly corrected himself, feeling almost childish for phrasing the question in such a way. The artifact, its purpose, its function. Is it dangerous? Another long, silent stare.
the answer I give is mine alone, and many would not agree.
She said at last.
But that artifact you found, you should throw it into your son. Its mercies are poison. Its gifts are barbed. I hate it, Nick, more than I hate anything else in my whole life.
And yet you still use it, he said. Not an accusation, just legitimate confusion.
I needed to find my sister. She's here too. Somewhere.
Nick could hardly believe what he was hearing. If Frost was truly from another world, using an artifact akin to the one they'd found on Magus, then the ramifications of what the octahedrons were, who she was, what she was. You're an alien, he blurted out, his lips acting too fast for his brain to realize the statement's stupidity and stop him.
An alien?
She stood, her face dead serious. His stomach squirmed, and his heart thudded against the interior of his ribs. His limbs locked in place. She stepped closer, so close, their foreheads nearly touched. Her eyes held him prisoner.
Do I look like an alien?
And then she laughed. The tension broke, and he laughed along with her, despite not being sure if he was the butt of the joke.
Nick, there's a lot out here you don't yet know. And if that's how you're going to react to me being a visitor, I think it's safe to say we need to baby step you along. I'll teach you the best I can, but some things I'm going to keep to myself, either for your safety or mine.
That seemed fair enough. Already his mind was racing, trying to chase down all the possibilities and how his brother might react to them. Simon would have a million questions, and a million more theories about aliens, unknown planets, language translation, and additional artifacts. Against that barrage, Nick would have so very little to offer. He couldn't even rule out the possibility that Frost was just a simulation, one meant to help him adjust to the world of Yensier just like Cataloger. She could be a convincing illusion, like his father in the mirror. Nick flinched thinking of it, and his mood darkened. He patted the mirror in his pocket, closed his eyes, and did his best to pretend it wasn't there. He still wasn't sure why he'd turned back for it. All right, he said, opening his eyes again and grinning at Frost as if all were well. But what about your name? Your real name. You weren't born with the name Frost and then later developed the ability to wield ice magic. I refuse to believe in such a ridiculous coincidence. Frost laughed, and he relished the sudden break in tension.
Fine, you're right. Frost is not my real name.
So, what is it? She kicked dirt onto the fire. Smoke spread, and as darkness fell, she cast him the faintest, most flirtatious smile.
I'll tell you what,
She said.
when I give you my name, that's when you'll know I trust you. Fully. 100%. Until then, you'll have to just accept my help while we work together.
Nick clapped his hands together. You have a deal. He glanced about the dark. He'd spent so long in Yensier, he felt nervous about exiting. But surely he needed to eat, right? Perhaps use the bathroom, if he hadn't already made a mess of his bed? So how do I get out of here? Here as in Yensier, not this forest. Frost arched an eyebrow.
You mean you haven't left on your own before?
Not without dying. She let out a whistle.
Impressive. Truly impressive. Have you considered asking Cataloger?
The fact that Frost knew about Cataloger jolted him with excitement. No, he said. Can't say I've had the chance given the whole constant dying thing.
Ring of Stones. archways allowing visitors to both arrive and depart Yensir. Their locations are plentiful enough to be convenient, while also scattered and hidden, so as to not introduce shock or confusion to those living nearby.
Nick sighed, earning another smirk from Frost.
She just explained herself without your asking, didn't she?
His look was answer enough.
Consider Cataloger a blessing, even if she is a bit hard to understand at first. And she'll point out the nearest ring of stones if you kindly ask. Step into one, and she'll handle the rest. You'll wake up in your nice warm bed, or wherever it is you're asleep.
As much as Frost wanted to keep information close to her chest, it was good to hear so many details of her experience matching his own. All right, I'll see you here tomorrow, I guess, he said, as a glimmering, semi-translucent arrow appeared in his vision, directing him toward a yet unseen ring of stones.
I'll be waiting,
Frost said. Part of him wanted to stay. What if she didn't keep her word and abandoned him? He had 1,000 questions he still desperately wanted answered. His hesitation lasted but a moment before he followed the arrow into the woods. She had saved his life, and she'd admitted herself a visitor like him. That had to be worth at least a bit of trust. The underbrush thinned, the noisome crickets and croaking frogs ceasing, when he reached a nearly imperceptible clearing in the woods. Within was a ring of stones, each one overgrown with roots and moss. Nick paused at their edge. The weight of the day pressed down on him, and his aching head was far too painful to properly address it all. Aliens, Frost, Baron Huel's torture, multiple artifacts, possibly even multiple worlds. He reached his hand into his pocket, felt the cold, smooth glass of the mirror. Eyes closed, Nick stepped into the stones. Instead of touching soft, exposed earth, his foot slipped right on through, and suddenly he was falling. The world vanished around him, turning dark, swallowing him. The pitch black was split by the occasional strikes of white, like silent lightning.
Departure requested and approved. Visit terminated.
Chapter 13. Simon. Simon tried to keep his anxieties under control as he stared at the heart monitor. Nick was soaked in sweat, his skin pale, except for the glaring red marks left by the Velcro straps that had held his body down. Nick's breathing had become irregular enough that Simon had finally ordered his little brother hooked up to an oxygen tube. He hoped Nick's deteriorating health did not worsen more than that. Given the dark quarantine, there would be no help coming from afar. It's getting better, he told himself, as he leaned back in the padded chair that was rapidly becoming his second bed. Over the past few hours, Nick's heart had pounded at 160 to 180 beats per minute, as if he were locked in a constant heavy jog. Every other test indicated high levels of stress, but in the last 20 minutes or so, his heart rate had fallen to 140, and then 120. Simon dared hope that, whatever the reason for his struggles, his brother had overcome it. That hope appeared to come true when Nick lurched up to a sit. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened and closed in a vague similarity to a fish tossed upon land. "Hold up, I have you," Simon said, reaching over to pull the thin oxygen tube out of Nick's nostrils. "There we go. Sorry." Nick rubbed his nose and blinked. "You put me on oxygen?" he asked, glancing sideways at the little machine that had joined the litany of other medical devices piled atop his bedside table. "Just a precaution, nothing more." Simon smiled to hide the lie. "It seemed like you were having a rough go of things in there." Nick grimaced and plopped back down onto his pillow. "You could say that I was captured." Simon hated the sound of that. Captured? By who and why? His brother refused to answer. Instead, he put a hand over his eyes and slowly breathed in and out with a lengthy, consistent pause between inhalation and exhalation. Simon recognized the technique. He'd been the one to teach Nick how to deal with minor panic attacks. "It's not all bad, though," Nick said, after composing himself. He dropped his arm and smiled. "I think I might have made a friend." "A friend?" Simon laughed.
You finally met someone who doesn't want to kill you. What's different about him? Her, actually, and He blinked and shook his head. I don't think I know enough yet. Not to endure the thousands of questions you're going to want to throw at me. Simon sat back down in his chair, shifting in a futile attempt to get comfortable. The padding, while never the thickest or most comfortable, had thinned considerably over the past 2 days. He was not only sleeping in it, but working, too. His laptop lay closed on the floor nearby. First Station Director's responsibilities never relented, and with the dark quarantine enacted, those responsibilities had doubled. Whenever you're ready, you tell me what you're learning, he said, deciding he wouldn't push him. It wasn't like Simon wasn't keeping secrets either. He had no intention of telling Nick about Lemley's sabotage attempt, nor the dark quarantine. No reason to add burdens to already burdened shoulders, not if he could avoid it. My colleagues may be impatient, but I'm willing to work on your schedule, because unlike them, I'm not blind to the strain it's putting on you. These deaths, simulated or otherwise, are harming your body in ways we don't yet understand. Enduring it can't be easy. Easy? Nick chuckled. Frost sure makes it seem easy. Frost? Nick shook his head, again refusing to answer. Simon hated to have information kept from him, but it seemed like that was the way it would have to be. Silence followed, heavy but not uncomfortable. Simon studied Nick, an expert at interpreting his brother's various tics and quirks. That expertise was hardly necessary, though, to tell there was something weighing heavily upon him, something he wished to discuss but could not bring himself to broach on his own. Remember, I'm always here to listen, Simon said, volunteering that opening. Nick smiled, briefly and in passing. He shifted in his bed, and Simon followed his younger brother's gaze to the framed photograph of their parents that was propped up on his bedside table, halfway covering the oxygen monitor. Both looked happy, and likely intoxicated at a celebration for their mother's appointment as lead scientist for the terraformed planet of Ventio. Their mother's black hair was loosened from its normal bun to fall long past her shoulders, whereas their father, normally proper and trimmed to perfection, looked ridiculous with a yellow and red party hat at an angle atop his mussed hair. What do you think his final words were? Nick asked. Simon leaned back in his chair, and he had to suppress a frown. Their father had been director of Research Station 68. After their mother passed away, Nick had visited the station often, so he wasn't completely abandoned to the rotating cast of caretakers back home on the planet Tanith. It was during one such visit that tragedy had struck Station 68. While the research their father performed had remained classified, the cause of his death was not. The worst of all possible fates occurred: a reactor failure. Their father, as director, remained aboard, holding to protocol that he be the last to leave the station, and to use that time to do everything in his power to prevent disaster. Nick, only 16 years old, had been loaded into a life pod as alarms blared and researchers panicked. It was a tale Simon had heard multiple times, and always with the same ending. A frightened Nick had watched the metal doors seal over the entrance of the pod. As they closed, their father had spoken amid a cacophony of screams, alarms, and the pressurization of the life pod. Words unheard. Final words. The reactor went critical, the ensuing explosion vaporizing 2/3 of Station 68, and scattering the remaining debris thousands of miles an hour in all directions. I know it still bothers you, but you have to let it go, Simon said. He grabbed his brother's shoulder and squeezed. Our father was a good man. He was smart. He was kind. You want to know what his final words were? I bet they were telling you he loved you. That he'd miss you. Or maybe that you'd need to look after me because we both know I'd need the help. Nick's gaze lingered on the photo. If you could speak with him again, what would you say? He asked. What would you tell him? Simon pushed up from his chair. I'd tell him to come join me for a late-night snack, he said. Which is what I'm demanding of you. Enough melancholy. You've been adventuring in a strange world, and I want to hear stories. You're making it sound more fun than it is, Nick said as he sat up. He noticed the IV stuck into his left arm and frowned. Not sure I can join you in the cafeteria wearing this thing.
A quick twist and Simon disconnected it, then hit a button to shut off the protest of the heart monitor when he removed that next. Finally free, Nick scooted off the bed and landed unevenly on his feet. Simon pretended not to notice how much thinner his brother looked, and how dark the circles were around his eyes. "Come on," Simon said. "I'd give you a hand, but, well..." He gestured with his cane at the thick brace around his knee. "I think we're both a little banged up." "What happened to your knee?" Nick asked with a frown. "It's nothing. An accident near the oxygen tanks," he said, as close to the truth as he dared. "Don't worry about me. Tonight is about you. While everyone sleeps, we'll use my directorial privileges to raid our monthly confectionery allotments. Chocolate, sour chews, say the word, Nick, and they're all yours." "I don't want candy," Nick said as they exited through the door to his room. "What do you want?" I think I want a steak." Simon laughed, and the humor allowed him to pretend all was well with his slowly sickening brother as he limped along the corridor. "Believe it or not, I think I have exactly 2 on ice. A perk of being director. I'm not an expert on the grill, but that's why the universe invented steak sauce." Chapter 14. Gareth. Gareth walked the road to Baron Huel's manse, his horse, Ladybell, remaining back in Meadow Tent. The blight had claimed her, leaving her suddenly sickly and strange. If she heard his commands, she ignored them, rendering her useless as a mount. Gareth had spent 2 days protecting Meadow Tent, watching and waiting for the demon to cross the creek and assault the village. To Gareth's frustration, he never did. The blasted monster had slipped into the Aurora woodlands, not to return. Where the demon went next would be anyone's guess, which meant the nearby villages needed to be warned, and his failure reported to Baron Huel.
"The people suffer greatly, Investor,"
he muttered, as he approached the surrounding iron fence.
"Must you add to their troubles, Demon Nick?"
When he reached the gate, Gareth froze. The latch was broken, and several bars were dented inward from a great impact. His stomach clenched. "Did you come here?" he wondered. But even if Nick had, there shouldn't have been any threat to the Baron. Each of his house guards would be enough to protect him. And then there was his bodyguard, Lawgriff. The paltry demon had no chance to win a battle against him. Then again, while Lawgriff would easily win a fair battle, the demon was a trickster and had shown himself capable of learning at a frightening pace. Gareth pushed the gate open, and his calm walk became a jog until he reached the manse. The door was broken inward from some sort of impact. It hung awkwardly from the upper hinges, the lower ones torn from the wood entirely. A body lay in a dried pool of blood within the entryway. Flies buzzed about it. "Damn it," Gareth muttered, reaching into his satchel to pull out a spare shirt and holding it to his nose. The body was bloated from exposure, the smell rancid. Gareth feared it would not be the only one he found. He was immediately proven right once entering. A second servant lying, slumped against the wall. A hole was torn open in his chest, leaving a vacant cavity between his mangled ribs. The innards had spilled onto his lap, that which wasn't smeared across the wall. A tremendous impact, but leaving no trace of the source. Like stone or metal would, he thought. No burns either. Not fire, not lightning. Water then, or ice. He stepped over the corpse, past the entryway, and into the main hall. Immediately, his heart sank. A corpse lay awkwardly on his back, legs bent at the knee and tucked underneath. The clothes were how Gareth first identified him as the slain Baron. His face was horrifically mutilated, his jaw broken and hanging from only one hinge. The tongue was half severed and hung like a rotting sausage out the side where the cheek and lips had been torn. "You murdered him," he whispered. His hands clenched into fists. "Invaded his home and murdered him. Why? What sick pleasure do you find in this destruction?" He stood, the pit in his stomach hardening. He had to check for survivors, even if he knew there would be none. The entry hall was wrecked, and past an overturned table, he found another corpse, this of the bodyguard, Logriff. His body sported multiple wounds, including a deep gash in his chest. None were worse than the hole opened in his throat. "Even you," Gareth said, shaking his head. Logriff had been one of the strongest warriors he had ever met, a man who could have become a knight in service of the God King, if he had so desired. Instead, he'd cut his teeth slaughtering bandits in the West, scoring a recorded 12 kills before he'd even turned 18. Studying the wounds, Gareth again decided steel was not responsible for many of them. Ice. It had to be ice. "You never showed any affinity for magic," Gareth thought. "Have you learned, Nick? Or did you have help?" Both options were terrible, and he could not decide which was worse. He walked the rest of the manse in a daze, his mind hardening against the horrors. He found more dead guards, 2 in the dining hall, and another had a prison cell. Gareth gathered them in a pile outside, carrying the corpses and pretending to be indifferent to the smell and rot. Logriff and the Baron joined the pile, as did 2 more servants he found. 8 bodies, 8 lives lost to the meaningless rage of a demon. Gareth bathed the corpses in wine from the cellar, and when night fell, he lit the pile with a torch. There were too many bodies for him to bury. A pyre would have to suffice. Nervousness overcame Gareth as he watched the corpses burn. Either the demon had gained access to magic, or he now had an accomplice. The threat was multiplying, and he had failed to properly contain it. Looking up to the black sun forming a hole in the night sky, he swallowed down his fears. "So be it," he muttered, and fell to his knees. It was a prayer meant to be used most sparingly. Its only required component was a flame, and what source could be more appropriate than the corpses Demon Nick had left behind? Bowing his head, Gareth laid his hands flat on the grass before him, and in the courtyard of the now empty manse, he called out for his God King. "My master, my champion, my liege, my king, my god," he prayed as the heat of the pyre washed over him. "I beseech you, hear my cry and look upon a servant most humble and desperate." With held breath, he waited for an answer. There was no guarantee of one. The God King bore 1,000 duties in Castle Goltara, least of which was maintaining his imprisonment of the Black Sun. The cowardice in Gareth hoped he would receive no answer, but that cowardice was denied. The flame of the pyre swirled together, burning higher as it charred the corpses to ash and bone. Gareth's hair stood on end, and it felt like the shine of the stars dimmed beneath a new light blossoming within the fire. A golden light, one most holy. And then the fire hardened, taking shape, becoming the form of God King Vaughn to tower above Gareth, thrice his height. Additional colors seeped in amid the yellow and orange, hardening into golden skin, gold filigreed armor, long red hair, and a face so handsome it defied all attempts to properly convey it in painting or statue. Vaughn held an enormous sword in his hand, True Faith, the blade that had severed the head of the Sinifel Empire. The fire spoke.
"Speak, knight, and explain why you beg for my attention."
Gareth lowered himself closer to the grass, not even daring to look upon the visage of his God King. "A demon has appeared in the west," he said. "I have slain him many times, but he always returns, and now he has slipped my grasp and ventures deeper into Vester. Worse, I fear he is growing stronger, and even possesses allies."
"A demon?"
The fire crackled.
"Look upon me, Sir Gareth."
He obeyed. Fear held a savage grip on him, but he met those golden eyes and refused to cower. "Yes, my lord?"
"Suffer not this demon to live,"
Vaughn ordered.
"I shall send one of my harbingers to aid you, but it will take time for them to arrive from Goltara. Until then, stand tall in the face of this threat. Slaughter the demon, and all who would aid him, This is your trial, Sir Gareth. One you must conquer.
The fire quivered, the image starting to break apart.
Do not fail me, knight.
And then the prayer ended. The flames flickered away so that only ash and bone remained. The night was deep, the stars bright. Beneath their light, Gareth wept for the lives lost to his weakness. He pleaded for forgiveness for his failures. He begged for the strength to overcome his terrible foe. There would be no sleep for him, only gratitude for the acknowledgement and whispered devotions to embolden his resolve. He did not sleep, nor leave the light of the stars. Come morning, Gareth resumed his hunt for the demon. Chapter 15. Nick.
All right. Are you ready for your first real day of training?
Frost asked. Her slender sword twirled in her right hand. Not in the slightest, Nick said, holding his stolen sword loose at his side. You won't actually hurt me while we practice, right? Frost winked.
No promises.
He gestured to the trees around them. Maybe we should use sticks instead?
You don't trust me not to hurt you?
Will you hurt me if I say no? She tilted her head slightly to one side.
It feels like you're trying to verbally trap me instead of hitting me with that sword of yours.
Nick swung his sword, thinking surprise might give him a bit of an advantage. She stepped into it, her slender sword angling so the centers of the blades collided. Why would I do that? He asked as he pushed against her. Their weapons rattled as she leaned closer to him, a bit of her hair falling across her face.
Maybe because you're better with your tongue than your hands.
Nick's entire mind went blank long enough for Frost to pull away, smack his sword aside, and then hover the tip of hers an inch from his chest.
So easily distracted,
she chastised. Nick lifted his sword, the heat in his neck enough to confirm that he was blushing a deep red without the need to glance in a mirror. For the first hours of the morning, she showed him a series of stances, and then they sparred to practice them. None seemed too complicated, barring a few quibbles about the positioning of his feet, and he picked most of them up with ease. Frost was a great teacher, and Nick couldn't help but wonder if she had military training herself or if she was just naturally gifted in swordplay.
This is how I was taught, she explained at one point. There are positions of your body where your footing is firm and your limbs are at their strongest. You're going to shift and dance between those stances, one to the next. The sword won't guide you. Your body guides the sword. Nick charged at her again, guiding his sword toward her breastplate, Frost blocking the strike with ease. His sword bounced off her blade, but he tried to ignore it as he'd been taught. Shift his movements, plant his feet, move his arms, and transition the sword into a slash from the side. Try as he might, he felt so slow as his blade arced around to slam into Frost's sword. It was as if she knew what he was planning long before he did it. You're doing good,
she said as she pushed away his sword.
Keep it up. I can confirm your skill in swordplay has numerically increased.
I feel like I'm doing terrible, but thanks for the encouragement. Both of you, he said, and grinned. When she grinned back, it lit a bit of a fire beneath his feet, and he dashed toward her, lunging with a high overhead swing. Their weapons collided, and though Nick's looked much sturdier than her more slender weapon, his bounced off, the metal rattling, while hers remained firm. As punishment for such a brazen tactic, Frost danced forward, her elbow striking his stomach, while one of her legs curled behind his. A push, and he fell amid the leaves of the forest floor. I yield, he said, lying there. This amateur fighter needs a breather. Frost sheathed her sword and sat beside him.
As you wish.
It was strange, being able to see his exhaustion clarified so cleanly in a little green bar, but at the same time, it made it easy to know when he needed to take a break. After a moment of resting, with his eyes closed, and seeing the first tick upward of that green bar, he pushed to a sit and brushed an errant leaf from his hair. It's the strangest thing, fighting you, he said. My sword looks bulkier, but I swear yours is heavier.
That's because mine is magical,
Frost said.
She drew it from her sword belt and laid it flat across her lap, giving Nick a chance to look it over. Its handle was wrapped leather dyed a deep blue. A matching sapphire was set into the base of the hilt, and 2 more on the underside of the crossguard. The blade itself was slender, gently curved, and frighteningly sharp on one side. Writing was carved along the flat edge, the words nonsensical to Nick's eyes. Magical, he said, feeling a twinge of jealousy. How so?
Item: Sapphire Longsword. Quality: Tier 7. Masterwork. Classification: Weapon. A weapon of exceptional craftsmanship, whose sharp edge and magical enhancement allow it to withstand blows that would normally break a sword so slender.
That sword is incredible, he said as he mentally dismissed the information. No wonder it sliced through the air so easily. Compared to that, his weapon was a clumsy chunk of metal. How do I get a sword like that?
I earned mine, she said with pride. Maybe one day you'll earn one of your own.
Nick could only wish.
Come on,
she said, standing.
Don't get hung up on my sword's capabilities. The difference in a fight between us is never going to be decided by that, but instead, our relative skill and experience in battle.
Of which you have far more, Nick argued.
For now,
Frost said, as she lunged at him again. After several hours, Nick lay on his back, thoroughly exhausted. For some ridiculous reason, he'd tried to spin after parrying, a maneuver he thought would look cool. Instead, it only landed him on his ass when Frost rammed him with her shoulder mid-spin. I am, without a doubt, the worst sword fighter, he said. Frost stood beside him, and her boot thudded into his ribcage.
New rule. No insulting yourself.
She offered him her hand.
You're not terrible, and you're not an idiot. You're just learning, so stop beating yourself up. I've had a lot of practice, and if Cataloger's rating is to be believed, my skill with a sword is pretty damn good.
Cataloger mentioned my skill in swordplay too, Nick said, trying to swallow his bruised pride as he stood. What did she mean by that? Frost gave him a momentarily confused look.
Oh, you haven't seen your list yet.
She grinned at him.
Well then, prepare to feel very small and strange.
She lifted her voice.
Cataloger, please show Nick his full evaluation.
My what? A massive spreadsheet suddenly blocked off half of Nick's vision. Skills upon skills flooded his eyesight, all with an assigned number. Accounting, acting, appraisal, balance, bartering, brawling, climbing, cooking, cosmetics, disguise, first aid, intimidation, investigation, jumping, perception, auditory, perception, visual, swimming. It seemed to go on forever. Every tiny part of him, cataloged and analyzed with what he assumed were relevant ratings. Nick blinked at the incredible amount of data, trying to parse it for any meaning. His immediate reaction was mostly to be offended. Cooking at 2? He asked. I've never cooked anything in Yensier. How can you know my cooking skill?
Assumptions are based on a combination of your personality and revealed skill set, with both predicting a lack of interest and time spent dedicated to food preparation.
I can't decide if I should be insulted or not, he grumbled.
These skills shall be updated over time, given relevant data, and should not be viewed as inflexible, nor should offense be taken, as individual characteristics were compared to comprehensive data sets without judgment or bias.
Finding that hard to believe, Nick said, and shook his head. He once more scanned the list until he found what he was looking for. It says I'm only a 5 at swordplay, he told Frost. I'm going to guess yours is higher?
That's a safe guess.
Nick scrolled down the list with his eyes, then gave up, overwhelmed by the data. The list shot back to the top and momentarily displayed his initial stats. He noted one listing, something he'd heard the very first time he'd entered Yensier. Everything had been so strange and new, he'd not been able to give it much thought.
Special classification. None.
What's a special classification?
Unique attributes with associated benefits and capabilities that are possessed by rare individuals.
Frost patiently waited, a smirk on her face.
I suspect Cataloger's answer was both informative and unhelpful,
she asked. When he nodded, she continued.
In short, special classification is a catch-all used by the artifact to explain when people are sufficiently different or unique from the average inhabitant. So for me, if you saw my sheet of stats, you'd find mine listed as Icecaster to denote my ability to use ice magic.
Your sheet, he said, dismissing his own. Can I see it? Or is that, I don't know, some sort of invasion of privacy? Frost smirked at him.
Sorry, Nick. You get nothing. If you want to know if your swordplay skill is higher than mine, there's only one good way to find out.
She lifted her sword.
You duel me, and you win. So, would you like to try? Pull off that 1 in a million chance?
More like 1 in 1,000, right, Cataloger? He asked as he readied his own sword.
Based on current skill comparisons, your odds of landing a significant blow when in direct conflict with Frost are...
Cataloger, he interrupted. For the love of all that is good, do not finish that sentence. Chapter 16. Nick. Nick stretched his arms and hopped from foot to foot, trying to clear his mind and limber up his body, which was already sore from several hours of practice earlier that morning. What Frost was suggesting seemed absurd, but then again, why wouldn't learning how to use magic be absurd? No real-life constraints operated upon it. All right, he said. I can do this. It'll be easy after all the fighting and dying, right?
No promises,
Frost said. A wry smile stretched her face.
But if you're as good at magic as you are at dying, then you'll figure this out in no time. Now, close your eyes.
Nick did as he was told. Frost stepped closer, as evidenced by the nearing of her voice, and he had to work extra hard to keep focused when she grabbed his hands and lifted them.
There are many different manifestations of magic, each with their own rules, schools, benefits, and limitations, she said. There's 3 major types I'm aware of. The first involves recanting strange old phrases and words of power. I don't have any such spellbooks, so that's out. The second are spells granted by faith and belief in various gods and divinities. I don't think I need to explain why that's not going to work. This leaves the third most common. In Yensir, and elsewhere, sometimes rare individuals are born able to cast magic. We're going to trick Cataloger into believing you're one of them, so it gives you the requisite special classification. My evaluations are logical and consistent. There is no trick to changing reality within Yensir.
You keep saying these things like they make sense, Nick said, joking to hide his nervousness and pretending Cataloger had said nothing. He desperately wished to succeed, and not for the reasons Frost insisted he try. Yensir was dangerous, and having killed Baron Huel, they had made powerful enemies. She wanted Nick to harness magic to better defend himself as well as grow more dangerous in combat. Nick, meanwhile, just thought it'd be really, really fun to throw a fireball or snap his fingers to summon shards of ice. All the usefulness in combat was a side benefit.
Arguing will only make this worse,
Frost said. He flinched as she flicked his nose with her finger, startling his eyes open. She hovered so near, her face filling up his vision. He instinctively blushed. You're the cruelest person alive in Yensir, he said, feeling his neck redden and wishing he were not so easily flustered.
Not even close, she said. Now stop stalling and close your eyes.
He did so, and lowered his head a bit as if he were asleep. In the darkness of his mind, Frost's words floated like weightless torches.
Some people are capable of wielding multiple elements, but most learn to manipulate a single type. For now, let's start with fire. I want you to lift your hand and envision an orb of flame hovering just above your palm. Nothing crazy, nothing huge, just a little flicker.
Nick did so. It was easy enough to see his hand in his mind's eye, and not much more of a stretch to picture a bit of fire burning above it, as if an invisible wick sprouted from the center of his palm.
Good,
Frost said.
Look at the flame. See the way it flickers and twists in the wind? Feel its heat on your palm, warm and gentle. Remind yourself it is your flame, burning solely through your desire. It is a part of you, birthed from your own strength, your own will. See it burn hotter. Feel it grow brighter, stronger. It is fierce. It is real. Do you feel it, Nick? Its heat? Its light?
Nick tried. He really did. But when he opened his eyes, he saw only his bare hand lifted. It can't be that simple, he said. I just imagine a fire and then it's there?
Pretty much,
Frost said. So anyone can imagine a gust of wind and it'll appear? Then why doesn't everyone wield magic?
Because not everyone knows what this place truly is,
Frost said, lowering her voice.
Not like you and I do. What others believe is made true for them, and so we make it true for us. Stop doubting. Stop asking questions. Close your eyes and see it, Nick. Feel it, believe it, and watch it burn.
She stepped away. Nick let the words sink into him. She was right. Over and over, he'd told himself this world was an advanced form of make-believe. Yes, it had rules, but those rules still enabled Sir Gareth to slow time and Frost to lash the ground with ice. Eyes closed, he raised his hand once more. The darkness of his mind lit with fire, and he saw it as a blurry blob hovering above his palm. Feel its heat, he told himself, and he tried so hard to believe it would be there when he opened his eyes. And saw an empty palm. Shit. Frost laughed.
Hey, you're actually trying now, so there's that,
she said, tapping her lips with a finger.
Maybe fire isn't the right element.
How will I know the right one? She shrugged.
When I first learned, I tried for fire too, but it never connected. I don't know how else to explain it. Ice, though?
She swirled her fingers, forming a thin little stem of ice that bloomed outward into a crystalline flower.
It just felt right. Something I knew how to control, how to shape, how to make a part of me.
Nick clapped his hands and tried to psych himself up. All right then, let's see if ice works. He smirked at her. And if it does, I guess I'll have to change my name too. You and me, Frost and Icicle, ready to take on all of Yensier. Frost winced.
Please do not name yourself Icicle.
I think it's a fine name.
Do you wish to know my opinion?
Just a joke, cataloger, Nick grumbled, closing his eyes.
I see. Please remember my prior concern that humor creates potential confusion.
As if Nick could ever forget. Bowing his head, he thought of Frost's manipulation of ice. She made it seem so effortless. With but a flick of her wrist, she'd encased his legs with her frost nova. Her ice lance crushed guards at Baron Huel's manse. He tried to imagine a layer of frost covering his hand, wielded with similar ease. He tried to feel the cold of it seeping into him, radiating a frozen aura to kiss his exposed skin. For one brief moment, the cold touched him. But it was even more fleeting than the kiss of fire. Damn it, he said, opening his eyes to confirm the lack of ice. I don't think that's it, Frost. Fire, ice, wind, shadow, light, life, and death itself. He imagined it all, attempting to command elements no matter how strange or laughable. Time passed. An hour, perhaps 2. He didn't know anymore. He called out the names of spells, things he thought might work in the pattern cataloger had spoken in his mind when watching Frost fight. Flame Ball, Shadow Minion, Earth Spike. Nothing ever happened. All the while, Frost watched and encouraged,
The lack of a single burst of magic might not have frustrated her, but it maddened Nick to no end. "This is hopeless," he said, after what felt like the 20th time he tried to summon a flickering flame within his palm. "I'm trying, Frost, but it just doesn't make sense." To his surprise, she grabbed his extended hands and pulled them toward her. Her grip was firm, the fabric of her gloves soft. Nick felt paralyzed by the blue of her eyes as she leaned in close.
"Why do you care if it makes sense?" she asked. "This world is a dream, Nick. A cruel miracle. It is chaos given law, and we are here to dance within it."
She pulled his hands open, her fingers tucked underneath his. Frost floated upward through them, solidifying, gaining substance and shape, until blooming outward to form a swan of ice hovering just beyond his touch. It was small and majestic, the detail of the feathers marked with frost, its eyes blue pebbles of ice somehow colder and deeper than the rest.
"Forget spells," she said. "Forget magic and power and stats. Embrace what is impossible. When you close your eyes and focus on your place here in Yensir, what brings you wonder?"
Her hands dropped, and immediately he missed them. The swan fell into his grip, so cold, so delicate. It melted instantly, the magic holding it together falling apart. Nick focused on the sensation. In Yensir, it was real and true. He felt the water drip across his fingers, felt its lingering chill. Once more closing his eyes, he pretended he was alone. In the quiet, he tilted his head, not to the ground, but to the sky. He felt the sunlight fall upon his face. The gentle breeze teased his clothes. What brings you wonder? Nick tried to capture that feeling as he softly swayed. His terrified awe at seeing the ice leap from Frost's hand when he was chased by villagers. The surreal joy in watching Sir Gareth manipulate time, even if it was to Nick's detriment. To walk a forest filled with berries he didn't recognize and be hunted by creatures twisted and weird that should not exist. Seeing the ghost of his father trapped within a mirror. There was joy in the unknown, even when those living within it greeted him not with open arms, but instead a drawn blade. This was a world in which Nick could become so much more than he was, a world that could not limit him. He lifted his hands, and briefly, he imagined both fire and frost upon them. He dismissed that idea just as quickly. No, they weren't right. Neither was the sudden gust of wind that swirled about his legs and up his back to tease the collar of his shirt. Nick knew what set his imagination alight. A memory came to him of a time spent with his parents on a distant terraformed planet, watching a tremendous storm come rolling in just before nightfall. He dared not hope for it. Hope was wrong. Belief was a trap. Certainty. He needed certainty. It was time to stop relying on Cataloger to tell him the way, and instead force Yensir to accept him as he was, as he chose to become. This world was real, and Nick was real within it. It would obey. His hands rose higher. The wind swirled faster. He felt a shadow cross over his face as the yellow sun was hidden. The hairs on his neck stood on end, his fingers curled, his teeth bared. When he opened his eyes, words came to him of their own accord, and he spoke them with uncontrolled delight as the power surged through him. "I wield the birthright of thunder." Lightning streaked from the sky, twin trails crackling white to strike the center of his palms. The jolts swirled about him, clinging to his arms like friendly vipers, before dissipating into dust. Thunder followed, booming, and amid it, Nick laughed.
"Reassessment. Level 6, +1. Statistical improvements. Agility, 3. Physicality, 4. Endurance, 3. Focus, 3, +3. Mana, 21. Special classification granted. lightning caster.
Nick gasped as the rush reached his head. He felt lighter than air. He stared at his hands as faint crackles of electricity twisted and teased through them before vanishing underneath his skin.
Nick,
Frost said, clapping.
You did it!
Nick turned toward one of the trees behind him and thrust his arm forward. A thick bolt of lightning tore from his palm to strike the center of the tree, blasting apart the bark. Immediately after, Nick felt a pull in his chest and a sudden strain on his mind.
Spell unlocked. Lightning bolt. Cost 6 mana. Attributes: lightning, chain effect. Projects a single bolt of lightning. Deals double damage to target submerged in water.
Mana? Nick asked. What is that?
Mana is the physical energy cost of each spell, represented by the blue bar in your peripheral vision.
On cue, a third bar materialized directly below the green of his stamina. It was a light blue, painfully small compared to the others, and no longer full. When he focused on it, a number appeared in its center. 15 out of 21. So I can only throw this lightning bolt 2 more times, he said after some basic math. How long does it take to refill?
You can cheat it some ways,
Frost explained.
Potions and the like. Usually, though, you need to rest for a few hours.
Nick stared at his hand. With but a thought, more lightning swirled around it. It was so easy now. The knowledge intimate and natural. With absolute confidence, he knew he could fling those 2 remaining lightning bolts by merely desiring them to occur. His imagination whirled, and he grinned at Frost. What other spells can I cast with this? He asked.
You're an innate spellcaster now,
she said.
You can cast whatever the system will codify and accept as within your capabilities.
She stepped a good distance away, particles of ice floating off her hands. When she slammed her wrists together, an ice lance flew toward the nearest oak, splintering into its bark. She flung a second, shattering the already existing ice. Then, she stepped aside and gestured.
Care to practice with what little mana you have left?
She asked. The first hint of lightning crackled from Nick's palm and across his knuckles. Like you wouldn't believe, he said, and let the bolt fly. Chapter 17. Nick. It was strange, needing to sleep in Yensier. But then again, Nick also needed to eat and drink. After they'd spent all of Nick's reserve of mana, as well as run him ragged with sword drills, they'd spent the rest of the day following the tree line instead of continuing toward Greenborough. Frost had not explained much beyond that they were headed somewhere she thought her sister might have gone. Come nightfall, Frost lay down on her comfortable bedroll while he made do with the blanket she'd taken for him upon their departure from Baron Huel's manse. This thing doesn't really smooth out the ground all that much, he muttered, shifting atop the fabric.
Whining won't help you sleep,
Frost said from the opposite side of the dwindling campfire. Yeah, but it might make me feel better.
Will it, though?
Nick sighed and rolled his eyes. No.
Is there anything I can do to help facilitate slumber?
Can you, flick a switch to knock me out?
I cannot affect the material world. That includes your conscious state.
You could just say no.
Your attitude worsens when I give unexplained answers in the negative.
Nick groaned and shifted in an attempt to get more comfortable. Ending up on his back, he stared at the stars, sharp and bright in the clear night sky. He hadn't given too much thought to those distant twinkling lights, but now he couldn't stop staring at them. The constellations were distinctly familiar, something he hadn't quite realized before. Yensier had the same sky as Magus. Did that mean they were the same planet? How? Magus was a barren world devoid of life, all cold rock without a hint of atmosphere, despite the extreme distance scans suggesting otherwise that had led the OPC to open a world gate there.
Simon had theorized that the artifact might be a form of time capsule. If it was, then the time it remembered must be a frightening distance in the past. A grating sound stole his thoughts. He glanced across the fire, his brow furrowing. Frost was snoring. Wish I could fall asleep that fast, he grumbled. Well, he could in the outside world. Apparently, not on Yensier. Nick tossed and turned a bit more, his frustration growing, until at last he pushed himself to his feet. To piss was his internal excuse, but that wasn't true. He walked into the forest, past several trees, so the crackling fire and snoring woman were far behind him, until he felt alone. Only then did he withdraw the mirror of theft from his pocket. He stared at its surface, wishing he knew more about how it worked.
Item: Mirror of Theft. Quality: Tier 14. Pristine. Classification:
Cataloger, he said, closing his eyes and fighting for calm. I wish to be left alone.
I do not possess a physical space, and therefore cannot leave, nor go anywhere.
Cataloger.
Yes, visitor.
I am begging you. Give me a moment's privacy. A long pause.
I shall cease informative functions for 1 Yensier hour and provide no communication or feedback during that time.
That'll be fine, he said, staring into the mirror's surface, suspecting that would be the best he would get. Just fine. Fog swirled within the mirror, thick and gray. Nick waited, trying not to be nervous and failing miserably. It was a trick. An illusion. A cruel game played by a server somewhere. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But the face of the man who suddenly appeared matched so perfectly Nick's memories. Who else could it be? He bore the same neatly cut brown hair, the same hazel eyes, the same dusting of white hairs across the dark goatee he kept carefully groomed.
Hello, son,
said his father, Lucian.
I was beginning to wonder if you would ever return.
Nick clutched the mirror's handle hard enough to whiten his knuckles. How? He asked. How can this be? His father crossed his arms as the fog rolled across him. He looked nothing like a reflection anymore, but more like a figure in a window into a different world, like a pocket dimension trapped within the mirror's confines.
You ask for explanations I cannot be expected to give,
Lucian said.
I am here. I am lucid. Perhaps you should answer the same question for me. Or perhaps you should acknowledge your lack of understanding as a boon.
A boon? Nick asked the mirror. How?
Wonder remains only in the unknown.
The visage of his father grew larger, while at the same time, the mirror grew heavier in his grip. Its handle warmed, and he struggled until the burn was too great and he dropped it. The mirror landed on the grass with an audible thud. Above it, just as tall and intimidating as he'd been in real life, appeared his father. He wore his OPC uniform, the sleeves rolled up to the elbows. The faint moonlight shone upon him, adding an ethereal glow appropriate to one who was, as far as Nick was concerned, a ghost.
See?
Lucian said.
I may have spent my life battling ignorance, but it was because in learning and discovery, there are such wonderful surprises.
Nick's throat tightened, and his hands shook. This wasn't him. This wasn't him. This wasn't his father. He took a careful step closer. There was no haze to Lucian. No glow, no flicker. He wasn't a hologram or projection. He was there, right there, to reach out, to touch. Dad, he said, at a loss for words. Lucian tilted his head to one side and smiled.
I know what you want,
he said, and extended his arms.
Come here.
Nick cautiously stepped into his father's arms. Although Nick expected him to be ephemeral, the body was solid, tangible, real and warm. Something deep inside Nick cracked. I missed you, he whispered. No words. He pressed his face into the vest of his father's uniform and wept. He'd not even wept like this at the funeral, for there'd been no body to recover, nothing salvageable from the fires of a destroyed research station and the cold vacuum of space that stole him away. Nick had only stared vacantly at the oversized portrait they'd hung in front of an empty casket wreathed with synthetic flowers. Lucien patted his back, then pushed him away. "That's enough," his father said. "You need to be stronger. I did not raise someone as weak as this." Nick wiped at his eyes while frowning. "Weak?" he said. "You've been dead. I haven't seen you in 2 years. I don't know who or what you are, but whatever it is, it's close enough to hurt." Lucien dug his hands into his trouser pockets and shook his head. The faint hint of a frown tugged at the left corner of his mouth. "I don't know what nonsense you've been told, but I'm here before you, aren't I?" Whatever warmth Nick felt started to seep out like water leaking from a hung towel. "Is that the way you've been programmed?" he asked, refusing to entertain this delusion further. He felt stupid and silly to become so emotional, embracing what was nothing more than a well-made doll. To pretend to be alive? How does Yensier make you? Does it take from my memories, is that it? Recreate you how I would imagine you to be? The light in Lucien's eyes darkened. "You spit hypotheses at me like accusations. I am before you, Nick, and I am real. It is insulting to have my son pretend the evidence of his senses is false, all because he is scared of what it might mean." "Scared?" Nick asked. "Scared of what?" Lucien shrugged. "I can practically smell the urine on you from here, my son. As for the why, they would only be guesses. I would rather you save us both the humiliation and simply answer." The casual cruelty left Nick feeling unmoored. To hear those words from the mouth of his father. "I'm not scared of you," he said. "I'm disappointed. You're not my father. You're nothing like him." "Yes, because you know me so well," Lucien said, and crossed his arms. "Though I guess it's my own fault. I tried to help you understand me. The dinner table was just as often a classroom, but you, well, you were never the student Simon was." The visage of his father smirked. "Where is he, anyway? I suspect he would be a far better explorer of these strange environs than you. He actually took well to new topics and ideas, whereas you—" "Enough!" Nick dropped to his knees and grabbed the mirror. The moment his fingers touched it, his father blinked out and returned to isolation within the clouded mirror. Lucien's face smiled up at him, pleasant. Nick shoved the mirror into his pocket, and though it burned his thigh, he felt immediately better with the contact broken. "Cataloger?" he whispered.
Yes, Nick.
"My father. I didn't see a level or any statistics when I looked at him. Why?"
Because he is a non-physical recreation incapable of directly affecting the material world, and therefore without need of such classifications.
Nick rubbed at his eyes, feeling even more foolish for the tears he had shed. "So, he isn't real."
Clarify.
"Real. As in walking, talking, breathing. He's not my father, he's just a fake."
Unable to answer.
That lack of certainty would have to be enough. It didn't matter if that Lucien looked like his father, sounded like him, even smelled like him. It wasn't him. It wasn't. Nick returned to his uncomfortable bed. Frost had rolled onto her side, and thankfully her snoring had ceased. Nick scavenged a few twigs to toss onto the fire, and let the light fall across him. The warmth was comforting. His memories were not. "Not real," he whispered. The Lucien in the mirror was false. It was a worthless recreation, one that would only cause him pain. He told himself this again and again as his eyelids grew heavy and the crackling of the fire lulled him to sleep. Told himself this, even as he lacked the strength to remove the mirror from his pocket and throw it into the fire where it belonged. Chapter 18. Nick. Do you really think your sister could be here? Nick asked, as he gazed upon the surreal landscape before him. Do you think anyone could? The forest ended not with a clean break, but in a scrambled tilt, the ground curving downward into a sunken valley several miles wide. Trees grew at odd angles along the nearby edge, defying gravity, as if the world had opened up and claimed all in its wake. Jagged stones jutted out along the sharp incline, adding to the illusion.
I've been tracking every rumor of demons like us,
Frost said, leaning on one knee to peer down into the deep valley.
Supposedly, one was here in the Swallowed City, and so we go looking.
It seemed a joke to call such a place a city, but there was undeniable truth to it. Within that sunken recess were homes, pale and built of white stone. Their formations, though, defied all reason. The ground curved and roiled, like a stormy sea suddenly frozen in place. Buildings emerged at all angles, many half buried in the soil. Several hovered just above the ground, suspended in the air, touching nothing. There were no roads, only the curving gaps between the squat buildings mashed together and sticking out of the ground like crooked teeth. If there was life, Nick saw no sign of it. The Swallowed City was barren. Not even the creatures of the forest dared descend. Have you tried asking Cataloger? Nick suggested. She should know, right?
Revealing the location of a former visitor would be an invasion of privacy.
Nick frowned. Former? He asked aloud.
Enough,
Frost said.
Do not answer that, Cataloger. It's none of your concern, and we both know it. I seek only to be helpful.
By the way Frost rolled her eyes, Nick suspected they'd both heard that line before.
And I seek my family,
she said, testing the slope with her heel.
And since she might be down there, I'm going down too.
But why would your sister come here? Nick asked, as he gestured to the bizarre, half-buried city.
I don't know. Why are you here?
I'm here because I'm trying to learn about Yensier, he said.
Well then, follow me, because I'd say there's plenty to learn down at the bottom.
With a hop, she crossed the edge to the steep slope. Dirt gave beneath her feet, forming a groove as she slid. Her arms shot out, balancing her as she rode the decline halfway down. An oak shot out perfectly perpendicular from the slope, and she landed atop it and turned.
You coming?
She asked. Nick clapped his hands and stomped from foot to foot to psych himself up. Just before starting, he tilted his head to one side, an idea occurring to him. Cataloger, do I have a statistic or skill for balance in climbing?
Yes, for both.
So what are my odds of joining Frost without face-planting into the dirt?
According to your balance score of 6, 47%.
High enough. He mimicked Frost, hopping over the sharp edge of the dirt and skidding in the same groove she had made. His arms waved frantically as the soft earth gave way, the speed faster than he anticipated as his heels dug in deeper. The jutting tree approached, and he realized he wasn't entirely sure how to slow down, let alone stop. Just before hitting bark, he tried to kick off, thinking to land on the trunk. His aim was right, but his momentum far greater than he could control. The moment his feet touched, he stumbled forward, his arms circling like a panicked bird in an attempt to reverse his fall. Frost stepped in his way before he went headfirst over the side, catching him in an embrace. They both scooted several inches along the trunk, then came to a halt. Nick exhaled in relief, then grew rapidly aware of Frost's arms about his waist, and how close her face was to his. With their noses nearly touching, her wide-eyed grin filled his entire vision. Seems like I beat the odds, he said, and grinned right back.
With my help,
she said, releasing him. Still counts.
Does it?
She sat on the trunk, her legs swinging over the side.
Try again, and this time, I won't be there to catch you.
She slid off, half running, half sliding the rest of the way to the chaotic bottom of the sunken valley. Nick imitated her start, his fingers clutching the bark as his feet swayed.
For this portion, the estimated chance of landing without injury is...
Cataloger?
Yes.
Am I going to feel better or worse hearing that number? A long pause.
I am uncertain how to answer that question without causing distress.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Nick slid off, hit the steep ground with his heels, and slid toward the bottom. His knees ached, and he had to spin and flap his arms while twisting his waist to remain balanced. The bottom zoomed closer, as did a smug Frost, waiting with her arms crossed over her chest. As she neared, he dug his right heel even harder into the soft earth, grinding it down to reduce his speed, until he skidded to a halt directly before her. He swung his arms out wide, as if he were a gymnast nailing a perfect landing. "I did it!" he proclaimed. Frost clapped 3 times, patronizingly slow.
I'm so proud of you.
Once her back was to him, Nick called up his stats and noted with satisfaction that his balance score had climbed to 7. Getting better, he thought, and followed Frost into the winding chaos that was the Swallowed City. The buildings, which he assumed were homes, all shared a similar construction style. Their bases were perfectly square, and their windows were rectangular on the bottom and curved near the top. The white stone was stark in the daylight sun, like bleached bone. Oddly, no dirt clung to them. The tops of the buildings were flat, but for the corners, which often bore little spires or flourishes, the only real decorations he could see. It's hard to imagine people living here, he said. Nick grabbed a windowsill and hoisted himself up for a look inside. The interior was vacant of all but dust. No life, not even spiders or moths. He couldn't see the floor either, for the building was half swallowed by a strange curve in the earth. Silence hung thick over the Swallowed City, so that their calm speech felt like screams.
They clearly must have,
Frost said, though her tone was not as confident as her words.
I can't imagine what my sister would be looking for, though, if it was her who came here.
They followed no street or path, but instead walked where the city allowed them. The ground continued to sink, the overall formation reminding Nick of a sort of crater. 2 buildings ahead of them tilted together to form an upside-down V, and between them, a 3rd building lay on its side. The 2 walked atop it toward the vertical roof, where they could conceivably climb farther down. "I'd love to help in your search," Nick said as they neared the edge. "But you haven't told me anything about her. What she looks like, what she might be doing here. I mean, I don't even know her name." The brittle stone suddenly cracked beneath his foot, and he cried out as his balance tilted, his body falling straight for a sideways window before him. Frost caught his wrist, halting his fall. She held him steady, her expression unreadable.
Irina,
she said, letting go once his footing was stable.
Her name is Irina, my sister. So she looks just like me, just older.
Nick lowered his voice, and his smile drifted away. "Why did she leave you?" he asked softly.
She wanted a better life than what we had.
Frost climbed down to the overturned roof to the twisted ground, and Nick followed. A pathway awaited them, almost like a river had carved its way through the twisted and tilted buildings. He noticed the soil had taken on an ashen color instead of the deep brown closer to the cliff edges. It was as if the very essence of the place was being drained away, so that even the bone white of the buildings was dulling toward gray. What was this place? Nick asked, his neck on a swivel. Buildings towered over them on either side, the tallest they'd encountered so far. Each of them had at least 5 rows of windows cut into their sides, and he assumed that meant they bore as many floors. Any ideas, cataloger?
Location: Oseli, the Swallowed City. Description: once a thriving hub built upon...
When she did not continue, Nick paused and made a face toward the sky. For some reason, he kept thinking of her watching him from just above his head. Built upon what?
Oseli, now known as the Swallowed City, was built atop the ruins of the capital of the Sinifel Empire, which was destroyed during the war with God King Van.
And what happened to Sally to make it look like... He gestured to the sunken buildings jutting out in random directions. This.
An earthquake.
Nick turned his attention to Frost. An earthquake, he said, unsure if Cataloger's answers were for him alone. Right, are you hearing this?
I am,
she said.
And it's not the first time Cataloger has been cagey about historical events. Something about these supposed cataclysms seems to mess with her memory. Deleted and corrupted data are extremely rare occurrences when recording thousands of years of history.
She sounds defensive, Nick said, leaping onto the side of the building. His feet skidded down it a moment before he caught himself. The angle wasn't too bad, and he slowly started descending toward Frost. But what do you mean cataclysms?
From what I've learned so far, supposedly, every 1,000 years or so, a cataclysm destroys much of Yensir, forcing the people to rebuild. Of the 3 main civilizations I'm aware of, the Majir, the Sinifel, and now the Older Kingdom all dealt with the destruction in their own way. Or, in regard to the Older Kingdom, by not dealing with it. Their God King apparently froze the black sun in the sky and prevented it from happening.
To constantly have a world destroyed seemed a bit ridiculous, but then again, he'd grown up hearing stories about the struggles of life on Eden prior to the opening of world gates and the spread of humanity across the stars, terraforming planets such as Tanith, Nick's own birth world. Some disasters were real, and some, such as the supposed drought that baked half the world, were clearly fictional. For the people of Yensir to have their own tales made sense, as they would have their own gods, monsters, and creation myths as well. But why wouldn't Cataloger know about them? I guess I always thought Cataloger was all-knowing and infallible, he said, jogging to catch up with Frost. He'd lagged behind, and he disliked being alone in the empty city.
Having giant gaps in your memory definitely prevents that. Visitors are making incorrect assumptions as to the extent of my database and its inconsistencies.
That's so? Frost asked.
Care to tell us what happens during a cataclysm, then? I cannot answer.
A home lay on its side before them, blocking the way. Nick might have believed it fell if the ground itself hadn't shifted with it and still clung to the base to form an enormous hill to their right. Frost peered up at one of the windows, which was just slightly above her head. She bent her knees, preparing for a jump.
That's what I thought, Cat.
The earth collapsed beneath her feet, swallowing her. Frost! Nick's instinct to sprint after her was halted by the growing hole in the ground. He retreated several steps, waiting for it to cease, lest it swallow him too. When it ceased, he rushed to the edge. About a dozen feet below, he saw Frost on her knees in the center of what appeared to be the roof of another building, this one utterly claimed by the earth, but for a slender portion at the top. She was not alone. 4 men surrounded her, all holding shining swords with hilts wrapped in gold. Their heads were hidden underneath curved helmets, topped with billowing horsehair plumes. Blue sashes marked their gold hauberks, matching the color of their trousers, boots, and the long scarves that billowed from around their necks. All 4 flickered and blinked, their bodies translucent.
Spectre, Level 5, Undying. Archetype, Knight. Special attribute, Phasing.
Stay away, Frost shouted, slamming her hand to the ground.
Spell, Ice Wall.
Ice rolled outward in a circle, rising to form a perfectly smooth 5-foot-high wall. Nick relaxed, seeing it. Surely that would buy them time to figure out. The 4 men walked right through the ice.
Phasing allows beings with this special attribute to pass through physical barriers.
Look out! Nick shouted, his eyes widening. Frost reacted faster, her sword lifting to block a sudden barrage of swings from all sides. She managed to knock away 2, but 2 others struck her armor, deflecting off her fine silver chainmail. Nothing visibly serious,
Barely any blood, but he feared the damage was beneath the chainmail, hidden bruises and perhaps broken bones. Nick lifted his arm, calling to mind the lone spell he understood. I hope chain means what I think it means. He aimed at one of the ghostly soldiers and unleashed a lightning bolt. It shot from the center of his palm, taking 6 of his mana from his light blue bar at the same time. It struck his target true, right when he lifted his sword to swing again, and connected with the center of his body. The bolt then jumped to the next soldier, and the next, striking all 4 for the exact same total of their health bars. They staggered in place, electricity sparking off them. They might be flickering memories or ghosts or whatever that meant in this bizarre world, but they appeared to feel pain. Frost thrust her sword straight into the belly of the nearest. The soldier reared back, his mouth opening for a scream that did not come. His body flickered into static, and then vanished, as if it had never existed. A pivot on her right leg, and she slashed open the throat of a second, ending him as well. The remaining 2 assaulted her simultaneously, and she had to split her concentration between them, going fully defensive. Her slender sword was a blur as she blocked their attacks, until at last she found an opening. She cut along one guard's arm and then extended her palm mere inches from his exposed face. Ice shards tore into him, a barrage of hits that broke apart his body and flickered him into nothing. With just 1 left, Nick expected the battle to end quickly, but then 2 more specters rose straight from underneath the building to join the fray. One slashed with his sword, but the other held back, protected by his 2 remaining comrades. He held a wood contraption in hand, a crossbow, Nick realized too late. When he pulled its trigger, a thick bolt shot out to strike Frost in the leg. She cried out, but stumbled onward, releasing more ice shards at the figments. Trusting Frost to handle the other 2, even with an arrow sticking out of her leg, Nick focused on the crossbowman, who was busy cranking the side to reload a second bolt. He didn't think he'd be able to hop down in time to prevent a second shot, but maybe... Cataloger, does lightning bolts always have to chain?
No. A 50% potency increase will occur if you...
Nick didn't wait for her to finish. He braced his legs, pointed his palm, and poured all his focus into that lone specter with the crossbow. Lightning crackled in the center of his palm, then burst out in another bolt, this one shorter and thicker than the last. It blasted the center of the crossbowman, crackling as it hit. The archer's body locked tight, muscles spasming from the lightning. Seeing him wounded, Frost quickly finished him off with a trio of slender ice shards from her palm. Gasping from the effort, Nick watched Frost easily dispatch the first specter he'd wounded with lightning, then engaged the final addition. Her sword batted back and forth, forcing the soldier's own weapon out of position, before ramming straight into his neck, ending whatever life the ghostly soldier possessed. With the final combatant dropped and vanished, Nick held back a gasp as his level bar filled with white.
Reassessment. Level 7 +1. Statistical improvements. Agility 3. Physicality 4. Endurance 3. Focus 5 +2. Mana 35 +14.
Not the most exciting, but then again, he'd done nothing but cast his lightning spells a few times. Energized from leveling, and his head not aching quite so badly, now he gained a bit more mana, Nick hung off the side of the crumbling house, and then dropped to a hard landing. "How we doing?" he asked as he shook off dust. Frost ripped the bolt out of her leg, choked down a scream, and then watched the bolt flicker out of existence.
"I've been worse,"
she said, standing with a wince. Nick could hardly believe she was able to stand after the blows she'd taken, but when he checked her health bar, it was still halfway filled. No number for it, just like there was no level. It seemed visitors like himself were afforded a level of privacy the regular inhabitants of Yensier were not. "How about we take this a little bit slower?" he asked. Frost shook her head, laughing despite the injuries she'd suffered.
Much slower, she agreed. And if you're willing to go first, I'll be happy to let you volunteer.
If you insist, let's see where this unknown tunnel goes. The two looked about, but finding no way into the building they stood upon, Frost aimed her fist straight down and launched 2 quick frost lances. The wall crumbled, cracking open a wide enough gap for them to slide inside the toppled building. Nick went first, Frost after. Landing amid the rubble, Nick glanced about the barren interior, his senses troubled. When he saw stairs leading downward, he realized what was amiss. "That isn't the roof," he said, pointing above his head. "That's the floor."
Fascinating,
Frost said dryly, as she landed beside him.
Come on, let's just confirm Irina isn't hidden somewhere and then get out. This place makes my skin crawl.
It was awkward, descending stairs that were upside down, but they made do as they scaled the multiple floors to the bottom. The door had broken from the hinges and lay wedged at a slant, blocking the way. Together, Nick and Frost pushed it aside and then emerged from the building. They hardly made it a step before they both froze. Nick's jaw dropped as his mind struggled to make sense of the sight before him. Another city was underneath the one above, made of the same square stone buildings, only this time they were all upside down. They seemed to grow from a rocky ceiling, a bizarre mirror reflection of what they had seen above, only more chaotic and random. Where rooftops would have once met sky, they instead just barely touched a smooth sheen of brown rock that lifted and dropped so that every building was properly supported.
Unreal,
Frost said.
It's like the city just folded in on itself.
How can we see? Nick asked. They were fully blocked from the sky by a suspended ceiling of rock, and yet all the upturned buildings were brightly lit from no apparent source. Frost shrugged, looking equally baffled.
It's like the world thinks sunlight reaches down here, and so it does.
Nick doubted they would get a better answer than that. Something had happened here, something that left the place broken. "I think we have a welcome party," he said, pointing ahead. 3 specters, garbed similarly, and flickering in a now familiar way, came rushing out of what looked vaguely like a temple.
"For Ocelli!"
one shouted as they raised their swords. Nick and Frost lifted their hands. Ice Lance. Lightning Bolt. The combined attacks blasted them apart. They broke like static, a flicker of black and white that left nothing. No blood, no dust, and no ash in their wake. Nick shivered and wished the pain in his head would lessen. According to his little bar, he still had 19 out of 35 mana left, but already he felt the strain like a distant migraine. It gave him a newfound appreciation for Frost's capabilities. That she seemed perfectly fine despite her injuries, and the number of spells she'd cast meant both her health pool and her mana pool were far beyond his. For now, he thought, a little bit of lightning crackling across his fingertips. They still had to wind through the various buildings, and with no real destination, Nick guided them roughly toward where he thought the center of the city might be. They passed by several homes, and he glanced inside, surprised to see broken furniture, toppled dressers, and, in one, what looked like a rocking chair. Curtains fluttered over more windows, too, the cloth stiff and drained of all color. It seems the closer we get to the center, the more life remains, he said, keeping his voice low. He did not know how many more of those strange phantoms might remain, nor did he wish to fight them if they could avoid it. At least, signs of it.
I'm not sure I would call these soldiers alive,
Frost muttered. Wait. Nick froze in place and pointed upward. Above them, clinging to the stone ceiling in defiance of gravity, was an elaborate 4-tiered water fountain in the center of beautiful blue painted tiles. Water billowed across it in multiple streams and founts, all of them traveling upward instead of falling. All around it walked flickering ghosts of the past. Not just soldiers, but men in long white and blue tunics, and women in pale dresses wide at the shoulder and narrow along the hips and legs. They moved in eerie silence despite the feeling that there should be noise. Children ran about, scurrying past and sometimes even through the legs of adults. Friends waved at one another. Along one edge of the clearing, several men and women stood with rugs laid out, too distant for Nick to see what little trinkets or jewelry were being sold atop them. The sellers shouted and gestured, doing all they could to steal attention their way. The figures flickered, faded, and then disappeared. Water vanished from the fountain, leaving it cracked and dry. Dust swept through the empty clearing, carried on a wind that should not be.
I don't like this place,
Frost said, her voice piercing the silence.
It's too sad.
A loud banging noise came from a building to their right. What was that? He asked.
Sounds like something being knocked over.
Your sister? She shrugged.
Only one way to find out.
The pair approached the upside-down building. It was enormously wide, but only a single floor high, so they could still reach the front door. Nick tried to guess the building's purpose, then gave up. He'd have his answer soon enough. Stairs above their heads, he slipped to one side of the entrance while Frost flanked the other. He lifted his free hand and used his fingers to count down. 4, 3, 2. On 1, he kicked the door open and rushed inside, his sword held aloft and lightning crackling across the palm of his left hand. A lightning bolt ready to be unleashed. Inside might have once been a library, given the multitude of shelves that lined the walls, and many more standing shelves throughout. The vast majority were barren, and what standing shelves did contain books had been dragged to the center of the library and tipped over, spilling out their contents. Dozens of books lay in a heap, their black and brown bindings weathered and torn. The lettering was sharp and runic, a language he did not understand, nor did Cataloger immediately translate. A powerful scent, a mixture of ink and dust, struck Nick, and he had to fight off a sneeze as it entered his nostrils. Sitting atop that pile, like a dragon over her hoard, was a small woman with a black ponytail, wide round spectacles, and what looked like a knee-length jacket wrapped in a belt, only the red fabric more resembled the softness of a robe. She looked up from the book in her lap, blinked twice, and then waved excitedly.
Hi! I'm Violet.
Chapter 19. Nick.
Violet. Level 9. Human. Archetype. Scholar. Special classification. Firecaster.
Nick sheathed his sword, his brain scrambling for a proper response. Hi? The small woman more slid than climbed down her book hoard, stumbling and flailing her arms wildly to maintain her balance upon reaching the bottom of the upside-down library.
I didn't think I'd find anyone else down here,
she said, smoothing out her jacket.
Well, not anyone who was lucid and friendly.
So you've seen the specters too?
Frost asked. She'd yet to put away her weapon, and her expression was carefully guarded.
Oh, I have,
Violet said. She tucked her book under her arm so she could tighten the cloth tie of her ponytail.
Not the friendliest bunch.
I ran from any I saw. Once it was clear they would stop me from exploring.
She squinted at them.
I presume you two are a bit friendlier than the specters?
Just a bit, Nick said, and he smiled wide. I'm Nick, and the lady holding the sword is my friend, Frost.
Nice to meet the both of you.
Are you exploring the ruins too?
In a way, Nick said. He knew he should distrust a stranger they just met in such a bizarre location, but Violet's personality was so bouncy, so happy, he could not help himself. We're looking for someone.
Someone?
The small woman gestured toward the pile of books.
Sorry, I don't think you'll be finding people down here, other than myself.
What you will find, though, is an absolute treasure trove of information linked not just to the Sci-Fi Empire, but all the way back to the original Majir. At least it would be, if most of them weren't filled with garbled, nonsensical lettering.
Nick approached the pile and lifted one of the books, curious about what she meant. When he opened it, he immediately understood. The beige paper was wrinkled and stiff, and written on it were not shapes or letters, but vague, smeared approximations of writing. The resemblance struck Nick immediately. It looked like when a picture failed to load correctly when sent through the WorldGate's information network, resulting in a distorted, low-resolution version of the original. He flipped through several pages, found them all similarly garbled. A shame, he told Violet, and tossed the worthless book back to the pile. Were these even written by a person? He asked Cataloger silently. Or are they just approximations of books that exist here because this is a library?
This library dates back 753 years, founded in the third and final era of the Sci-Fi Empire. Nothing in Yensier is approximate.
Then what happened to these books?
They are damaged with age.
Nick shook his head, not buying that answer. Paper and ink didn't weather in such a way, their pages looking like he was viewing them through an improperly focused telescope. Just like the rest of the Swallowed City, it felt like this simulation of Yensier struggled to properly load or remember what had once been.
We need out of here,
Frost told Nick while sliding her sword into its sheath.
At this point, I feel confident that my sister isn't here, and she paused to point at Violet, clearly needs to be brought somewhere safe.
I can defend myself, I assure you,
Violet said. She tossed the last book onto the pile.
But regrettably, I found a little worthwhile within these ruins, and plan to leave anyway.
I'd be thrilled to have your company during my exit.
Lovely, Frost said, her sarcasm heavy enough to sink boats. But that does beg a new question. Do you know a way out nearby? The layout of the city is interesting, and the building we climbed is pretty far. I'm worried we'll encounter more of those specters on the way.
I don't think any direction we pick will be free of those things,
Violet said, brushing a bit of dust from her coat.
But I can show you how I got down. It's not far and just requires a bit of stair climbing.
The trio exited the library, and Violet took the lead as they traversed the eerily empty streets. She talked as they walked, the lowering of her voice the only hint of her acknowledgement of the dangerous environment.
I've always been fascinated by the Majir,
she said.
The Sci-Fi are interesting too, but their religion, art, and music carry too much nihilism for me to appreciate. But the Majir? People who could master death itself and live on as skeletons or even bone constructs? That's who I want to learn more about. What kind of person does a human become if you live forever?
I imagine a very tired and cranky one, Nick said, grinning at her.
But what of the learning you could achieve?
Violet insisted.
You could perfect playing every instrument, write books, memorize poems. It doesn't even need to be artistic. You could, become a master baker and make the most amazing cake Yensier has ever seen.
How does one benefit from a cake when you're a walking skeleton? Frost asked. Or did they still have to eat? And how would that even work? I can't imagine them still having tongues. Violet laughed as she leapt over a crack in the ground whose depths were so dark and endless, Nick dared not stare down it for more than a second.
I can sense you're joking, but you're asking legitimate questions, whose answers I would burn down half the Silver Song Sanctuary to learn.
What's the Silver Song Sanctuary? Nick asked, but Violet did not answer.
Location: Silver Song Sanctuary. Description: an academy located in the city of Malaris, dedicated to the study and preservation of significant historical events, along with a strong interest in the manifestations of and uses for magical spells, artifacts, and incantations.
Thanks, Cataloger, Nick thought. But I was mostly trying to have small talk with someone I just met. Get to know them better.
Does my sharing of information enable you to know me better?
More than you might believe. Violet stopped before what appeared to be an enormous tower. Unlike most buildings they'd encountered, it was not upside down, which, as far as Nick was concerned, was a good sign. The problem was, a gaping maw of nothing surrounded its entrance.
We're here,
Violet said, winding around to where the ground had heaved unevenly, forming a sort of staircase of boulders and slabs toward the tower entrance. Nick followed, careful of his footing. At the top of the slabs, it was only a short hop to cross the empty gap to land on the steps of the tower. Nick went last, glad for Frost's help to steady his landing. I hate this place, he muttered, glancing at the abyss mere feet away.
Feels like all of Yenseer does too,
Frost said, following Violet inside. Like most buildings, it was hollow and void of any sign of life. Along the side rotated a lengthy staircase reaching all the way to the top.
Please be very careful,
Violet said, as she led their climb. The aged and brittle stones certainly inspired no confidence. Nick trailed behind the other two, wishing there was a guardrail of some sort. Instead, he pressed his left hand to the wall as they climbed, ascending halfway before the trio came to a halt. Two of the steps were broken, the stone having fallen to the floor below. Violet bent her knees for her best standing high jump, and then vaulted over the gap.
Sorry, this was certainly easier coming down,
she said, spinning about with a flutter of her red coat.
Just be careful, and I'm sure you'll both be fine.
Once Violet made room by climbing higher, Frost leapt up and over, softly landing 2 steps beyond the gap. She then turned and frowned at Nick.
Can you make that jump?
She asked. Nick stood before the gap and made a show of being offended. I'll have you know my jump skill is... He paused for Cataloger to pull up his stats. 6. That's good, right? Frost grinned at him.
Do you want an honest answer, and do you want it before or after you make the jump?
Ignorance is bliss, Frost. How about never?
Never it is. But just in case, I'll stay right here to catch you.
Nick descended 2 steps, then turned about. He wanted a running start. Not easy to do when climbing stairs. Still, that had to be better than nothing. Clapping his hands together to work up the nerve, he began his sprint. On the 2nd step, the entire stairway below him gave way in a great crumble of stone. His arms flailed, reaching for Frost's extended hand, but he swiped only air. Frost's voice chased after him as he dropped toward the tower floor.
Nick!
He cried out upon landing, a horrible blow to his knees. The pain, however, was only the beginning. The entire floor immediately broke underneath him, and he screamed even louder as he slid along the surface, which pivoted sharply to a sudden angle. His sword slid from his grasp, bouncing and clattering behind him. He braced for impact, only the wall did not stop him. He burst on through as if it were paper, and then for one agonizing moment, he saw only a great expanse of pure darkness. He flailed his arms and legs, his body pivoting as he fell. And then, he was fully upside down, and his fall slowed. The air felt cool around him as his stomach performed loops. Above was cavernous stone and a gray square that was the floor of the building he'd fallen through. Craning his neck, he saw a rooftop approaching. Much of it was glass, and he had no time to decide if that was good or bad before he smashed straight through. Shards rained down as his descent continued, those pieces landing before he did because they, unlike him, seemed to understand how gravity worked there. Nick's feet swung to right himself. He let out a gasp, and then he landed on his back, amid the broken pieces. That his back wasn't broken was beyond his ability to fathom. "What?" he said, sucking in air as if he'd just run down a flight of stairs. "What's that?"
You descended.
That's one way to put it, Cataloger, but it'd be more accurate to say I fell. He could almost feel Cataloger's confusion as she tried to rework what happened into something she understood.
A fall is uncontrolled. Yours was a controlled choice to delve deeper into the city.
That was definitely not a choice Nick had made, but at least the strange geography of these overlapping cities had saved him from being thoroughly crushed upon landing. He stared up through the broken glass and saw welcoming sunlight streaming through, which of course made no sense given that he was even deeper underground than he'd been before his fall. "Where am I?" he muttered as he sat up. It felt like he'd gained a dozen new bruises, and his lower back ached from the motion.
Location. Description: a city destroyed during the former capital city of ruins built over by the Alder Kingdom. Average level, 8.
The building was massive, its rooftop coming together to form a triangular point at its high center. Much of its walls and roof were clear glass, clouded and cracked. Raised shelves surrounded him, some wood, some stone. What might have been plants were but powder, atop long stretches of pale earth within pots and trays. A greenhouse, perhaps? He wondered. Dusting himself off, he turned and froze at the sight of the decoration adorning the greenhouse center. What is that? Upon a raised dais, towering twice Nick's height, loomed an enormous statue carved from bronze. The upper half appeared human, emaciated with ribs poking out through its skin, 4 arms stretched from its sides, none of them human, but instead ending with claws, pincers, and hooks. It bore no face, just a smooth oval surface. Horns stretched from its sides, sharp and curling. The monster's legs, which were many, were curled and twisted underneath. Its body was bent low, and 5 men climbed atop it, stomping broken, twisted legs and grasping at wrists and horns. Their swords plunged into its sides, and though the statue bore no face, by the way the neck was tilted and the upper pair of the arms flailed, there was no denying the monster endured great pain. Below the statue lay a desiccated corpse dressed in rusted mail, a dead knight. His arm was outstretched toward the statue, as if paying tribute to the statue, even in death. "Cataloger?" Nick whispered, the frightening sight taking away his ability to project.
This is a Sinnothel statue depicting the god Iman, whom they named the Beast of 1,000 Mouths.
Movement behind him. Nick turned while instinctively reaching for his sword, despite having lost it in the fall. The doors to the greenhouse were enormous, stretching all the way to the ceiling that was at least 40 feet tall. The hinges were covered with rust, and the doors were cracked open. Through the gap, Nick saw a trio of men, though they did not appear to be the same ghostly soldiers as before. They were naked from the waist up, their bodies so skeletal that their pale trousers flapped loosely about their legs. Their hands dripped blood from where their fingernails were missing. Their chests pulsed from the visible movements of their hearts. They had no eyes or noses, just circular mouths that stretched from the top of their foreheads to the lowest jut where their chins should be. Drool trickled down their necks. Massive lips parted, and within, where should have been teeth, were jagged pieces of broken glass, colored and stained as if stolen from a painting.
Level 4. Archetype. Heretic. Iman.
"Oh, that's not right," Nick muttered, his eyes widening at the sight. Even if killed, Nick knew he'd come back, but the thought of dying to those mouths tearing open his flesh chilled his blood. A sword. He didn't have his sword. A lightning bolt might do the trick, but he didn't like the sounds of scurrying he heard outside the temple. If there were more, and he exhausted his mana too early. The dead knight! Nick turned back to the corpse before the altar. The armor might be rusted and too big for him, but what about a weapon? Nick sprinted to it as the 3 bizarre heretics
entered the greenhouse, their mouths clicking and snapping. The sound of their teeth scraping against each other spiked uncomfortable shivers down Nick's spine. The nearby corpse lay on his stomach, and Nick shoved him over to expose a face fully eaten away. The bones that remained were crunched inward in an unpleasant warning of what might yet await Nick. To his relief, a sword was held firm in the man's rigid gauntlet, and it seemed spared the rust of the armor. Its hilt was wrapped in soft black leather straps, and the blade itself was similarly dark, looking more like obsidian than steel. It somehow opened up just above the crossguard, swirling into multiple thick threads to leave a hollow gap within the center before merging back into the remainder of the blade. Faint runes were carved along one side, shimmering a faint red, and to his surprise, Cataloger did not translate them in his mind.
Item: Sorrow. Quality: Tier 15. Unique. Classification: Arcane Weapon. One of the 4 judgment blades of the Sinefel Empire, wielded by their notable heroes in their war against God King Vaughn in the twilight of their reign. Special attribute: Hidden. Hidden.
The supposed strength of the weapon left Nick in shock. What did it even mean for a weapon to be Tier 15? And why would some of the information not be available for things originating in Yensier? He pulled the weapon free from the corpse's grasp and held it in his hand. "What does this say?" he asked Cataloger, running his fingers along the runes.
I cannot answer.
Why not?
It would be too great an invasion of privacy.
The answer made no sense, but Nick didn't have time to question it. The heretics were too close. He could hear their shuffling. Turning about, he gripped the long hilt in both hands. If the math in his head was correct, a single slash was all it'd take to bring these horrific monsters down. He told himself to ignore the biting, the drool, and the clacking of their glass teeth. One of the 3 stumbled ahead of the rest, and it reached out with its nubs of fingers, its entire non-face opening wide to expose dozens of colored glass teeth arranged in a circular pattern around a black gullet. Nick set his feet and swung as Frost had taught him, a wide slash from the lower right hip up to the left shoulder. Blood spilled as Sorrow tore through the thing, yet it was far from what Nick expected, nor enough to down the monster in a single blow. The foul creature's hand pressed against Nick's face and neck, grabbing and scraping. The blood dripping from its fingers was cold, so cold. The gaping mouth neared. Nick screamed his panic, but his movements continued. Hours upon hours of practice had taught Nick the stance he was to shift into after that initial hit, and he moved even as horror blanked his mind. His sword cut right, a perfectly horizontal slash straight through the neck. The obsidian blade cleaved the head from the monster's body, which finally collapsed and lay still. I don't understand, he thought, as he retreated several steps as the other 2 heretics approached. Why isn't the sword hitting like it should?
Because I have not given you my power, pillager.
The voice was the opposite of all that was Cataloger. It was deep and unpleasant, speaking in his mind with an air of contempt. Nick stared at the blade as the red runes along its side briefly shimmered. Impossible, he said, his mind breaking at the thought of the sword speaking. His understanding of Yensier and its limitations appeared to be painfully limited.
Deny it if you wish, pillager. I do not anticipate suffering with you for long.
Nick slashed at the reaching arm of the next heretic, severing it at the elbow. It howled, the scream coming out of that enormous mouth weak and shrill, given the emaciated lungs trying to give it birth. Nick chopped straight at that mouth, cleaving its head in half with Sorrow's sharp edge. He yanked it free of the gore, then plunged it into the chest of the third, whose teeth flexed and scraped with eager hunger, as Sorrow's tip punched straight through the heretic's beating heart. The strange thing collapsed, blood pooling underneath its body. A brief flash of the white bar, and he derived satisfaction in watching it fill toward another reassessment. That's right, Nick, he told himself, as he pulled Sorrow free. You can do this. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Except a painful death.
Nick glared at the blade. Are you capable of hearing my every thought? He asked without speaking.
Sorrow is.
I am.
Nick winced. Fantastic, he said. My mind's getting more and more crowded.
Something must fill the empty void.
Nick strode toward the broken doors of the greenhouse. Now that's just mean. Are you some sort of comedian? Sorrow's answer rumbled heavy in his head.
I am one of the 4 judgment blades, imbued with the dying faith of the Sinafel, forged in fires of seething hate, to destroy the false God King, seeking our ruination. No, I am not a comedian.
He spoke the title as if it were painful to his tongue. Not that Sorrow had a tongue, nor was Nick sure that he should refer to the weapon as he, given it was a sword, but the voice was deeply masculine.
In life, I was indeed a man.
Nick peered out the cracked door, and he rolled with the news the best he could. Of course you were once alive, he whispered. Why wouldn't you be a former living being turned into a sentient weapon? Makes as much sense as anything else here. When Nick didn't hear any nearby heretics, he stepped out into the street of the bizarre landscape. Surrounding him was another city, the architecture less rigid and boxy than that of the one above. Rooftops bore gentle curls and tilts, and no door was perfectly centered within the face of its home. The rooftops were of wood shingles, somehow still preserved, while the walls were carved of a yellow-brown stone Nick did not recognize. Little flourishes of spikes and rings marked the many corners and apexes of the rooftops. The city spread like a strip, east to west, and Nick could tell the direction because somehow a faint orb of yellow light hovered in the sky, a sun where a sun should not be. Because swallowing the entire city was a gigantic tunnel carved through dark black rock, its surface just barely hovering above the highest tips of the city's homes. Where am I? Nick asked, mesmerized by the sight. Cataloger's explanation had been woefully lacking.
Abalon, Sorrow answered, before it was destroyed, and Oseli built in its ruins.
It sure doesn't look destroyed. While the other portions of the swallowed city had been scraped raw of any signs of life, rendered void of color and decoration, the same could not be said for the gargantuan tunnel. Crimson curtains floated from windows. Doors bore spiraling designs of 2 colors, most often white paint mixed with a second, deeper color. Nick had to admit many were beautiful. Many crossroads were decorated with statues of men and women, some wearing armor, others lengthy dresses and strangely designed suits whose sleeves and coattails were unnaturally long and wide. When Nick glanced at the plaque of one nearby, he found only the same garbled, blurry nonsense that had been in the books in Violet's library. He spun in place, glancing down the empty streets. What had it been like when the city was alive, full of soldiers, traders, crafters, children, and the elderly?
Do not think on our children, pillager. Your God King spilled enough of their blood to flood the rivers red.
Whatever this Vaughn is, he's not my God King, Nick muttered, turning away from the statue. And if you're going to police my thoughts, you may soon find yourself abandoned to some forgotten sewer trench the moment I find a less cranky blade. Sorrow fell silent, for which Nick was thankful. He had larger worries to deal with. 2 more heretics had stumbled out from one of the nearby homes, the painted door breaking at their emergence. Nick lifted the blade and planted his feet. The heretic showed little awareness or sense of tactics, so long as he kept a calm mind and steady hand and didn't let them overwhelm him, he'd be fine. The first of the 2 stumbled within reach. Nick cut across its neck while retreating a step, the spilled blood a vibrant red as it poured forth. The heretic dropped, nearly dead already. Nick focused on the second, positioning his sword so the thing impaled itself during its charge. Sorrow sank into its chest up to the hilt, twice dealing its damage to the heretic to bring it low. Kicking the corpse off, Nick avoided a panicked swipe of a hand from the other, then smashed Sorrow down upon its skull. The heretic lay still. "Not so hard," Nick said, shaking a bit of gore off the blade.
Indeed, very impressive. Foes worldwide quiver in their boots at the thought of you.
Must I deal with your sarcasm now?
Would you prefer my honest opinions instead?
I think I'd prefer silence. He continued wandering, which took him past what was once a garden. Vines circled the iron gate, sealing over the entrance. Nick peered through the bars. A tiled path led through carefully organized clusters of flower beds and bushes. The nearest was full of red flowers resembling roses. Each and every flower bore the exact same shape and hue. Though no wind blew, they gently fluttered as the green of their stems flickered in and out of existence. Nick tested the gate and found it locked. When his hand brushed one of the vines, it passed straight through as if it were a mirage. When he tested it again, trying to grab hold of one, the vines vanished completely, leaving only the rusted iron of the gates. "Cataloger?" Nick whispered. "What just happened to the vines?"
"I do not understand. There are no vines."
"No? I guess there's not." He continued onward, following a stone wall. It curled alongside the road, then sharply cut inward, leading to a second barred entrance into the garden. Just beyond towered a massive statue cut from white stone. Cracked paint and plaster covered its surface, adding a semblance of black armor and flowing red hair to the proud figure of a man standing atop a pedestal. His fist was raised to the heavens, and his face cast to the floor. "Who is that?" Nick asked. He disliked the idea of entering the garden, nor did he trust the plaque underneath the statue to be legible.
Gothweir, Sorrow answered, our final emperor, who gave his life in battle against Vaughn and his 5 harbingers.
Nick wished he had an idea of what was going on. Had the artifact simply made an error and layered multiple cities upon one location? Perhaps it had botched timelines, thinking destroyed ones still existed? Whatever this was, it could not be. No sun should shine this deep underground in a city beneath a city. "Do you know any way out of here?" Nick asked as he walked. "I'm taking suggestions from either of you, by the way."
I do not.
Analyzing this terrain is proving difficult.
"Fantastic," he muttered. "I guess we wander and hope for the best. That, or Frost and Violet find a way in." Another heretic, climbing out a window. Nick approached and jammed Sorrow through its head, while it still lay on its stomach from the fall. One forceful hit was enough. As he pulled his sword free, he heard a distant rumble, like shaking rock. "What is that?" he asked.
Find out yourself, pillager.
Another rumble, then silence. The hairs on Nick's arms and neck stood up at the sound. Cataloger had listed the area as an average level of 8, yet so far, he'd fought only level 4s. Given her smug crack about how averages worked, Nick disliked the idea of what might be causing the sound of those very big, very heavy footsteps in the distance. Standing out in the open felt like being a rabbit in a flat field. He hurried along, and when he saw a heretic wander out from an alley, he ignored it and kept going. He didn't want to stop, didn't want to fight. He saw another heretic push out from the door of a dilapidated shop, and a third out a window. "Damn it," he thought, holding his ground and turning. He couldn't let them chase him. They were easy to handle for now, but if they gathered into a swarm... Feet set, sorrow ready, he cut them down one by one. There was something satisfying in the act, to swing his sword, see the damage spray out in white or red, and then witness the steady growth in his experience bar. It almost made up for having to witness their terrifying mouths and hear the clatter of their glass teeth. 3 down, he said, glancing about the city. Unknown many more to go.
Deciding wandering was more likely to get him killed than help him find a way out, he instead tried to think logically. Frost and Violet were certainly looking for him. If so, where would they go? To where they think I would go, he said. And where would I go? To the biggest, flashiest building around. That makes sense, right?
Uncertain.
Are you asking me?
Fantastic. This is all perfectly normal, Nick said, holding back a sigh. But if I'm right, then that temple there makes the most sense. The building was slightly elevated above the rest of the city with dozens of steps, as if built on a man-made hill. Nick sneaked past 2 more heretic creatures, then began his ascent, his eye on the grand doors. They were currently closed, their surface painted all in red but for a multitude of hands drawn in black, rising from the bottom of the doors toward an unseen sky.
These steps, Sorrow said. It is painful to look upon them once more. Take me elsewhere, pillager.
Try asking nicely next time, Nick said. When he pulled on a door handle, it thankfully opened, though he was less thankful for its loud, creaking groan. We're going in. After so much destruction and death, Nick was shocked by the sudden beauty of the building within. The stone pillars holding the roof aloft were carved into mesmerizing swirls. The floor was built of red and black stone, arranged into patterns that shifted and ebbed like waves upon an ocean. Tattered white curtains hung over oval windows, their binding threads sewn with silver. Every wall was painted top to bottom with frozen moments in time. The nearest scenes were of pastoral fields of wheat, and the familiar mountains he'd seen west of Meadowtint. The closer to the front, the more they darkened, the sky turning red, and the ground blackening. This must have taken years to build, Nick said, mesmerized by the sight. It's beautiful.
It was my place of worship,
Sorrow said, and there was no hiding his grief.
Once. But yes, it is beautiful. We made it so, with our prayers, our sweat, and our faith.
There was no furniture, no chairs or benches, just an empty floor. Nick walked across it, his footfalls echoing in the somber silence. His gaze locked between 2 separate stairs leading higher up into the temple, to a painted mural filling the entire wall. Along the bottom was what he suspected to be Abalon, only properly set above ground and wrapped with a crenellated wall. The yellow sun had set, though the black sun remained high in the sky above the city. Its size was dramatically wider than he'd ever seen before, and dramatic blue fire rippled about its edges. From within the black sun emerged endless monsters. They flew on wings. Some feathered, some furred, and some insectoid. Each one appeared to be an amalgamation of an existing creature, only grotesque and enlarged. They flowed as a tremendous stream to the city, whose citizens fled in despair. Many were depicted being torn apart, and others eaten. All the while, the city burned. What is this? Nick whispered, both entranced and horrified.
The needed cataclysm, Sorrow answered. The cleansing that must be made true, lest we suffer Iman's wrath.
You sacrificed yourselves?
You err in calling it a sacrifice. Is it a sacrifice when snow melts beneath the sun? We beheld the way of the world, that only a fool would deny.
Before Nick could answer, the ground shook underneath his feet from another rumble. He grabbed Sorrow's hilt, his eyes widening as he looked about. That was much too close for comfort. What could be? And then, the back wall exploded inward. Bricks flying amid the dust and clatter as the gargantuan monster emerged.
Chapter 20. Nick. Nick stumbled backward, gasping, as one of the bricks struck his arm and spun him sideways. His confusion quickly turned to panic upon glimpsing the full size of the monster, pushing aside broken portions of the wall. It was a gargantuan beast, at least 4 times Nick's height. The twisted horns upon its head brushed the ceiling. Its arms were 3-fingered, its chest rounded and strangely bulbous. 2 legs, muscled and with 4 clawed toes, carried it over the rubble. Its head was insectoid, with 2 bulging round eyes on either side, and a proboscis coiled underneath. The eyes were crystalline, akin to clouded diamonds. The proboscis sparkled like blue cobalt. Its skin might have once resembled black chitin, but much of it was faded and gray, as if the monster were slowly turning to stone. Its every movement groaned with the heavy sound of a controlled avalanche. Wings spread from its back, wide and like a butterfly's. Once, they might have been beautiful, but now they were solid gray rock. Despite their thinness, they were much too heavy to lift, so instead they rested like a cloak upon the beast's back, cracked and with pieces broken off from the exterior edges. "What is that?" Nick asked. His eyes stretched wide as the thing took another lumbering step.
Madagot, level 48 war beast, Cinefel. Armor, chitin, tier 5. Special classification, construct.
The war beast that will kill you like it did my previous captor, you foolish pillager. He also sought treasures, and so I brought him here to his doom. May you die as he did.
Madagot lifted its left pincer, and Nick immediately turned to dive. His feet left the ground moments before it struck, smashing a deep crevice into the temple's floor. Nick landed awkwardly and rolled up to his feet, lightning crackling around his left hand. That first hit told him all he needed to know about this fight. 1 blow from that pincer, and he was a temporarily dead man. "I didn't even do anything!" he shouted, unsure if he was arguing with sorrow or the war beast.
You have trespassed. It is enough.
The proboscis vibrated, the only warning Nick had to lift sorrow in the way. The long coil of cobalt shot out from the thing's face, its sharpened end aimed straight for Nick's chest. It collided with sorrow, striking it on the flat edge and pushing it into Nick. The impact sent him flying to a hard landing on the stone, but he considered that a far better fate than being pierced. What I'd give for some armor, he thought. He rolled onto his back, lifted his arm, and fired a lightning bolt straight into the war beast's chest. His aim was true, though the bolt sparked a pitiful fraction off the beast's health. He noticed the red bar above the war beast was already significantly low, and not from his own attack. A little over a quarter remained of the health bar that seemed almost grotesquely long. It's old and damaged, he thought, as he pushed to his feet. That means you have a chance.
Lying to yourself aids no one, pillager.
No lie, Nick muttered, as he sprinted right at the thing. And you're going to help me kill it. Madagot lifted an enormous foot and stopped, trying to squish Nick mid-charge. He angled about it, but the impact of its landing reverberated through the ground and sent him stumbling forward. When sorrow struck the beast's leg, it was less of a slash and more of a panicked flailing. Sorrow deflected off the pale gray muscle. The sound it made was like stone hitting stone. The beast shrieked, a weirdly high-pitched sound for something so big. Nick planted his feet, determined to do better on his next swing. Sorrow struck the thing's calf before bouncing right back off with another loud clack. The beast lifted the damaged leg and kicked. Nick tried to leap aside and was only half successful. The impact sent him spinning to the ground, a chunk of his health vanishing into pain in his ribs and chest. Nick pushed to his feet as the thing lumbered closer, its proboscis twitching. Every hit from Sorrow seemed like the bite of a mouse to the war beast. Tier 15, he muttered. This really the best you got, Sorrow?
I owe you nothing, pillager. Not even a goodbye when Madagot turns your bones to powder.
The war beast tensed, and so did Nick, uncertain what it planned. The answer came in a sudden, tremendous sprint from one side of the temple to the other. Nick's instincts took over. Avoiding it was impossible, so the only way out was through. He charged right back at the warbeast. No timing its steps, no pretending at judging anything correctly. Just a panicked leap between its feet. He landed, jarred his wrist, and then rolled to a stop. The warbeast's foot smashed the ground inches from his head, but it did not touch him. The temple rocked as the warbeast rammed the other side, supports cracking and glass shattering. Nick stood, extended a hand, and drained the last of his mana in 2 bolts of lightning. He wished he could take satisfaction in the combined damage, but relying solely on sorrow to finish the job felt like a daunting task. "What's wrong, beast?" he shouted as he barreled in, avoiding a swipe from one of the thing's arms. He tried not to think of how badly it would hurt.
A strike from the warbeast would inflict approximately 240 to 365% of your maximum health.
And failed. So instead, he banished his fear with recklessness. "Can't you squish me like the bug I am?" The warbeast turned, its left arm smashing through the wall of the temple. Glass and plaster rained down, and amid that chaos, Nick drove sorrow straight into the thing's left knee, deep enough to earn himself a grim, satisfied smile. He tore the weapon free, then sprinted between the thing's feet yet again when it reached for him. Massive fingers pounded the floor, so that cracks spiderwebbed all the way to the other wall. Nick slashed the other leg twice, then sprinted to escape. Madagot took 2 steps in pursuit, then paused. With what appeared to be tremendous effort, the wings on its back lifted slowly. Then they dropped, the right one cracking in half. Chunks fell to the ground, and the warbeast grabbed one in its hand and lifted it. Nick's eyes widened at the sight. "Oh shit," he murmured, as the beast pulled back to throw.
A projectile of 80 pounds thrown by a warbeast possessing 23 physicality would do approximately...
The broken chunk of wing was in the air before Cataloger could finish explaining why it would turn Nick into paste. He crossed his arms and braced for the horrendous pain and inevitable waking in his bed. Instead, a massive wall of ice burst into being before him, starting at his feet and then rising to curl back into a protective dome.
Spell. Ice Dome.
The chunk of wing hit the ice, splitting it down the middle with a massive crack, and sending puffs of frost jettisoning in all directions. It did not break through, which allowed Nick to lower his arms and gasp a sigh of relief as the dome crumbled. "Frost?" he said, turning. To his surprise, she came not from the entrance of the temple, but from above, a path of ice.
Spell. Icy Path.
Stretched down from a gap in the roof all the way to the floor, allowing her to slide down to join him. Ice sparkled about her fingertips as she readied her sword.
"Having fun without me?"
she asked. "Great fun," he said. "Glad you made it." The warbeast roared, the sound again weaker and pitched higher than felt right. It lumbered closer, the broken wing bouncing atop its shoulder while the other dragged along the floor.
"I don't think your friend agrees."
Frost flung an ice lance at the warbeast's face and then dove left as Nick dove right. Its 2 fists blasted where they'd been standing. When it withdrew, it left a crater in the stone several feet deep, exposing broken rock below the foundations of the temple. Nick slashed sorrow across the wrist of the nearest arm for a paltry amount of damage. Still no blood. Nick wondered if the thing could even bleed. "Is it alive?" he asked Cataloger.
"It is a sentient being created in the age of the Sinnephal."
It is a beast of stone made flesh,
Sorrow helpfully added.
embodying the rage of the calamity that comes for Yensier when it is swallowed by stagnation and complacency.
The 2 answers combined were sufficient. It also explained why it looked like it was turning to stone. It was reverting to what it had once been. Angered at the cut, the warbeast dodged another ice lance to smack at Nick with clawed fingers. Nick tensed, read the direction wrong, and failed to fully jump out of the way. A claw scraped across his chest, and he gasped at the tremendous pain from a deep gash below his ribs. His vision flashed red as his health plummeted almost 90%. The impact sent him flying, and he rolled twice before coming to a halt. Damn it, he thought as he jammed Sorrow between two bricks of the stone floor and used it for leverage to push back to a stand. Can't make a mistake like that. With him out of the way, the war beast turned its attention to Frost. She held her sword up and at the ready, a ring of frost circling around her upraised left hand as she prepared another spell. Whatever she expected, it was not the sudden, lunging attack of the proboscis. It lashed across her abdomen, and she screamed as it tore into her silver chainmail. The impact sent her spinning, and she landed awkwardly on her stomach. Blood pooled beneath her. "Frost!" Nick shouted, sprinting. He slid in the blood so he landed on his knees, and he grabbed her with his free hand. With his other, he held Sorrow up as a paltry defense against a foe outweighing him by 1,000 pounds.
4,903 pounds, to be exact. I'm fine,
she said, sounding otherwise. Her eyes widened as the shadow of the war beast fell over them.
Oh shit.
Nick looked back up, sharing her despair. They'd whittled the war beast down to nearly 10% of its health. But their luck had run out. Nick had no magic left, and his sword would do nothing against the pair of fists raised to smash them both into jelly. But Nick and Frost were not the only ones with magic available to them.
Spell. Firebolt.
The first bolt struck the war beast right in the proboscis, charring across the cobalt. The next two struck its chest, the impact sounding like a collision of stone. The brittle chitin cracked and broke under the strain of the heat. Nick gasped, and when he glanced over Madagot's shoulder, he saw Violet sliding down the icy path Frost had built from the gap in the rooftop. Her hands were raised and her fingers wreathed with flame.
Stay away from them!
She shouted, and let loose her strongest spell yet.
Spell. Fire Meteor.
A tremendous, seething ball of flame far larger than her firebolts flung from her fingers. It hit the war beast in the face, colliding with such impact it snapped the thing's head far enough back to crack the stone that ran along either side of its neck. It then exploded into flame that swirled about its entire body, blackening the stone and making a mockery of the chitin's protection. This time, the beast's screech was deeper, slower, and clearly pained. The thing stumbled on unsteady feet, then collapsed, its unbroken wing wedged into the crater it had punched. Then snapped at the joint, the heavy stone rumbling as it broke apart into several more pieces.
Finish it!
Violet shouted as she dropped to one knee. Sweat lined her brow, and she gasped for breath after the exertion of that massive spell. Nick grabbed Frost by the hand and yanked her to her feet. They said nothing, only exchanged glances before sprinting together toward the fallen beast. Each raced up a leg, across the chitin, and to its breast. Frost plunged her thin sword into where its heart might be, while Nick went higher, Sorrow aiming for its throat. It recoiled in pain from Frost's hit, its health pitiful, flickering as Nick readied his thrust. Light flickered in the monster's bulbous eyes. Its low, moaning groan suddenly shifted, and Nick shuddered as a part of his mind twisted. Perhaps it was Cataloger, perhaps it was the creature, but somehow he understood the war beast's words, despite their not at all resembling human speech.
My city,
Madagot spoke, the words rumbling out of the small hole underneath its proboscis, which cracked, uncoiling and losing color.
Where now, my city?
In Nick's grasp, Sorrow grew warm.
The poor thing has guarded our ruins for an age, he said. Give it peace.
Nick shoved Sorrow into its vulnerable throat. No easy feat given that the creature's flesh was almost entirely stone. The war beast shuddered underneath Nick's feet. Its arms collapsed,
fingers dragging grooves into the mangled floor.
"Where now, my people?"
it asked. Its diamond eyes clouded over, turning fully white. Little flakes peeled off the sides.
"Ah, there you are."
The body went limp and lay still. In the sudden silence, Nick gasped as his experience bar flashed into his vision and rapidly filled twice over.
Reassessment. Level 9 +2. Statistical improvements. Agility 5 +2. Physicality 5 +1. Endurance 4 +1. Focus 7 +2. Mana 49 +14. Archetype changed. New categorization. Adventurer.
Nick yanked sorrow free, and he wished he could celebrate his growth. Instead, he stared at the gargantuan thing and spoke with sorrow in his mind. How beautiful was Madagot, he asked the blade, when its wings still had color and its flesh was not stone. It seemed sorrow was taken aback, and it took him a moment to answer.
"I wish you could have seen it, pillager, striding in all its glory down Abalon's streets. Gossamer wings the color of flame, crimson in the center, and bright yellow along the edges. Sleek black chitin for armor. Eyes sparkling like diamonds. No war beast was alike. Each one, the proud culmination of an artisan's life."
Sorrow's voice hardened.
"I once thought all of them had died in the war against Vaughn. I was wrong."
Nick!
Violet shouted, stirring him from his thoughts. He turned and smiled at the small woman racing toward him. "Hey," he said. "I guess I should have believed you when you said you could handle yourself." She hurried across the war beast's still body, easily keeping her balance until reaching Nick. She halted before him, then paused awkwardly.
I thought we'd lost you forever when you fell,
She said.
Don't ever do that again.
"He'll try," Frost said, sheathing her sword and checking the wound on her abdomen. She winced.
That's going to need some stitches.
"How about you, Nick? Going to survive?" He gestured to the slashes given to him by an errant blow. "Survive? Yes. Be in pain for a long while? Also yes." He climbed down from the war beast, then held onto one of its arms to steady himself. "Tell me you know a way out of here."
That we do,
Violet said, hopping down with a flourish of her red coat.
And if you manage to not fall through any floors to even deeper unknown civilizations, I'll show you the way.
Chapter 21. Simon. "Director." Simon startled in his chair. "Sorry," he said. "There something you need, Essa?" Essa crossed her arms and fidgeted in the doorway. Her glasses were in her hands, he noticed. Her eyes were bloodshot at the edges, with enlarged, dark rims underneath. "We need to speak somewhere in private," she said. Simon stood and did a quick job of straightening his uniform and running his fingers through his hair. It was heavily mussed on one side, a victim of the awkward position he'd fallen asleep in. "That bad?" he asked. Her frown tightened. "Yes." That chased away the last of Simon's sleepiness. He nodded and gestured for her to lead the way. The pair walked the hallway to her office, Simon leaning heavily on his cane to endure the travel. Essa was one of the sharpest minds on Station 79. Originally, she had been brought on to help with scanning Magus as the main technology specialist, but her dual studies in linguistics had proven invaluable in studying the artifact and the symbols slowly appearing across its surface since it made contact with Nick. She was 10 years his senior, her personality sharp, her mind sharper, and her black hair kept wadded behind her head in a large bun. It did nothing to hide how strikingly beautiful she was. Thoughts he had to keep to himself, given his role as director. "Has something happened?" he asked when they entered her little office. He shut the door so they would have privacy.
The station was currently emulating night, so the lights were dimmed throughout. The hallways lit only with thin white guidelines where the floor met the walls. He thought Essa would force the lights on to their full strength, but she did not, and instead walked to her desk and hit a few buttons to remove the security screen.
I've been carefully monitoring transmissions as requested,
she said. It was a task he'd given her not long after initiating dark quarantine, for truthfully, he did not trust himself to give it his full attention, given his brother's deteriorating health. She'd not been pleased to have her attention diverted from attempting to translate the artifact's bizarre symbols, nor scanning the planet for geography matching Nick's stories of Yenseer, but she took to the task without complaint.
In particular, I've been focusing on those coming from Vast, she continued. At first, I feared we might be caught in an incident, especially if any of the world's governors made public Director Lemley's death and accused us of being responsible.
I take it that didn't happen, he said. A bit of diplomatic nonsense would be unwelcome, but he'd handled similar nuances before. An angry governor would not bring Essa to him in the middle of the night, nor would it explain the redness of her eyes.
That's the thing,
she said, sitting at her desk and putting on her glasses. Her hands flashed across the keyboard.
I don't know, because yesterday, Vast's gate went dark.
Simon flinched as if he'd been flicked in the nose. What do you mean, went dark? Did something happen to the gate?
I don't know. Official explanation so far is no messages, no recordings, and no explanations. Not only that, look.
She shifted her chair so Simon could lean closer and see her screen. It was a news article from the planet Salis, whose gate positioned them between Magus and Vast. The bulk of the story was easy enough to get from the headline alone. Held breaths as all await explanation for Vast gate shutdown. What do you think happened? He asked. Did the gate suffer a collapse? It seemed unlikely. A gate collapse had not happened in more than 100 years, with the OPC's stabilizing technology improving in leaps and bounds over the original versions of the interstellar gates first used to expand humanity's presence beyond their homeworld system of Sol.
Doubtful,
Essa said.
Collapses happen spontaneously, without warning. Vast was held in quarantine for over a month.
That piqued Simon's growing interest. Vast was under quarantine? He asked. Why did I never hear about this?
It's a small planet, harsh to life and with little to offer in terms of research or trade,
Essa said.
Supplies were still sent in, but nothing sent out. I only knew because my brother is there, serving as lead biologist. All his communications halted, with vague non-answers given as to why.
I wish you'd told me, Simon said, scanning the text. Most of it was questions without answers, guesses as to what error had caused it to seal, and no timetable given for when it might be repaired. You've been worrying about this all on your own. She shook her head.
My business is my own director, as I prefer, but I wondered, how did Planetary Director Lemley break through the quarantine? Why was he allowed to come here?
He came to shut us down, Simon said, a pang of anger flaring in his chest. To kill us because of the artifact. He knew about it, somehow, and wanted it destroyed.
Knowing of the artifact is explainable given his ranking,
Essa said, leaning back in her chair.
But my hypothesis is thus. The quarantine was implemented on Vast's side about a month ago at their request. Sneaking through a gate is impossible, so Lemley was allowed passage because our research into the artifact was considered a greater danger than whatever caused their own quarantine. One great enough to warrant the destruction of a research station.
Simon bit at his thumbnail as he thought. He knew something about it that we don't. He agreed.
There is only one reason why that would be true,
she said.
They, too, possess an artifact.
Now there was a fascinating theory. Simon had assumed from the moment of finding the artifact that they had stumbled upon the first ever proof of intelligent life outside their own. Oh, they'd found simple organisms before, especially fungi and plant life, but never proof of what would colloquially be called aliens. The potential ramifications of their discovery on Magus had kept Simon's research station isolated, his superiors hanging on his every update,
but doing little to attract attention. Debates about what to tell the various world governors, if anything at all, had become the hottest topic of late. "Have you any proof?" Simon asked. Essa closed down the article and started loading up a different file. One he noticed required her to input 2 separate passwords to progress.
"I don't," she said. "Which is why I doubled my efforts to break through the security to Lemley's thumb drive. I needed to know what he knew. I needed to see if there was a clue as to what was happening on Vast, if only to..." She paused. "I know it is unprofessional to let worries over my brother affect my work, but they did."
"Consider yourself forgiven," Simon said, and he smiled wide to convince her how little he cared. "So did you crack it open?"
"I will spare you the work and the copious amounts of swearing required," she said. "But yes, I did."
A folder flashed up on the screen. Simon frowned. "Just one file?" he asked. "That's all?" An image file, in a universal format used by all OPC researchers. Essa hovered her cursor over it.
"I don't think this was for us," she said. "I think this was for himself. For courage to do what he believed must be done."
She opened the file. It was a beautiful picture taken from what Simon believed to be the surface of the planet Vast. The ground was awash with blue moss speckled with tall white mushroom stalks. It was the beginning wave of a terraforming project to increase oxygen in the atmosphere, as well as break the hard ground down into soil more welcoming to advanced forms of life. The sky was an extremely dark blue, which was odd given that the atmosphere on Vast was still developing. 2 people in OPC blue stood to one side, looking upward, with one pointing. It was a moment frozen in time, strange and chilling. Hovering in the sky next to their pale yellow sun, its colors so deep the monitor screen felt insufficient, hovered a black sun, wreathed in swirling blue fire. "That can't be," Simon said, backing away from the monitor.
"It is," Essa said. "Something happened to Vast. I know it."
She looked over her shoulder. Fear and frustration dominated her visage.
"No communications. No travel. My brother is in danger, or maybe he's dead, I don't know. And there's nothing I can do about it."
Simon's eyes could not leave the black sun. With just one picture to go on, he could not guess its size and distance. Was it small? And in the sky above them? Or was it tens of thousands of miles away, rivaling the size of a moon? "Is there a date on this photo?" he asked.
"Only for the file's creation," Essa said. "This picture was added to the thumb drive 2 weeks ago. How long it was taken before that, we can only guess."
"The quarantine," Simon said. "They must have initiated it the moment it appeared." Essa spun in her chair. Her hands rested on her knees, her fingernails digging into her skin.
"I've read your reports," she said. "This Yensir your brother visits, it bears the same black sun in its sky. The fate of Vast? It may have been the same fate that befell the world locked inside the artifact."
"That's absurd," Simon argued, but Essa just shook her head. Before she could say more, her watch beeped, an irritating little digital scraping sound. "What is that?" Simon asked.
"An alert I set for news involving Vast," Essa said, rotating her chair back around to face her monitor. A quick tap, and another article popped up. Its headline, written in all capitals, shocked the pair into momentary silence. "It can't be," Simon whispered. Essa pushed away from her console. Her hands shook. "My brother," she whispered, then turned his way. The fierceness of her gaze overwhelmed him. "Nick is all we have, so get him to focus. We need answers, and we need them now, Simon." She stood and then stormed away. Simon watched her go, paralyzed with guilt and indecision. He stared at the monitor, and the article left looming there like a dire threat. Vast the gate, destroyed. Chapter 22. Nick. Once they'd climbed up and out of both Abalon and the Swallowed City, the trio made camp a safe distance away. Nick sat beside a roaring fire, enjoying its warmth.
It'd been a long day, and between the specters, the impossible geography, and a battle against an ancient war beast, he wanted nothing more than to relax before sleeping. Sorrow was making that difficult.
You may pry all you like, pillager, but my words are my own,
he grumbled, as Nick brushed his fingertips across the ancient runes cut into the obsidian. I do have a name, you know, he mumbled.
I don't care.
Being rude isn't going to make anything better.
The heretical God King reigns over the ashes of my homeland. Pray tell how foregoing rudeness will make that better.
So, what's it like having a sentient sword?
Frost asked, pulling Nick's attention away to the two women sitting together on the opposite side of the campfire. He'd told the pair about finding the magical blade during the trek out of Avalon, to Violet's fascination and Frost's grim amusement. You'd think it'd be fun, Nick said, but I somehow found a blade that absolutely hates me.
Somehow.
Still, Sorrow is ancient and magical and will surely come around to liking you eventually,
Violet said.
That has to make it worth the risk, right?
Is that how you justified going into the Swallowed City alone? Frost asked in return.
I have my magic to defend myself,
Violet said, leaning closer to the fire.
I just had to be careful.
But what if something happened? Would anyone even know to look for you? Violet had removed the tie of her ponytail, and she shifted so her long hair fell